I feel like I'm outpacing reflection.
Stop. How are we doing today, guys? Wow. Sorry, I had to... Something was fucked with Melina's computer. I think I don't know how it's possible, but I think the PCI Express slot got fucked, so I just switched the graphics card to another slot. These machines are falling apart. Although, to be fair, I guess I've had these computers for a few years now. Don't worry, guys. I'm loading up Dyson Sphere program. I know how much you guys need it. Destiny, why would you do this? What is this? Very awesome. Destiny just quote tweeted one of my partners. I made her lock because, and I know he knows this, his fans will harass any LGBT person who quote tweets. I'm just going to keep quote tweeting them.
Fuck Vaush, we stand all them in this house.
Like I'm harassing you by quote tweeting you. It's like harassment. Like, okay. It's over. Mansion killed the bill. The Building Back Better bill? Why? Because it wouldn't get rid of the child tax credit or what? Is it actually dead? I'm really surprised they even got the first thing passed. It seemed like it was going to be fucked, even as stripped down as it was, but... Is there one Republican we can bring over on it? Twitch banned Prime videos. Nice.
Thank you, Steven!
Apparently you would be saving thousands of lives if you offed yourself. Jesus Christ. Wait, is this true? This person has tweeted more than 100 times per day for 4 months. Transfem envy. What does that mean? Okay. Non-binary person with femme characteristics? Wouldn't you just be a femme then? What, that's so stupid. Why would you, if you're non-binary, why would you want to express yourself? Never mind. I don't care. It's dumb. It's all stupid. It's all stupid shit. I don't care.
Do you ever feel
What is
like
this?
an
Hold on.
NPC in like someone else's life?
Why?
Pre-pandemic flight activity yet.
You're the only one on here that's not back to pre-pandemic levels for New Mexico. And as you said, you're one of the most important airlines that we have.
Pre-pandemic flight activity yet.
You're the only one on.
Okay. Mm-hmm. White House on Mansion. Statement from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Damn, they're roasting him on the website. Uh-oh. A lot of the lights looking good. They're still really washed out. I need more. My last apartment had a lot of color, like very, very, very colorful. I have to deaden the thing in the back though, but yeah, we have to blot out the sun. Okay, I just realized that shipping titanium ore should never happen because I think two titanium ore make one titanium ingot, so we should locally smelt everything and then ship that. True. You guys understand what I mean, right? You guys are like absolutely Destiny. Did you hear about the mansion shit? Yeah, true. I'm waiting for Rose to call me. I don't know why we're doing this conversation, but oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Wouldn't it be nice if Dems could ever unify to get literally anything done when they finally have enough power? The Dems don't really have enough power, but... Did you ever get the lights figured out? Nope, Cake, they just stopped banding. I have no idea why, but... Wait, hold on, what is this? Dude, Bad Bunny is such a loser. Actual loser. Oh my
because I'm putting
God.
100%.
Boom. Okay, sorry. Oh.
Hello.
Hello, hello, how you doing?
I'm
Do you think
doing
Vaush
good.
calls
How
you a
are
right
How
winger
was
is
the
an
move?
insane because he wants to keep his fan base away from your takes because he is a second-rate version of you? Or do you
Hold on.
think it's just an optics thing for far leftists?
Miko 10, ask me that when I finish this. Fuck, sorry. I can talk more about that. Okay. I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm good as well. Yeah, I'm ready. So I know I messaged you before, and we're gonna talk about some like NFT and sponsorship stuff. But this is actually an ambush because I heard you were talking trash about Amsterdam, which
It's just
is
very boring. Like,
In what way though? It's like what can you not get from Amsterdam?
if you
that
walk
can get
up
from
and
the others?
down one street in one part, you've literally seen the entire city because it's just the same thing copy pasted in circles the entire time.
I guess there is there's a similar general architectural vibe, but it's exclusive to Amsterdam, you know. So sure, while you're there, there's not going to be a lot of variation, but the variation between Amsterdam and anywhere else is like so stark and so different. maybe with the exception of Venice, has like similar architecture and canals and stuff like that.
Okay, also, okay, the weed stuff is overrated. Okay, it's 2021. No one cares. The truffle things suck. That's dumb. And then the red light district is just not anywhere near as cool as I thought it would be either. There's just nothing. It's just, I'm sorry, but like, who cares?
So now you're talking about how the thing is it's like disappointing. There are a few things that are like, okay, this could have been better, but what's like negative about it? What makes it worse than?
Oh, there's nothing negative about it, but like, if I was going to Europe, like, why would I ever go to Amsterdam?
Okay, where would you rather go? What's a better city in Europe than Amsterdam?
It feels like if you want to see like cool old stuff, like anything in Southern Europe is going to be better. So like Italy, Rome, stuff like that. If you want to see like cool big cities, like Copenhagen was awesome. If you want to see big old cities that are just huge and crazy,
wow.
yeah,
Ew.
what an awesome
Sweden,
place.
right?
What?
You know, you're talking to a Swede, right? You can't just bring up Denmark like that and expect that to just pass by, okay?
Are you mad because when you go to Copenhagen, they recognize your Stockholm accent? They all make fun of you for being a stuck-up uppity piece of shit.
Oh wow! You know what? There's a long-rooted enemyship there between Denmark and Sweden. But no, my accent is actually pretty unrecognizable. I fly under the radar, but still.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, are you from? All I know is apparently some people don't like people with Stockholm accents. Are you from southern Sweden or?
The thing about me is that I lived in Sweden before. Now I live in Amsterdam, which is why I came out, you know, a gun swinging about the Amsterdam thing. But
gotcha.
I've moved around and lived in a few different places in Sweden. So when I speak Swedish, nobody can recognize my accent at all. Like people in the south think I sound like I'm from the north. People in the north think I'm from the south. And it's just like, it's confusing. My accent is like an enigma, I guess.
Okay, gotcha.
When it comes to speaking Swedish.
I only ask because you sound a little bit like Nim, but I don't even know if Nim, I don't know if you know who that is. It reminds me a little bit of his accent. He's like a Swedish streamer, but he lives in Malmo.
Okay. No, I don't know who that is, but yeah.
But yeah,
no,
Amsterdam's not like a horrible place. It just wasn't very exciting, I guess. That's all I'm saying.
I see. So it was like under expectations more than it was like.
Yeah,
not.
But people in the West hype up Amsterdam is like the best place in the world to go if you're like an American, because people say you can get like heroin from the cops for free, and the red light district is this bustling like huge area where you can find all these crazy, like that's like how it's marketed in America. When people talk about it, that's what it sounds like, but it's like, okay.
I see. Well, the drugs are Portugal. The red light district, don't know much about, so I can't really say much. I don't know if there's any other places that are better for that type of tourism, but yeah, okay. Now, with the most important discussion out of the way, I guess. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you a bit about the NFT stuff and the sponsorships that you had there, and yeah. So my first question, I guess, or like the main thing I want to go like at this from is, I'm not saying that NFTs are like inherently bad or whatever. I think there are like a lot of things that they could on their own have like value if used appropriately, and there are opportunities for them to use in like predatory or exploitative or misleading ways. But what I'm most concerned is that I feel like I think that the NFT sponsorship from Eternal.gg, I think it's counter to a lot of the reasons that you've had previously for declining sponsorship. So, for instance, in a Vaush debate you had, I think like a year or maybe 2 years ago, you talked a lot about how, due to your principles when it comes to what products you want to talk about on stream, you've rejected multiple sponsorships from, for example, like loot boxes, like CSGO stuff and stuff like that. So I guess like let me be
really clear on this, because if this is going to be the conversation, the differences matter. I don't know if I don't think I would reject a loot box sponsor. What I reject is when I talk about everybody mixes up like CS:GO skin, CS:GO loot box. There was a very specific phenomenon in CS:GO called skin gambling, which was like a different. It didn't really have to do with loot boxing or anything like that. It was just gambling with skin value basically. It's a different thing, but I don't know if that'll matter. But I'm just making that distinction now. Okay. Oh my god! Sorry, hold on. Give me 1 second. I have to Melina stuff. 1 second.
Debate 1, easy. Svensk victory, am I right, guys? He's canceling his sponsorship right now as we speak. just sitting here. Someone's at my board. Someone's at my door. Debate tactic. The Melina's computer debate tactic. Watch out if it comes with a pizza. Oh fuck, you're right. I need to open up the stream. I gotta be ready to parry that debate tactic if it shows up. Okay, hold on. We have surveillance. Exactly. Swedes have teamed up. Melina got me the distraction. You're hot mic'd? Does that mean that they can hear me? Can you guys hear me just? Okay, whatever.
Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah, do you think you could describe the skin gambling thing a little bit and explain like what about it that you found distasteful?
I just don't normally like gambling stuff. I'm just not a big fan of gambling. Basically, the CS:GO thing was like you could take skins in your account and then you like gamble the value of them against other people gambling. And it's just like it's basically like a slot machine with skins.
Okay, cool. All right, that makes sense. So I was gonna ask you then. So what's your general standard that you look at when somebody approaches you with a sponsor for you to decide whether or not you want to take it and promote it, or whether or not you want to decline it? How does that work?
I mean, there's like premium tier sponsors that I'm really excited to do, and then there's like a bundle of sponsors that like I'll do them if people bring them to me. So like a premium sponsor would be like, this is something that I use in my everyday life, and I'm super excited to do it. I'll do these at lower rates, like just because I really enjoy it. So like if a game company reaches out to me for a game that I really like, or if like a product that I use like reaches out to me, I'll like work those sponsors. And then beneath that, I guess there'd be like a tier of sponsors that like I don't use them, but I could. So like right now I'm sponsored by Surfshark for like 8 months or some shit, or like Artesian builds. Personally, I usually would build a computer, and then when it comes to VPNs, I might build out my own VPS on AWS or something. I don't know if I would use somebody else's VPN. Maybe I would, but like if they're gonna sponsor me, like I can use it, and I do use it, so like it's fine. And then there's like this third bucket is like stuff that I don't think I would ever personally do, just because it's not my interest, but it doesn't like have some huge like moral quandary for me. So like mobile games or you know, like random products or games or whatever that I probably wouldn't play if I wasn't sponsored for it.
Okay, I see. But do you have anything like disqualifying things? Like, okay, if a sponsorship has this, or if it's this type of sponsorship, I won't do it.
It's hard to make like blanket statements because there's always like new stuff that could come up. But like really popular sponsors back in the day that I don't think I ever worked with was how old are you?
I turned 18 like a month ago.
Fuck. Have you ever heard of G2A?
Oh, I think I did actually. They're like you could buy like currencies, right, for different games at like a cheaper price or something.
Okay, that wasn't their original business. So a long time ago, there were these companies called G2A, and I think Kinguin was similar. And they would sell you games at really cheap prices. But the way they would do it is they basically like steal keys from other regions to like fuck with the like the regional pricing to try to sell games. And it was like fucking a lot of developers over. Or they would just like full on just steal games and then resell them. It was like really fucked. So like Kinguin and G2A, these were two companies. I know G2A did this. I think Kinguin was involved in this, but I didn't take sponsorships from those companies. Like, that seems like pretty shitty to me. And then gambling in general is something that I'm like not a big fan of. I like poker, and I think poker is fun, but like I kind of shy away from like gambling sponsors because I don't really want that to be like a thing that I promote. And then anything that's like obviously like a blatant scam. So like I hopefully would never do like a rug pull coin or like things where it's like do this and get scammed or whatever. Obviously I don't like scams. Although scam is kind of open, but yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that hopefully I'll never do there at the front there. Okay.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not there might be, like, a thing that I missed or whatever. Like, I'm sure I've taken sponsors in the past that, like, after further review or whatever, it's like, oh, wait, this was actually, like, a bad idea. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's happened before.
Yeah, I know. I was just making a joke. But, yeah, okay, cool. So I went and I researched the Eternal.gg a little bit, and I looked at them, and I saw a few things there that I think is akin to some of the elements that you in the past have declined sponsorships on the basis of. So there are 3 things that stood up to me. 2 I know existed when you did the sponsor, and from my understanding that was like a one-time thing, right, with them? Or are you still currently partnered with them?
No, it was a one-time thing.
One-time thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, there were 2 things that I know was there, and then one thing that they may have added after, but I'm not sure if it was there at the time where you promoted it. But the 2 I know is that number 1, there is the marketplace function, which is kind of, you know, how it sounds. You purchase an NFT of some form, like a video clip, and then you're able to sell it and trade it and, you know, make money off it and, you know, buy other ones. And hopefully, you know, like most markets, you're going to hope that your asset appreciates in value, and then you can sell it off at a higher price at a later point. Or you buy something when it's cheap and then wait for it to rise in value and then sell it off again. That's thing number one. Thing number two, and I'm not quite sure how they work exactly, but they have something, and this is even in that original clip that circulated around a lot of you talking about and doing the sponsorship at the time, which were these pack drops, which sound kind of like, okay, you buy a pack and then you get like a random clip of some sort, and then when that's coupled with the marketplace, obviously there's something going on there. And then since then, there's also a shard function, which I don't know if that was in place back when you did the sponsorships, which is basically when you buy an NFT, you have like a certain percentage of chance to get like a shard. Then if you get enough shards, you can use them to like craft a clip, and then you can sell that, kind of like a video game thing. Like you collect these items, and then you can craft them and sell them for exactly for real life money. And stuff like this, I feel, even though that you emphasize and in your clip, you very specifically say that, hey, you can buy this type of cool moment, and you don't be like, hey, buy these clips and then you wait a few months or whatever, and you can sell them for a higher price. Even though you focus on them more, okay, you buy them, then you have them as like a collectible thing. Don't you feel that the promotion of that sort of like service and that website, and for people to make an account there, make purchases there on a website that also has such a big focus on marketplace functions in order to, make money off it and get appreciating assets, and with more like randomized stuff like the shards and the pack drops, kind of goes against a little bit some of the other reasons that you might have had for rejecting things like the skin gambling stuff in the past?
I think that there are functions on the site that I don't necessarily support, and there's even messaging on the site that I don't necessarily support. Like, I'm pretty sure they explicitly on the site say like, hold on to your things and, sell them, make a lot of, I think they even say that as part of the advertising. I don't necessarily support those points, and I didn't point them out when I was sponsored by them. But I think the bar might be a little bit too much for me to never work with a sponsor if there are like other things involved with their product that I don't agree with, because I think that cuts me out of like a ton of the market. Of almost everything. So like, for instance, like on Steam, there are Steam markets for skins and games, right? Like, and I've promoted Steam games and stuff before. It feels like when you start to hop in that direction, even like one step off, it feels like you are basically saying like you can't promote anything. Or like, I do poker sponsors a lot, but almost every poker website is somehow associated with other forms of gambling. Like I do America's Card Room, and I think they have blackjack on their site, and they might even have slots. I think when it comes to promotion stuff like that, I think that like all I can do is like I have to think of like, well, what is my community, and then what's going to happen afterwards. Like if I were to do a sponsorship like that and I were to notice it like in my chat afterwards, it's like a fuck ton of people talking about like trading NFTs and clips and stuff or whatever, I think I might get kind of worried. But I think that based on all the messaging I did around the sponsor and then everything I've talked about like before and after, I don't think that my community is like falling prey to like NFT scams is how I view it.
I think a distinction I would make between the NFT and the Eternal thing, and for example like the Steam market thing, and I do see what you're coming from here, because you're worried about that basically, hey, as long as somebody can find some element of this product or its services or anything related to it that is kind of like predatory or kind of iffy or whatever, that therefore it excludes you from taking the sponsorship as a whole, how that can be a bit, not fair, I guess. And especially given that you focus specifically on the purchasing and like, hey, you have this for its own value and whatever side of things, with the market side of things. I do think that a bit of a difference there is that for Eternal.gg, at least the way I understand it and the way that I see it and the way that it functions, it seems like the marketplace is absolutely like an essential function of the website as a whole. It's not like, Steam markets where, okay, if you promote a game on Steam, then this is kind of like an auxiliary thing you can do, and you can have this going on as well. It seems like the website itself and the way that it's structured, I mean, if you go on the website, I think the very first tab at the top is like the marketplace and, selling and buying and stuff like that there. I think there's a bit of a difference here. I think with the Eternal thing, it's much more of like an essential. It's like, hey, this is part and parcel. This is Eternal.gg. This is what we do. While Steam and games on Steam are like, hey, primarily Steam, there's games, you can buy them, you can get them for free, you can download them, you can play them, and then maybe in the games there are microtransactions or whatever. But then there is like this like underlayer of the Steam marketplace stuff, which isn't quite the same as something that is as essential and part and parcel as the marketplace is for Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that, sure. I'm just not that overly concerned with it, I guess. Like I said, like I feel like in terms of the discussions I've had with my community, in terms of how I market the product, like if anybody is going there to buy and sell things to get rich, I don't think it's because of anything I said. I guess you could stumble onto the site or go through parts and then try to do that. I mean, like if you do, it's up to you, but I don't know. It's just not. I just don't see it as being like a huge thing. Like I have like a non-insignificant amount of people in my community all of a sudden turning to like NFT marketplaces to make money. I don't really see that as being the case, based on how I did the sponsor and then like I guess the type of community that I have.
Okay, fair enough. So you think that, hey, as long as I know my community enough, and if there is like a service that has some sort of like main essential elements that I'm not very, proud of, but some elements that I do think there's value in, as long as I do that sponsorship, knowing my community, and I focus specifically on the parts I think are good, and kind of keep an eye out to see if people are, falling victim to some of the worst things, then you kind of think that it's fine, as long as as long as you make that distinction, you keep an eye on your community, even if it's like an essential service in a way.
I don't know if I would say it's an essential service. I understand what you're saying because it's a big part of how they market the site. But I mean, like, you can just like buy the NFT and be like, oh, cool, I have this NFT. Like, theoretically, I mean, like, you could do that.
I guess it's not essential then, but yeah, essential like means like need for work, or like it's required for the function of it. But like a mainstay function, I guess I could say. Something of this sort. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, I have one more question then. Do you think that that at this point, like, given the response that you got to it, and seeing the way your community handled it or whatever, do you think if they or some other similar website reached out to you today and was like, hey, do you want to do like a very, very similar sponsorship on a very, very similar website, or maybe even the same website, now would you do it, or would you not do it? And for that case, for what reason?
Honestly, the meme potential is so high. I don't know, because it would be pretty funny. My view of internet drama, I think somebody even made a post on this, is my internet view is that like any drama will only last for a few days, as bad as it seems, and it did. I think somebody even made a post like measuring like how many people posted for how many days, and it was like 2.7 days or whatever. So like, I don't know. I'm not usually as concerned about like community responses versus like, is something like, do I think something is happening here that like I personally think is like wrong or bad? And I don't think it is, in terms of like promoting, like if you want to buy NFT clips. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
I see. I've heard some other people. I remember the actual Drake debate. I think watching that made me be like, okay, hold on. I think I wanna message you about this and talk a little bit about this, because I remember in that debate, the direction went completely off. It was more like, oh, in this clip you say that all NFTs are scams, yet here you are promoting an NFT website, Curious, and obviously that's it's missing a lot of the context, and it's the wrong argument to make there, I guess.
Kind of. I think the problem that even I underestimated this, and it's partially my problem, is, and really the whole NFT market and crypto people in general don't understand this. Very, very few people have any understanding of what like anything having to do with cryptocurrency or NFTs are. A lot of people just have no idea. This includes people that even trade them sometimes. And I think that that's something that became very obvious to me when it. So for instance, like anytime I see somebody say like, oh, don't you think that NFTs are a scam? Like that sentence doesn't make sense. Like NFT is just like a digital entry on a public ledger. Like that can't be a scam. That's not possible. So like I think that the technology is just really misunderstood. So in a way, I opened myself up to it because my statements were pretty inflammatory. I still stand by all of them. I think that the people that talk about like flipping NFTs and getting rich that way, like just like when they do it with crypto, I think that's scammy as fuck. But I don't think that all cryptocurrencies are inherently scams, or all NFTs are inherently scams.
Yeah, I see. They're more like a service or something that it can be done in a predatory way. It's kind of in some ways sort of similar to the stock market and stuff like that. How, hey, it's perfectly fine. It's very possible to engage it in a healthy, responsible way. But in certain cases, there are people that will try to make a lot of people make in irresponsible or not well thought through financial decisions in the stock market in a way that's going to benefit them at the expense of others. GME.
Yeah, I feel like
and stuff like that, yeah.
I feel like the best comparison. Do you know what a Beanie Baby is, or have you ever heard of that?
Yes, and I heard your example of that, and I think I know what it is. But yeah, feel free to.
Yeah, they're just like little collectible animals. Like you can buy them because you think they're cute, or you can be one of the people that buy these because you think you're going to sell it in the future and get rich or something, right? Which are, I think the way that you engage with that, those are two very, very, very different things.
I think that there is a slight difference here, and this was like another point I was going to bring up. But I mean, as long as I guess you're in touch with the community and the people affected by the sponsorship, and you don't see this type of behavior happening or these types of consequences happening, then I guess it's not a big deal. But I think one of the key differences between a Beanie Baby and an NFT thing, and this kind of stems from it being a more novel thing, and also a bit from the type of language that they use on the Eternal website. How with a Beanie Baby, sure, you buy it, and then it's like a collectible item. There's like trades and stuff going on, and you could potentially make money of it in the future. But it's more of like it's more of a collectible thing, really. But I think that a difference between that and NFTs is that with a Beanie Baby purchase, you get something like material. When you buy an NFT, you have like the entry on the ledger, right, on the blockchain, illustrating that it's yours, but you don't get anything. You don't own that clip. You don't get a special version of the clip.
I understand what you're saying.
Version of the clip.
I invite you to think more on that, because this has actually been like people that do collectibles for a long time. That idea of like, do you get something material is a way more interesting question than a lot of people give it credit for. A really good example is, I remember when I was a kid, Gundam Wing? Gundam?
I think I know.
Anime stuff.
Like the mech stuff.
Yeah, I used to buy these little mech toys, actually the model kits, because I like building them or whatever. And then eventually I bought a few of the toys because I thought they were cool too. And something that was always so crazy to me was like, why the fuck do people buy collectibles and they don't even open them to play with them, right? Like, why would you buy a toy and you don't even open the box to play with it? Like, I don't understand. Why the fuck would you do that? You don't even get to play with your own toy. It's so dumb. But the reason is, well, because when you buy it as a collectible, you're not buying it to play with it. You're buying it to like have it, And sometimes these go into store, you don't even see them. You don't even set them up. You don't ever take them out of the box, So this concept of like, you get something when you buy a collectible. Well, that thing that you get, I don't think that what you get is actually material. I think it's actually immaterial, right? Because you could buy like not a hoax. Oh God, what do you call it? Bootleg. You could buy like a bootleg product or something, right? But it's not the same. Even if it is the same, it's not the same. I think that what you're getting when you buy a collectible is actually a little bit more similar to an NFT than people might want to admit. You're actually paying for some immaterial ownership here of something that you feel like it like transcends the object itself. That's what I would say. That's why, like, let's say that you have like a full first edition, base set Pokemon cards. Let's say that somebody manufactured the exact same things. You couldn't tell it was a perfect copy, like in the future. Well, that wouldn't be the same. It's not the same. That's not the actual first edition Pokemon cards,
Yeah, I agree with you that probably the main value you get from collectible items of all kind is the sort of immaterial value, or maybe the sense of satisfaction, or the overall sense of certification that you can show other people or whatever, that you own this item in its pristine state. Sometimes in the case of the toys that you talked about, where people actually never played with them, they just kind of kept them. I think that one distinction, and this is something that stems not necessarily from anything intrinsic about Beanie Babies or Gundam figures or NFTs or anything, but more where we're at currently culturally when it comes to the information about these different products, is that when somebody is approaching, they're like, hey, you can buy this clip as an NFT. What that might come off to as a lot of people is like, okay, hey, you buy this, and there's something there with it. There's something that you can do, because even in the examples with the Beanie Babies and with the Gundams, at the end of the day, you buy the thing, you get the thing, and you make the choice of what you do with the thing, whether you do want to play with it and keep it, or whether you do want to keep it in storage, whether you do want it to be visible, whether you want it to be not visible. Whereas with NFTs, you're buying the NFT, you're making the purchase, but you don't even have the option to like, as the allegory of taking it out of the box and like playing with it, because
I don't disagree.
That is received then.
And it seems like there's a lot of confusion sometimes around people. I don't know if people that buy and sell NFTs actually have this problem, or if it's all memes. It's hard to tell what's memes or not. But like, people don't understand the ownership that you get sometimes when you purchase an NFT, right? When you buy an NFT, you only get the NFT. You don't get the actual underlying asset of like owning the like the intellectual property of a certain clip or something, right? Yeah, and that does seem to be a problem that some people have a hard time understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that was was going to be another thing that I kind of weaved into the Eternal thing, because in the language that they use on the websites, I think it's like something like buy your favorite moments, own viral moments in the streaming history, or own epic moments. It kind of for somebody that may be not very initiated into what NFTs are, which both of us know that 99% of people, offline, closer to 100% of people have no idea what it is, and even online, most people, even people who trade them, have no idea what they are. And when somebody's confronted or is given this, hey, this is a thing, here's a website, cool stuff, you can get your favorite moments. They log into the website and it says, you're owning these moments in streaming history. Wow, you make a purchase, and I mean, you still see them around. The clips are still available for everybody. You don't get like a higher quality version or whatever, but you do get written down on like some digital like ledger somewhere, and how that can kind of be like a disconnect from being like, whoops, I don't actually really know that like what I paid for and what I bought for. Whereas if you were to do like a Beanie Baby sponsorship, even though there could still be some people technically that buy them and like, oh, I'm gonna get rich of this in like 20 years, at least, the people that don't buy them, they know that like, hey, okay, I'm gonna get the Beanie Baby at least, and I know what kind of comes with it, and that probably just stems from like where the main paradigm of information is on these different products at any given moment in time.
Yeah, that could be the case. Like, if marketing like NFTs to like a non-tech savvy audience would probably be a pretty shitty thing to do because they have no idea what they're getting into. I could buy that 100%.
Yeah, I see. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mentioned how I'd seen some other people argue for this, and there were issues with that, and that's what kind of compelled me to, even though this, I didn't foresee this going as like the most, like inflammatory back and forth thing. I do think that there is still something to point out here. I do think that there is still there's more nuance to it than was being, of course, that was being given to by like actual Jake and the other people. But I do think that there are some elements of the Eternal website or whatever that can be kind of iffy, and that's where this extra piece of analysis about like, okay, you knowing your audience specifically and you keeping an eye and seeing on, okay, how is my audience reacting to this NFT stuff? How are they handling it? How are they engaging with the product and the service or whatever? And I think the extra piece of analysis was important to form at least my perspective on the NFT sponsor stuff and you taking it and the consequences of it and everything. Right?
Gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, I love you. Be careful, buddy. Okay.
All right. You too. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy Miami, which, by the way, is nowhere near as cool as Amsterdam.
Okay. Have fun.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, if a smelter is smelting, every 2 seconds it needs 1 titanium. Because every 2 seconds it uses 2 titanium. Oh, so every 1 second it needs 1 titanium. If this belt delivers 30 per second, then I should be able to do 30 smelter, right? That's just true. It's exactly correct. Look at the ends. They're working. I am a god. Destiny, couldn't you treat G2A the same way as Eternal? Some games are not cheaper because of original pricing, just bought on sale and sold later through GTA. I mean, like, all forms of, like, abusing, like, sales and shit like that, though, kind of, like, fuck with game companies really hard. So, I don't know, it seemed kind of... The thing that bothered me the most about GTA was that there were small companies that were getting hurt by G2A. That was the thing that hurt the most, I think, was that it was like there were indie game devs who, like, that's a, man, imagine the brutality of working in game development, but then you don't even get paid well for it. That's like indie game devs. And the fact that some of them were getting fucked in that whole exchange, I don't know, that really bothered me. So I was just never a big fan of Scam 2A. Didn't G2 also buy keys from easily verifiable sources that bought keys with stolen credit cards and shit? I heard that. I don't know how much that was ever proven, but that was like often said, yeah. Do you think saying the indie game dev thing is the same as saying it's okay to rob a big box store versus a mom and pop? No. We can talk about, it doesn't have to be binary. There are degrees of badness. I don't think you should shoplift from like a big box store. I don't think you should. Shoplifting is bad and dumb for a variety of reasons. You shouldn't shoplift. You shouldn't steal shit from Walmart. But stealing shit from a small business, that's like, it's worse. It's so much worse because, like, it sucks for Walmart and it's bad, but like they can absorb a lot more loss or can operate with a lot more risk than like a smaller business can sometimes, Like if you set fire to a Target and burn it down, that's really bad. You shouldn't do that. It's horrible. But if you set fire to a small business, you might like have completely destroyed like an entire family's, like inherited generational longevity, like it's, but they're both bad. They're just, one is really, really bad, Hold on, I need to turn the AC on. I just realized it's not on. 1 sec. Okay, there is a type of towel that exists. And they only go in kitchens, okay? And they suck. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I don't know why anybody ever buys these or has these ever. What are they called? Dish rag. No, wait, is this it? No, there's a certain, the rough one, there's like a certain like texture. Tea towel. Yeah, wait, this is it. I think this might be it. Some of these look like they might be it. Some of these don't look like they might be it. Do you mean the ribbed ones? Yes, newbie question. Yes, the ribbed ones. The ribbed ones. Ribbed towel. What are these? They get better when you wash them over time? Dude, I don't know. They just suck. I feel like if I had a kitchen, I do have a kitchen, I would just put like a normal bath towel in there. Not like a full on, but like one that you would use to like wipe your hands down on a sink. They're so much better than these god awful, horrible fucking, I don't know what these are. Hold on, is it microfiber? We might be getting closer to what I'm thinking of. It's like these types of things. Just looking at this makes me cringe. Like these types of things, they're so bad. They don't absorb any water. I feel like every kitchen I've walked into, people have these. They don't absorb anything. You can't wipe your hand off. It just moves the water around. Oh, you can't see it. They're horrible. They're just so horrible. Ugh. Are they the asshole? Oh. Hold on, we gotta watch some Vaush videos. We haven't triggered Vaush in so long, okay? Let's see. Wait, has he been streaming the last few days? I feel like I haven't seen him. What the fuck? Or how often does he even stream? Oh, because I'm on a new time zone, so maybe. Did you see this? You broke him. Vaush liked. Very awesome that Destiny just quote tweeted one of my partners and made her locked because, and I know this, his fans will harass any LGBT person he quoted. It's so interesting that Vaush, it's funny because Vaush control V'd my stance on how crazy online LGBT communities are. Remember, he's gotten in trouble. People actually consider Vaush insanely transphobic because of him copying my positions. And yeah, so it's funny that he still sides with these communities, but it's, ironically, it's because he's just spite tweeting about me. This was the rant. Oh yeah, this is a 4-hour stream and it's titled Vaush Transphobic Meltdown Stream He Deleted. Why is he siding with these people now? That's so well, I know why. I keep saying why. That's a rhetorical question. It's because he's deranged. It's because he's got destiny derangement syndrome. We're gonna be called Quotergate. True. Wait, I went outside. I didn't even turn on the. Oh, Shima Field. Destiny, can my ribbed dish towel company sponsor your stream? Good one. Wait, you're the guy, right? That does the composition challenges, right? There's no way somebody else has that name. I can't believe it. Oh, hold on. Fuck. I didn't turn my air conditioner on. I went out and I talked to Mel and I didn't even do it. My desk is a built-in cup holder. How sick is that? Okay. My girlfriend caught me jerking off. Oh no. Oh my God. I read the title. That relationship is over. Damn. Today I fucked up because my girlfriend caught me jerking off to my ex's nudes. This happened 3 to 4 hours ago today, so I've been with my current girlfriend for over a year now. We got together 6 months after me and my ex broke up. My girlfriend was out doing Christmas shopping, and I was having a relaxed day off of work, so I decided with the place to myself to jerk off. My girlfriend was out doing... Decided to put some porn on, but after 40 minutes... Jesus, I was getting frustrated and couldn't come, so when this happens, I go to my ex's nudes and videos she sent to me, so I put some headphones on and started going to one of her videos. My girlfriend came home, but I couldn't hear her, so she walked over to me to get my attention or something. She saw my ex's face moaning on the phone and ran out shouting. She drove and isn't answering her phone. It's been 3 hours, and she still doesn't come back. RIP. Me and my girlfriend talked, so she thought I was video chatting with my ex. I explained it was an old video, and she said that it was better than video chatting, but she was still hurt. We talked about it. This would be the final. We decided on couples counseling. What? Jesus. You know what? I think we've argued about this in the past. Listen, if you dated somebody, you probably found them hot. Okay, if you've got dudes or whatever, and they've sent you shit, you've kept shit or whatever, like, fuck it, jerk off to. Who the fuck cares? It's not like this idea that, like, oh, I broke up with them, I'm never gonna find them attractive again. Fuck, that's dumb as fuck. If you want to fucking jerk off shit. But now that's my intellectual answer. Emotionally, most people would probably be super bothered by that. I would imagine, right? Who cares? Your new background isn't dark enough for the atmospheric color lights. It just looks weird. I don't think it looks weird. It just looks... Well, right now it looks like watermelons. Wait, have these changed at all this stream? Or have they been like that the entire stream? The problem isn't that the background isn't... It's not the color of the background. It's the... Oh no, they are changing. It's the fact that so much light is coming in from my window over here, which is like washing everything out. I think that's the problem. If this room was darker, then I think it would work better. But I'll work. I didn't have time. I ordered like $4,000 worth of shit from Amazon this morning to fucking have furniture, so. What are your thoughts on the Pixel 6? I just ordered mine. I'm feeling the battery crunch. But other than that, I love this phone. Way more than my iPhone 10 or 11 or 9 or whatever the fuck one I have. You decided on a piano/keyboard? Lily recommended the Nord or the Yamaha. Good Gravy, Graham, and chat recommended a Roland. I'm not sure. Nord is so badass. I'm gonna be really honest. Nord keyboard. I might be a plebeian, or maybe I'm just not good at piano. I don't know. I played on these quite a bit at Lily's place. I don't like the action of these keys very much. Am I crazy for saying that? Because I feel like these are incredibly popular keyboards. I really didn't like the action. I don't know why. It's hard. I don't have enough experience with keyboards to like put it into words, but it felt like pludgy. I'm trying to invent a word, like mushy, sloogey. Were they too heavy? I don't know how to explain it. I just don't know how to explain it. Like this is what it feels like playing on the keys, like that's what it feels like. I don't know how to explain it. But maybe it's because I'm so used to playing on my other keyboard that's probably not as good as this. Well, no, mine was like $400 or whatever. I'm pretty sure this is my keyboard. This is one of those Nord keyboards, right? The piano sound is very good. But it just, I don't know why, but the feeling of it was just not that good. The end of the action bounces weird. It doesn't have a satisfying end. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't. I like how this is a good advertisement for this water. They're totally in focus the entire time. Keys have resistance. Have you ever played a grand piano? Yes. I like the action of most, I think real pianos feel good. Except for stand-ups. God, I hate stand-ups. Okay. There's not really much reason to not just go to a couple music stores and try a couple things. Yeah, I might do that. I don't know. I should be able to find some in Miami, right? Are you gonna get one with more keys? Yes. Wait. Hello?
I have been bamboozled.
Uh-oh, what did I...
Possibly hoodwinked by you.
What did I do this time?
I was answering questions from chat about everything, okay?
Okay.
And I went through and looked down the holy, unholy trinity of the 3 clips that brought about this entire thing, okay?
Okay, go for it.
And in your sponsorship, okay, you didn't just say buy, okay? You said buy and sell.
Oh, fuck. Well, you got me. You can sell them.
Fuck off, dude. When you say buy and sell, the implication there is that you can make money off it. There's no point in selling something.
If you watch the I mean, you can go and watch the totality of those streams. Nobody walked away from that thinking that I'm telling people that, like, oh yeah, like you can buy and sell your rich. Like, I probably say buy and sell because you can buy and sell on that. But like, I'm very clearly saying like buy and own these fucking moments on stream. Like, I don't think I ever mentioned like, oh, sell them and get rich or blah 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 blah. Like, it's pretty clear what I'm talking about. I'm sure I say buy and sell because it's the functionality of the website, but.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't know about this one. Stinny. Okay. So then your promotion of it wasn't just promoting you focused mainly on the element that you were fine with, which is the buying thing, but there was a little bit of the you know mentioning the less cool aspects of it as well with the selling thing going on there. Kind of with the implication that maybe, if you're saying that, hey, you can buy and sell these things, the implication of buying and selling something is that people can make money off it.
Listen,
right?
The most important money-making part was getting the authentic Destiny signature. You know what? You bamboozled me. I think I know why you're upset. You're just upset that you didn't get an authentic Destiny de-signed mythic rarity Eternals clip. Is that actually what happened?
I did a lot of research. There's one Eternal.gg mythic clip, okay, and it's the I'm actually not gonna say it. It's that clip. People who know, they know.
Wait, hold on. No, that can't be true because I don't think they went and manually curated the clip, so there can't be anything too edgy in there. There's not gonna be like a Kyle Rittenhouse clip.
No. I mean, okay, hold on. So I think it's like Mafat.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That's just not a good clip. That's just not good. You're just...
That's the only mythic one. And you're not only... See, and here's the second issue. You don't even believe in the product. This is the mythic clip, Destiny. This is the big one. This is the big fish. You're supposed to promote this. You're supposed to be like, wow, this is so cool. This is the mythic clip. This is beautiful.
That was just a dumb shit bait, okay? You should be ashamed that you even think that's funny, but...
That's actually the name of that clip.
You're 18, so you'll develop better taste.
Well, go straight to the ageism, huh? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I am.
Wow.
Where do you wait? Why do you why do you talk about American politics so much if you're fucking European?
Because that's all everybody fucking talks about.
You
no, but
You said you live in Amsterdam now?
Yeah, currently live in Amsterdam, and I lived in Sweden for 3 years before that.
Oh, wait, where are you from? Do you say or?
Yeah, so it's a bit complicated, and like if someone were to if I were to give the most descriptive word, and this is so fucking cringe, but global citizen, okay? Because I was born in Sweden, and then we moved to Denmark, and then we moved to to Denmark. Disgusting. I hated it there because it's fucking Denmark. Then we moved to Belgium, then we moved to Singapore, and then we moved to Spain, and then we moved to Sweden, and then I moved down to the Netherlands. So
Jesus.
I've moved around a fuck ton.
Are your parents military, or that's the only way that happens in the U.S. or what?
No, I mean my it was because of my dad's job, but it wasn't like a military job. It was like a logistics job.
So transporting stuff for the military. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Not for the military though. Not completely not related to the military.
That's what they all say. It's okay. When you get older, your dad will tell you what he really did, okay? Have you ever seen Lord of War or whatever?
I don't know of these boomer media you speak of, okay? I was barely able to keep up with all your little Gundam analogies there before, okay?
Okay. Alright, well, have fun. Stay safe, okay? Love you.
Alright, bye-bye.
I've never watched Lord of War before. I've only ever seen that final, like, 10-minute speech that Cage gives to the Ethan Hawke guy. That's the only thing I know. I had an older Motif XS keyboard, and I love the action slash sounds. Nords are beautiful. Rolands are also good, but don't have as much experience. Okay, well, good gravy, Graham. The guy whose composition challenge I roasted, that Zane saved from the grave, and Natsumi, recommended the Roland. Okay, let's get more titanium. When's composition challenge 11? Well, I need a keyboard, so until I get that, it's on hiatus. You seen the new Nicolas Cage movie trailer? You know what? It looks interesting. Oh, can I hold on? I saw something with this. Melina was watching this, and it triggered the fuck out of me. Okay. I think we've talked about this on stream like 20 times, okay? But I just have to do my yearly PSA, all right? Any self-defense video that starts off with your adversary arm's length from you, putting their hand on you, you can safely ignore every fucking thing that video has to say about literally everything, okay? None of that shit is applicable to any real world circumstance. Nobody attacks people like that. Nobody is ever going to be at fucking arm's length from you with their hand on your fucking shoulder to do anything, okay? It's so fucking stupid. I saw it. You were watching TikTok videos. Yo. You want to talk about the most irresponsible platform I've done? I'm going to be totally honest with you guys, okay? You want some good life advice? You want some real Daddy Destiny giving you the real hard-hitting life advice, okay? Stay the fuck away from TikTok. Holy shit, okay? That stuff is like fucking crack for your brain, okay? You will use it, okay, on day one, and it'll be stupid, and then maybe day two, you're like I don't think I'm ever coming with this. It's just a waste of time. And then like day 3 and 4, okay, something will happen. Okay, something will happen in your brain, and you will just, like, it's like taking meth, okay? Hours of your life will just disappear into fucking nothing, okay? When I'm working at night on my laptop and Melina's next to me, I have to tell her to go to the other fucking room if she's gonna watch TikTok, because if I, like, even look over, I'm sucked in for hours, okay? Jesus Christ. Be careful, okay? Stay away from TikTok, guys. Not a good meme. The algorithm is so fucking cracked. Yeah, holy shit. Do I have enough energy? To get home, hopefully. You gonna invest more into your Destiny Debates account? Maybe. That one guy, Vermicelli, I keep calling him Vermicelli, I don't think it's his name. Verdelli? It's supposed to be posted on it, but losing the original Destiny account kind of hurts, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty irritating. Oh, sorry, hold on. Time to catch up.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hi chat, I'm a massive dumbfuck, bully me. Also monkey, ooh, 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 no tears. Jumpers.
/raid. That's tiny.
Did Mr. Mountain say if him and Dan are friends again, or? You need to try YouTube Shorts. I've tried YouTube Shorts,
Yes,
and they're getting better, but...
Chad. Yes, I know no one asked Giga Chad. I know I'm being cringe, and...
They're friends again.
Shut the
Okay, that's
fuck up, Movin', alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
I've ascended Giga Chad.
Because I'm putting 100%.
person is not either black or fat. They can be both.
I feel like
Thus, the
I've
most hurt
outpaced
are
him
fat black people.
intellectually.
Finally, the worst word would be a combo of the two, which I won't dignify by even
Whoa!
hinting to.
Okay. Jesus.
The lights look really good when they go to orange and green for some reason.
That's tiny.
Cool.
Destiny, can my rib dish towel company sponsor your stream?
Maybe.
Here to post Pepe and nothing else.
Thoughts on your boy Jake Paul? Dude, I was in chat last night. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I have an eye for fighting, okay? I just have an eye for it. I called that shit. You can logs me all day,
Stop stuffing
baby.
your fat fucking mouth.
Hey, oh, hi Steve, how is the new place?
All day,
Missed our
baby.
streams.
And round 1, I typed in Jake Paul wins by knockout round 7. It was round 6. He set him up a little bit earlier, but what can I say? Jake Paul's a champion, guys.
Quick question. Do you think Biden stopping the Keystone contributed to inflation? It caused oil companies to speculate on supply and caused massive price increases.
No, I don't think so. I think the Keystone shit has been dead for before Biden came into office, I'm pretty
Nathan
sure.
Pepe.
There it is, boys. What? Oh, I thought I just heard Mr. Mooten talk. I'm having psychosis. He's going to win by KO round 7. Boom. There it was. God, I was so smart. Fuck, I'm so good. Who would win, Jake Paul right now or prime Mike Tyson?
Thank you, Steven.
Oof. That's a really hard one. Mike Tyson in his prime was pretty good, but I think Paul probably needs I'd say 4 or 5 more fights under his belt before he could go toe-to-toe with prime. Before he could go toe-to-toe with Tyson in his prime, I'd say. He needs 3 or 4 more fights. We'll see, you know? 3 or 4 more fights, we'll see.
Shut the fuck up, Mooten, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Guys, what is MuFat?
Because I'm putting 100%.
As requested, I have prepared a meeting with the CEO of Child Labor Services Incorporated regarding the sponsorship deal for the provision of cut-cost armaments to several despotic warlords. Each weapon comes with an NFT of varying rarity.
Yo, Des, it's like that minute hour meme.
Dude, I was shitposting so hard on Twitter last night. There were some great fucking pictures. Holy shit.
like
I was
I've
yoinking these from all over the internet. Hold on.
I am now Mega Brain.
For the record, I'm sorry, because I know somebody's already making a small angry post on my server. I don't know anything about boxing or fighting. I just like triggering the fuck out of people, and there's a lot of material here to do it. My grandpa had Muhammad Ali. My dad had Mike Tyson. I have Jake Paul. True. This is where you guys are right now. Hey, find yourself on this chart, guys. The Jake Paul hater stages. Jake only beat a YouTuber. He can't beat a real athlete. Jake only beat an athlete. He can't beat a true fighter. Okay, he only beat a UFC fighter. He can't beat a boxer. You'll get there, guys. All the way to number 9. I got it wrong. Jake Paul is the greatest boxer of all time. The longest reigning champion in history. And then there was this picture. Holy shit. God damn. Trigger some people on Twitter.
You're a fucking statistician.
Feels good, man.
Thief.
Yep. Welcome to the Jake train. It's every day, bro. True, it is. Absolutely true. It's every fucking day, bro.
Honest opinion. Do you think Vaush calls your right-wingers an insane because he wants to his fan base away from your takes because he is a second-rate version of you? Or do you think it's just an optics thing for far leftists?
I think it's mainly like laziness. He doesn't want to actually engage with my stuff because I think he's actually a little bit afraid of those arguments because either he knows he's wrong or he doesn't think he can defend his points as well as he pretends he can. So I think it's just like a way to like, you know, like, oh, he's a crazy conservative, fuck it, you know. That saves you the trouble of having to engage with anything I say. Somebody asked if I think Jake will ever be a do you think he can get far with all the support he's getting? This is my total guess without knowing anything, and maybe somebody knows more about boxing chime in. My guess is going to be that Jake will probably never try to compete in boxing. He's probably always going to do like these exhibition matches because it's a fuck ton of money, and then he can kind of like pick and choose, you know, like, oh, like this guy used to be good, or like basically try to like pick and choose your opponents, you know? There's a back and forth in, it's either like an anime or a movie or something edgy. Fuck, I think I watched this recently. What was it? Somebody says something like, hold on.
After Jakey Paul is done with boxing, he's coming for you in the marketplace of ideas.
Somebody says something to like the antagonist or protagonist, like, oh, like, you're very skilled or something. And then the guy's like, I've never lost a fight. Or no, maybe he doesn't comment. But some guy basically is like, oh, I've never lost a fight. And I think he says, I've never lost a fight. I'm very skilled. And then the other guy's like, oh, you've just chosen your opponents wisely. Something like that. Where does this come from? Does anybody know what I'm thinking of? Is this from Game of Thrones? Is it? What scene in Game of Thrones is this from? Oh, Ned said it to Jaime Lannister when they go to fight in the street. Is that when he says it? Or is it Ned to Jaime in episode 2? Oh, okay. Maybe it was something like that. But yeah, that saying is like, it sounds like an insult. Like you're, like you've chosen your opponents wisely. It's like, you're fighting weak people. But in reality, choosing opponents wisely is a really important part of anything that you do. It's kind of like at it's like the difference between like training versus like competing or whatever. I guess like, well, no, fuck. I don't want to generalize. This is a hard one to say. When you're playing poker, okay, you don't want to be the worst person at the table, okay? It's not like surround yourself with a bunch of great people that are better than you that you can learn from. No, when you're playing poker, you want to surround yourself with a bunch of fucking losers. They're going to donate your money to you. They're going to donk off all their chips, okay? You know, it doesn't matter if you're the, I think this is a Doyle Brunson quote. It doesn't matter if you're the 10th best poker player in the world. If you're at a table with the 9 best poker players of the world, you're going to get your ass whipped, right? Finding soft tables is a really important thing. And then when it comes to like setting up exhibition matches and shit, like what Jake Paul is doing, finding good opponents is also, that in and of itself is probably a really important skill. Because he doesn't want to get his ass whipped. You know, it's going to take a lot of the steam out of his sails, wind out of his sails, steam out of his engine. And I don't see any reason why Jake Paul would go into, like, why would he compete? You know? Somebody can, like, why would you ever compete if you're Jake Paul? You are a massive celebrity. Your exhibition matches bring in so many views. You sell so many tickets. You make so much money. Like, why go to compete and have like either a middling or potentially subpar like boxing career? Why would you cap everything off that way? You know, it just seems like a bad idea. Like Jake Paul. Now this will trigger. This is gonna trigger. No, it shouldn't trigger. You should know this. If you're a boxer, actually, you should be used to your sport getting shit on anyway, because you've watched your sport degrade over the past few decades into like just stupid exhibition bullshit matches anyway, so you should already know this, right? Jake Paul has already gotten more recognition than probably like 99% of boxers that have boxed professionally. And that's not even an exaggeration. Like, can anybody here name a boxers like Muhammad Ali and like Mike Tyson? Maybe it's a self-report because I don't know many boxers, but like I'm pretty sure like 99% of people couldn't name more than like like some of you might know boxing, but like aside from like those two boxers, like 99% of the normal population, Mayweather maybe, sure, like aren't gonna know very many boxers. So he's already got the recognition, he's already getting the money, right? Why would he go compete, you know? Okay, I need to start running around because I'm gonna run out of energy on this dumbass fucking Hoth planet. Okay, local storage, remote supply. Okay.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm still mad at Dan BTW.
At least until you win at league, so you can blame the feeding on down.
Also, something else I noticed that was really funny is some boxing matches are literally just like DayZ. It is a copy paste of the DayZ stream viewing experience where you're watching the most boring fucking shit for like 20 minutes and you just don't give a fuck. And then one thing happens, and all of a sudden it's like the most hype shit in the fucking world, and it was all worth it. Because, oh my God, that match was so boring. Holy shit, I have never seen two people, okay? These motherfuckers were on MDMA, they were hugging it out so much. It was so boring. And like, the audience was booing. It was so, like, everybody hated it. The announcers were, like, shitting on them. They were like, oh, this is pretty embarrassing to watch. I think they even said that. The announcers were shitting on them. The audience was fucking booing. Fucking the boxers were getting bored. The referee kept saying, like, hey, guys, let's box or whatever. And then Paul landed that one shot, and everybody was on their feet, and the announcers were going crazy, and everybody was like, oh my God. It felt like watching a DayZ stream. We like watch a guy run around in the forest for like 2 hours doing nothing, and then that one hype moment happens, and you're like, God damn. We talked about the Rust server recently. No, but I guess now that I'm here, we could probably start setting it up. This person really wants blood. Scratch a deadbeat dad who mistakes meth for ecstasy and finishes bleeds. What the fuck? Oh my God. If you ever want to hop on stream and chat about it, let me know. Smiley face. Reply. Destroyed. Fuck, I hate not having a keyboard to play. It actually drives me crazy. I'm so lonely at night. What do you guys do when you're done playing games for the day and you don't have a fucking instrument to play? Oh my God. I say as my guitar and my saxophone sit in the background, I guess. Okay, we're done here, aren't we? Yeah, we are. I should have just practiced my guitar for like 5 days when I didn't have anything here to do. That's what I should have done. I did run a lot of errands. So. A brain dead video on the Gus Johnson drama. There's Gus Johnson drama?
Hello everybody, my name is Fraser, and I swear to God, every single time I open the Twitter app, I just lose a part of my soul. It just kind of vanishes, and for this
something. Which,
oh no! Oh God, I remember. Oh God, it all just came back to me. Oh, that was so cringe. Oh my God, because the girl broke up with Gus, she decides to make a roast video of her ex. Oh my God. Okay, we're not watching that again. Don't care about that guy. Probably has a brain dead take. Okay. We have two Vaush videos. Which one do we want first? Vaush reacts to Destiny calling him out in middle of debate, and Vaush addresses if he's scared of debates. We'll do the call out one first, because it's technically from the 13th, so.
Destiny.
JCS video. I'm too lazy to skip the N-word, okay? Somebody can... Maybe we'll do it later. Okay, boom, boom, boom.
Jake was actually going to fight a legit boxer last night, but he had a rib injury and had to be replaced. He's serious about it.
He's serious at looking like he's serious about it. I'll give him that.
Steven, I still play DayZ, and it still looks amazing. Anyways, Vaush has nothing on you. Please fight against this prototype that claims to have more against you. He's just a copy and paste.
Well, thank
Smiley
you.
Face.
I see you pop in my Twitter mentions. I recognize the picture. $100. Jesus.
I know that often they are just too fucking boring, but I feel there is so much content reviewing leftist video essays. They just get to spout side arguments with no retort thoughts.
It's like... Bro, I've gone over a few and they're so bad. But like, I hate watching them for the same reason I never really wanted to do the conservative video reviews you guys wanted me to do. Because like, I'd start watching conservative videos and be like, this is just all like so wrong and stupid and brain dead. And then I just got like really bored. I was like, this is just boring. I don't like doing this. But But the same shit, like, dude, those leftist video essays are really bad. That second thought channel, dude, how can you have a second thought when it sounds like you haven't even had a first one? It's actually so embarrassing how fucking horribly put together those videos are. Oh my God. That guy's got like 2 million subs or some shit. And his other channel is like fucking reviewing supercars. I'm sorry, which is perfect. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Here we go.
He talks directly to Vaush during...
Oh, is this where he pretends he hasn't pre-watched it? Wait, his link is purple. This means he has watched it, right? Did he forget to click it on an incognito browser or something? Am I looking at this wrong? Sorry, okay.
Destiny talks directly to Vaush during actual debate. What?
CTV.
Oh, I just want to say, what? What? It's because he's on the post, I think? I don't think so, because that's a streamable link, and the link is purple, meaning I think he had to have clicked onto it. What? Hi, Vaush. I hope you enjoyed my show tonight. I hope you found some cool arguments.
Did he... Is that him dropping out of the call?
CTV.
Oh, I just want to say, hi, Vaush. I hope you enjoyed my show tonight. I hope you found some cool arguments to co-op for me in the future when your community gets accused of harassment. And don't worry, man. I got your back.
That's the Discord mute noise? I didn't watch his debate. I don't... He watches me. I don't watch him. I saw his debate with Infrared because...
Oh my God, another stun lock. I like how he went right from... He watches me, I don't watch him. But then I watch his debate with Infrared at like the next sentence. Okay, but I'm sure there's a really good reason why.
I saw the Twitter clip of Jackson Hinkle doing his weird little flex. And that looked like it was worth watching. And it was. At least part of it, you know. He's like in a panel.
Wait, how can you think that was... Let's be honest. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but that was really cringe. He came on like he was trying to like Sam Suter me, and then he just walked away. It was actually like one of the most fucking cringe interactions I think I've ever had on a stream before.
Oh, he's on the Hippy Dippy panel? That's really weird. I think he thought you were going to go...
I always like how... when my favorite thing that Vaush does is... I think I've pointed this out before. Oh, I did it when I was in an argument with him. He does this weird thing where when he thinks that somebody else is being dumb, he starts to put these pauses between everything, and then his inflection just rises and rises, and the pauses get longer, and I don't even know what you are doing. But he does this like so much.
The actual Jake debate for some reason? Why? Did you just check the closet to see if he's there? Yeah. Here's the difference between the two streamers. Destiny brings up Vaush unprompted surprisingly often. Vaush doesn't really mention him until somebody donates or tweets, hey, did you see what Destiny said? Hey, that's what happened this time too. It's really, it is genuinely quite weird. Turn around, he's behind you. Yeah. Destiny hates you so much. This obsession can't be explained other than anger towards your success. I genuinely don't know if that's it. Cause like, I'm pretty sure in total he still has a larger internet presence than me. It's, I don't know, comparable? I don't really know. I think he just follows you because it makes for good content. No.
I think maybe he has a... It's comparable. Maybe, I don't know.
I disagree. Destiny historically has not been like super content sharky, you know? Like he'll play League for 8 hours or whatever. Like I don't think he's like... I don't think that he's super geared towards forcing himself to do things he doesn't care about because it's good content. I think he's just obsessive. It just feels like a bit of a mental break. Just blind spite. That's the best explanation I have. You know, I haven't found a better one.
As he likes tweets calling me transphobic.
Because when you have nothing to say about how good my positions are, the next best thing that you can do to cry about it is to complain that I stole all of them.
Imagine that level of projection. I criticize Vaush's arguments all the time. We did it on all these debate panels. I've gone through so many of his videos, like how dog shit his arguments are. Meanwhile, his only response to me is to call me obsessed. Because I'm a political commentator commenting on another political commentator's comments? You
know? He did this most spectacularly with the whole, well, actually, market socialists are liberal things. It was brilliant, you know? He was like, all socialists are basically the same as Nazis. They're bad. Their arguments are bad. But he didn't really have anything against market socialism, so he was like, well, you're liberals anyway. And it's like, okay, well, then why don't you agree with us? And he's like, well, because you're socialists, and that's like Nazis. And
Does this really sound like any... Like, come on. You've listened to me for 10 years. Does that sound like an argument that I would make? Why don't you agree with market socialists? Because you're Nazis. I've said multiple times in the past why I don't agree with market socialists, because then getting the capital to start co-ops among all members would be really difficult. Hiring and firing employees when every single employee has to have ownership in a company is really difficult. I don't even know if that ownership structure is necessarily profitable. I don't necessarily know how you would fund businesses like this because you can't really do loans and shit. Otherwise, it's just capitalism with a couple steps removed. Like, I've given a lot of reasons why I don't think market socialism is a viable like product. But I mean, I guess we can also pretend that it's just because I think they're Nazis.
He really did that. It was really that dumb. It was this like.
It really was that dumb. Really.
It was like if you can't contend with it. He used to be so much brighter. Well. Remember when he called you a terrorist? He then went on a panel to defend that position, and it didn't go well because, by his own definition, he would be a stochastic terrorist with a number of death threats he's made and used his Twitter and Twitch platform to attack people in groups he does like, and he's mostly dropped it, lol. Yeah, I do remember that particular arc.
You know, I will say, if Vaush ever wants to come on and chat about any of these strong claims he's making, it'd be a lot of fun to do it, you know?
I'm very proud of myself for not paying it any attention, you know? He's kind of like a screaming kid. Like, if you give them what you want and give them attention. I bet you if I debated him on it, he'd still be calling me one. But in the absence of me engaging with him, you know, he has to find another thing. Next time it'll be, you know, like I'm literally an ISIS. Maybe just Dressy. I'm definitely, like, happier than him, I think. He doesn't look very happy, but I don't know. Anyway, I think that I honestly...
Dude, the projection is so crazy. Like, what part of my content recently, like me hanging out with Melina, me being in Miami, me eating dinner with friends, like what part of me like looks like not happy? Like me finally going to the gym and doing stuff. Like, I'm so curious, like what part now, if he's watched streams of me playing League, I could definitely get that. Okay.
I think that, like, depending on where you set the line for stochastic terrorism, all of us could kind of fit in that definition, you know? So, if a person produces a ton of content where they talk about immigrants as though they're like cockroaches, they're filthy, they're destroying our country, blah, 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 like, I would say that's a kind of stochastic terrorism because you're suggesting a worldview in which the only solution to existential problems.
Keep going. Is violence. This is a control plus V. Go ahead. I've said this verbatim before. Yes.
You're, you know, suggesting exist.
Is
like, for instance, with Lawrence Southern, like the great replacement theory. Like, we literally saw that stochastic.
Yeah, that's right. This is literally what I've said before, verbatim. Go ahead.
Terrorism. You know, you had the Christchurch shooting. Which is a pretty, I think, you know, not necessarily.
What is Vaush's rationalization for not talking to you? I don't actually know. I mean, I can guess why, but that's not gonna like sound good faith, obviously. What does he say? I think he says that like I'm too deranged or I'm too spiteful, so it's not worth engaging with me because I'm bad faith. I think that's what he says, because I'm bad faith.
Direct one-to-one, but there are certainly relationships. The issue is though, this takes the like, this can fit so many things, right? Like, is a person a stochastic terrorist if they're talking about how like the wealthy are destroying the world with their economic inequality, and like then somebody assassinates a wealthy person? Well,
now it could be. Now, if we really wanted to use our big brains here, we could argue that that is a type of terrorism, but the big brain argument might be, I don't know if I can say this on Twitch, but like maybe not all forms of terrorism are necessarily bad, right? That would be the really big brain argument. So, for instance, maybe you could argue that the Tea Party, that when the pre-revolutionary British people, when they threw all the tea into the fucking whatever bay, that was an act of terrorism, right? You know, was it bad? You could argue that some forms of like civil rights marches are forms of terrorism depending on what they did, you know, but is it bad? You know, it depends. Like, there are forms that we would call like righteous civil disobedience or righteous disobedience, you know, completely. Any terrorism by people in Africa, for instance, trying to throw off European empires, Algeria, etc. Sure, yeah.
Problem that the person was pointing out to begin with was real. Does the problem being real mean it's not stochastic terrorism? Or like what level of implied violence fits that definition?
This is just, he just won't engage with it like in an interesting manner. Because I think it should be pretty obvious that like you could think your way to that. But I don't know if he's like in, he's pretty upset lately, guys. Hold on. Boom, and then 1, 2, boom. I don't even know if he's like capable of going into those directions anymore.
I don't know if there are serious answers to these questions. It's actually pretty difficult, I think, to make any strong determinations there. Yeah, well, ultimately my line would be that, you know, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with political violence. Anyway, there's nothing inherently wrong with political violence. I don't think, you know.
Okay, yeah,
and
you got there.
Maybe you could make an argument for the validity
of
stochastic terrorism if it's being done in a
okay, he
way.
did get there. Good
For
job.
example, with slavery. If slavery was still
Wow.
around today and there were people...
Fuck, did I pre-watch this? Okay, good job. His Destiny education is showing through. You've got some good influences, kid.
Saying, like, anything must be done to free the slaves, blah, blah. Like, I would defend the hell out of that, you know? I'll defend John Brown. I think that he was poggers. Oh, right, Shu. Yeah, yeah. I think, like, at the end, I think my big awakening on this is the understanding that there's nothing inherently wrong with political violence because it's all around us all the time. Political violence is present when we watch the news in the morning, it's present when we vote, it's present when we call our police, or when we pay our taxes.
A little bit reductionist,
Political
but
violence
okay.
is absolutely everywhere. Abstracted to different levels, sure, some of it's bad, some of it's good, some of it's severe, some of it's minor, but it's all there, all the time. Oh, wait. No, I don't. Because it felt like double dipping. I thought it was when you punched Richard Spencer. Well, sure, I mean, that's part of it too, right? I've kind of moved away from the whole punching Richard Spencer thing, mostly because, as fun
Daddy
as it
Destiny
is, don't
did.
get me wrong, this is not about sympathy to the guy.
Sorry.
I worry that sometimes stuff like that accomplishes nothing outside of giving crybaby right-wingers something to victimize themselves over for years to come, you know? Now, sometimes that doesn't happen, like Richard Spencer didn't get a second wind because of being punched, like, meaningfully in the long run, but I wonder if, like, you know, it'd be like, you know, the far right are just, like, looking for an excuse. The Proud Boys do that. They want to get punched because then they can, you know, cry about it and blah-de-blah. Have lefties done anything comparable to Charlottesville or January 6th? In the United States, in recent memory, no. Not within the past 50 years. Maybe back in, like, the 20s there was some... Charlottesville and Jan 6 are pretty particular to the modern world, I think. Jan 6, nothing even close. Charlottesville...
Hold on, wait. Real quick, I gotta call out some bullshit, okay?
Not really. We had Jazz for that particular...
Okay, I don't care about this anymore. Okay, heads up, alright? So apparently, David Pakman does a lot of, like, Bitcoin and NFT sponsors or whatever. Okay, Lauren Southern tweeted, damn, it feels good to be sponsored by something that can't just be downloaded by someone else. Noble Gold Invest, okay? I'm about to drop some hard facts on the conservative gold hoarders here, okay? If you are hoarding gold because you feel like there's going to be some catastrophic market failure, if you are getting certificates or digital receipts of that gold, it is worth as much as a fucking NFT or cryptocurrency, okay? If the world economy collapses and you're like, good thing I have all of these digital tokens saying that I own gold, you're not getting that gold, okay? Nobody's going to give it to you. You got to show up with a rifle and kill people for it in a video game. There's no chance that that company is going to go ahead and ship things to you in the middle of some apocalyptic economic meltdown, all right? I'm just saying, all right? Nothing was funnier to me than conservatives that would like, oh, buy gold, because in case the economy melts down. And it's like, okay, well, are they actually sending you the gold? No, but like I own it. Well, where is it? I don't know, in a warehouse somewhere in Pennsylvania? Like, okay, good luck getting it, dude.
The difficulty that I have is...
Okay, Vaush addresses if he's scared of debate. So now we'll find out why he doesn't. Why don't you debate anymore, Vaush?
The difficulty that I have is, for me, debating is a means to an end. I don't do it for its own sake, though I do think it's quite fun. I like debates because they help you guys familiarize yourselves with the processes by which you can respond to arguments on the fly. And that's very important to me. You know, that's a skill the left lacks, the ability to just right then, right there, come up with an argument, respond to something. That's very important. Rhetorical skill, you know. But you have to handle that stuff responsibly. And the issue that I've had is that it seems like there are plenty of ways to manage debates poorly. So, for example, the whole Destiny Lauren Southern thing. You know, now Lauren Southern's like, you know, some prominence again. And what? Why? You know, attention given, nothing gained except YouTube views, really. Not worth it. Not a good trade-off. You debate people when you think there will be good outcomes. And the rhetorical end of things will always be a good outcome for you guys, I think. And it will always get my channel views, but it's also preferable to me that you not jumpstart bad people's careers. So conservative shows, platforms podcasts. It's the reason why I didn't go to the Better Discourse conference. Because to me, it's a bit...
You didn't go. I wonder why you didn't go.
Bullshit. I'm a leftist, and a large one, that. Huge, even relative to the size of other people in the online left. Yes, MythCon. So if I go there, what do I get, right? Will I get maybe 1 or 2 YouTube videos out of it? You know? I go on a panel or 2. What do they get? Well, the conservative platform gets a huge amount of attention for having hosted me. And all the conservatives there, of which there are no doubt quite a few, I didn't actually look at the guest list, but I know who they tend to platform, they're all going to get content by adjacency. You know? Oh, you know, they're going to talk to me for 10
If you
minutes.
listen to this argument, the really funny thing about it is that it's basically a long-form version of saying, I can only do what gets me the most amount of clout. It's basically the long-form version of that. Now, if I'm phrasing a little bit more generously, no, I'm not going to phrase it a little more generous, actually. That's really what it is. Yeah.
Minutes here. Ooh, have a talk with me, blah, blah. And the total exchange of attention given is very much in their favor, in the favor of the conservatives, you know. Any type of engagement or exposure is a two-way street of, you know, relative attention afforded and gained. That's why Ben Shapiro doesn't have any old Twitter person on his podcast. You know, you have to be careful with who you talk to. So I think that I'm limited at this point to talking to people who are either my size or larger, or around that, you know, not exactly my size, but in the ballpark.
Indubitably.
People who I feel have no chance of developing any meaningful career out of the attention I give them. Or people who I don't think the attention that I give them can be leveraged into some kind of meaningful advocacy. If that makes any sense. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So the funny thing is that, like, if we were to universalize that maxim, if we were to take what he's saying and make it so that every other person followed the same thing, that means that Vaush is never debating again. Because why would any conservative ever platform him if there might be a worry that he could gain more off of them than they could gain off of him, right? So if assuming that everybody acted in the same way that Vaush did, he should never be talking to anybody else ever. He should never do another debate with a bigger person or with any person, because he won't debate smaller people, you know?
What is your response to people who say, quote, well, isn't that essentially the excuse Stephen Cold Feet Crowder used against Sam Cedar?
Yep.
Yeah, a couple points. First of all, he's lying. Sam Cedar is a hugely relevant figure, so...
How many monthly views does the Majority Report get? They're at 7 million monthly views. Stephen Crowder. What is Stephen Crowder at? Stephen Crowder's at 20 million. And the Majority Report, they pumped his channel up a ton, right? Like they, don't they post like 5 videos a day? Like Crowder has 4 times as many subs, almost 6 million, whereas the Majority Report is a little bit over 1 million. He gets 3 times the monthly views. Like, I think Stephen Crowder could totally apply the same argument that Vaush is applying. He doesn't want to platform Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. He just doesn't want to do it, you know? I think that if Stephen Crowder could use that same argument for sure.
Critically, he's lying. That's a big part of that. Now, you could say you don't want to bolster Sam Cedar's career. The issue is that Stephen Crowder, excuse me. The issue is that Stephen Crowder does the debate jump shark thing himself. He does his change my mind. He'll spring debates on people. He'll try to... So for him to then complain, you know...
But didn't Vaush build his whole early career debating larger figures? Isn't that what Vaush literally did? Isn't that where he came from? Do you have donations off? Yeah, pause them while I'm reviewing content. So isn't that kind of hypocritical of Vaush then? Like...
about somebody else doing it to him is a little bit funny. Additionally, you can't even really speak to the clout engagement because Sam Cedar is not as large as Ethan Klein. That's true. However, since Ethan Klein's presence there was a guarantee that the same audience would be accessing the potential debate between Sam Cedar and Stephen Crowder, the decision not to debate him wasn't one which could have been born by some utilitarian analysis of the relative harm or benefit of debating. The audiences were the same either way. The truth is clear. Steven Crowder feared Sam Seder because Sam Seder was a better interlocutor than Crowder. Massively so.
So, how pedantic do I want to be here? When you say somebody's a better interlocutor, doesn't this typically just mean that somebody is capable of having a good conversation with you? It doesn't actually mean they're a better debater, right? Where are my psych people or my philosophy people? So like somebody that is a really good interlocutor is like, oh, this person understands what I'm saying really well, and they're capable of engaging with me in a conversation. It's like a therapist should be a really good interlocutor. They should be able to talk to you, understand your feelings, have a good conversation back and forth with you. Pisco is an example of somebody who's a really good interlocutor. And that, not that he's smart or any of that shit, he's not, no, I'm just kidding. But that he can like understand what I'm saying and then like spit it back to me in a way that I agree with, blah, blah, blah. Like that makes him a good interlocutor. Yeah, being good faith, being charitable, understanding the other person, that's a good interlocutor. He means to say that Sam Seder was a better debater, not interlocutor, but he's trying to find really big words to use, so I'm sorry.
The truth is clear. Steven Crowder feared Sam Seder because Sam Seder was a better interlocutor than Crowder. Massively so. No other explanation makes sense there. Excuse me. Especially since they hadn't debated before. I mean, if they had some rapport, you know, or if they debated, say for example, if they'd already debated 13 times over the course of 10 years, and one of them just kept trying to jump on to panels to talk to him, you know, maybe that's a bit of a different story, all things considered. But considering all the circumstances, I think that Sam Seder was well in his right to call him out for his cowardice. Hopefully you understand what I'm getting at here. It's one of the reasons I don't mind the whole, like, tanky debates quite as much, even though I feel like they're a bit oversaturated on my channel. It's because the online tanky space is really quite small. It's not, like, a very large one. And they're very insular. So I feel like whenever I talk, like when I talk with Mel, for example, right? Could have handled that debate a bit better. Could have been, more sexist, you know, to start. That would have been helpful. But, you know, she got some Twitter followers after that. But did it increase the total number of tankies in the world, you know? The total number of red fascists? I don't really think so. I think it just put eyes on the one that I talked to, but I don't think it, like, moved people over, spurred a career or anything like that. So, anyway, lots of thoughts to go into it, but I have to be responsible. Otherwise...
Lots of thoughts, guys.
This whole YouTube channel is nothing more than a project to my own self-gratification, which I never wanted it to be. I mean, obviously I care about the political goals. Don't you think overthinking all this could lead to things getting a bit dull? No, I don't think I'm overthinking this. I think that I'm putting the same amount of thought into this as most anyone who cares about political outcomes in my position should. It's just a basic responsibility of being a public figure. Now, the difficulty is thinking about this and then navigating, you know, the outcome. Like, well, now how do we get debates? And I've had a couple of thoughts, so we'll get working on it. Don't worry. Want to have a conversation with smaller leftists with different perspectives? Because it's boring as hell. I'm sorry. I hate the friendly convos with lefties are, unless you're coming at me with some crazy, wicked sick info that I'm going to grow from as a person, I get super bored. Like, friendly collab stuff, and you guys get bored too, and I can tell because you never watch those videos where I talk to the IWW representatives, people with real experience in helping people build unions, half the views or less of adjacent videos where I make fun of Ben Shapiro for 5 minutes. I know what you all like, you know, you don't want that either. The Indigenous activist was great, yes, of course, and I learned quite a bit from that. Also, that was relevant to some immediately interesting drama. It wasn't just an impromptu conversation. Oh, of course they're important resources, but a lot of convos, if you've watched me for any length of time, you know that a lot of convos with lefties are just like, yeah, you know, I think we should do this, and oh, wow, you think that? Well, I also thought that. It's almost like we have 99% of the same views and just approach them a different way. Oh, oh my, wow, you really do think that, like, we need to, like, work on this right now? Or, like, yeah, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, Zan, the viewers will deny it, but the numbers speak for themselves. Real policy talk / productive convos don't bring in viewers. Well, I think it's the issue isn't policy talk or productive convos. It's you have to frame them appropriately. Just doing it in a friendly back and forth convo doesn't bring in viewers. But if you can find a way to deliver the policy talk, the productive convos in ways people find engaging, that, I think. There's a reason why in my talk with Kyle Kalinske, the title opens with confronting him on his old tweets, okay? I know that's half the reason that video has 200,000 views or so, okay?
Damn.
And it hurt me to put that in, you know? Because I thought the whole convo was great, but I know what YouTube is like, and I know what people click on.
Hurt him, guys. Hurt.
But it still sucks. I feel like when I do that, because I'm the one who wrote that title, I feel like I'm being very cynical, you know? Like... You know, like, oh, my viewers are too dumb to appreciate the real convo. But the numbers are what they are. And frankly, I fall for clickbait too. So it's not like I'm any better. I know I'm smart, and I'll still... Oh, this video is, you know, gonna show me 10 tips to do Kegels.
What? Okay, fuck, that was boring. New second thought video. How the moderates serve the right. Oh boy! Why torture us? Because, guys, I'm trying to build a factory here, okay? We need something to watch. Oh my god, this person has problems. Okay. Jesus. Why are we posting not safe word? Chill. It's going to be the liberals aren't left shit. Yes, moderates. He's going to probably include the entire Democratic Party as the moderates. Or at the very least, every non-progressive Democrat. This channel is probably one of the worst channels I've seen on YouTube in terms of, like, intelligence in content. Like, oh my god, it's actually so bad.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. We just did a major overhaul of our patrons-only Discord server, so if you'd like to join our growing community and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. You've read the title, you've seen the thumbnail, you've inspected the element and combed through the metadata. This episode is about moderates, centrists, independents, pragmatists, middle grounders, fence straddlers, and the ungodly, unceremonious, electable politician. Today...
Nothing makes progressives more upset when you talk about electability because they realize that none of their fucking opinions are anywhere near as popular as they think they are because most of them are dog shit.
We're looking at everyone's political neighbors in the middle of the street. Let's get this started. Cue the MLK.
This is literally the best representation of the left versus the right, by the way. Like, everybody on the left is just like, we want civil rights. Everybody on the right is just like, we want to kill black people. What a great way to start this video off. Nice.
First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate.
The one MLK quote that every single lefty likes to wheel out and then throw him back in the closet. Okay, we're done with you, Barton.
I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice.
Look, I already know what you're going to say. JT, please describe to me in political science terms what a moderate is. Fine. but only because I want to. And as punishment for being so presumptuous, I'll start with the difference between the left and the right. You probably already know the story of the two terms. During the French Revolution, those who wanted to laisser les bon temps brûler with absolute monarchical power sat on the right side of the assembly, their version of the House, and the no-good radicals who wanted to try out terrifying and capricious parliamentary monarchy, sat on the left. This is a pretty specific issue to disagree about. So when people, i.e. academics with too much free time, try to come up with meaningful differences between the left and the right that hold true across most of global political history, you get very vague distinctions between the two political families. While today we associate the left and the right mostly with their stances on specific economic issues or cultural debates, the most fundamental distinction that you can probably draw between these two is that the left seeks to change society into something new, and the right seeks to preserve present society or go back to something old. In practice, that usually means the left seeks to undermine established hierarchies and distribute power and wealth more equally, and the right seeks to preserve hierarchy and order since most existing societies are or were built around power being concentrated in very few hands. But obviously, such a simple distinction will certainly make you mad, so be sure to comment why and how I've actually gotten it completely wrong in the comments section. I sure would hate for this video to get more engagement. Anyway, we've lost the plot a little bit here. We're not focusing on either of these groups. We're talking about the illuminated minds who can look past the squabbling of these dirty extremes. Moderates. The people who reject petty ideological battles, and at the end of the day, just know better than you and I. Just listen to how terrible the extremes are in this No Labels video on the Biden infrastructure bill.
We've seen this movie before. No, not those movies. This one.
We will not support bipartisan legislation.
I'm telling the Republican senators that we're not going to stand for it.
The extremes on the left and right are trying to defeat a two-party solution for partisan purposes. 3 out of 4 Americans agree on the infrastructure bill that creates jobs, helps families, doesn't raise taxes, and powers America to beat China. Don't listen to the extremes. Support bipartisan infrastructure now.
Cool. Okay, fine. Let's be a little bit more charitable and actually understand what's going on here. Centrists and moderates in the US, the two terms are pretty much interchangeable, are people and politicians who are not entirely satisfied with the political programs of either.
I don't know if in US politics, nothing he said in this video so far has been really wrong. I don't know if I agree that, I don't know, is centrist a term that's used outside of like the internet? I definitely hear moderates and I definitely hear independents, but I don't know if I hear people say centrist. That sounds like that sounds more like an internet kind of like YouTuber term. Like I'm trying to think like Fox News, CNN, politicians. I feel like I don't usually hear the term centrist. I feel like I always hear moderates and I always hear independents. But maybe there's just something I've missed there. I don't know.
Major political party. Unlike people who reject both parties.
Centrist is used in political party names in Europe. Yeah, maybe in Europe. Something that's really interesting. Oh, I've started using this program called Zotero to save articles, but I don't think I was using it back then. It was either a 538 article or it might have been a Noah. Oh, I've heard centrist Dems. I've heard that before. Well, maybe have I? I'm not sure. There is an article on It had to do with basically the idea is there is no centrist in America. There aren't really centrists and there aren't really moderates. But instead, what happens is we tend to call people moderates or centrists when they have a variety of positions that aren't really neatly filed into like the Republican or the Democratic Party. That's what actually happens. That I think it's incredibly rare to find somebody who's like in the middle on abortion and gun rights and big versus small government. Like that's actually a really difficult thing to find. Oh, that 538 article, that might be it. The moderate middle is a myth. Instead, what happens is you actually have a collection of people who like, these are all people that are super pro-life. They're super pro-choice. I think people should have abortions, but they're also like really big in guns. They really like guns. So these people will be called moderates or centrists, but they don't actually have moderate or centrist opinions. They just have a collection of things that they agree with on the left and a collection of things they agree with on the right, basically. Yeah. I feel like that's an important distinction to have, because sometimes people use the term centrist, like this guy did in the beginning of his video. We're like, oh, we need to compromise on civil rights. I don't think that's really what a moderate is. A moderate is just somebody that doesn't fully agree with one political party. They have like things that they agree with both parties about. How long are you sponsored by Surfshark? I think we renewed for another 3 months, which is crazy to me, but I guess you guys are buying it, so good job. Look at this Vaush thread. We will bury... Jesus Christ. Mansion and cinema are vile pieces of trash, but it's important to remember that if they were both replaced with progressives, or if the Democrats suddenly had a +2 Senate majority, 2 other moderate Dems would suddenly have principled oppositions to raising our national debt. One thing I really want to do next elections is I might familiarize myself way more with like the whole electoral landscape. Like, who are the senators in the red or the purple districts? Who are the representatives in the purple districts? Because I don't know all these off the top of my head. But what I'm willing to bet is that Mansion and cinema are both relatively unique. If I had to guess, there's probably like a couple other senators that are in purple areas, but I doubt there's that many that are in like ultra vulnerable districts. Like, I think Mansion is definitely unique. Cinema is kind of unique. The other senator is a Democrat, but her coalition of voters is very mixed compared to his. Mark Kelly, I think. So I mean, if you had like a +2 majority or a +4 majority, I don't think you would keep running into more and more moderate Dems. Like, I think you would probably have a much easier time passing legislation. But I find that quite unlikely. Which 2 senators do you think would have done that? Oh, this is a good response. No, nothing TV. Surprising. Usually it's just shit posting like a fucking loser. I also think this attitude is pretty harmful. It just reinforces the false notion that electing Democrats accomplishes absolutely nothing. No, it still accomplishes plenty. It keeps Republicans out of office, which would do far worse, and Dems who do pass some good stuff Republicans won't, but there's a limit, and the rotating villain strategy is an effective way of not going past that limit. They're only liberals after all. Rotating villain strategy. That's an incredibly naive and juvenile reading of the electoral landscape, that they just like put up Mansion and cinema for like fun to have a villain. That's a really conspiratorial way of viewing our Congress. There's no doubt that there is a limit. I just don't see how the Build Back Better plan went past that limit. It's not some radical socialist bill. Do you think that's the limit for the Democratic Party? Radical socialism, and they're gung-ho for everything below that. No, I just think BBB wasn't past the limit. Had a few Senate races, North Carolina, Maine, Florida in 2018, gone differently. I'm pretty confident the bill would have passed. I think this is probably true, what No Nothing is saying. Maybe it's impossible to know for sure who plans what or who secretly agrees with who. I think it's all of these conversations, I think people are usually pretty open about who's talking to who. Like the whips on the floor, like I have this guy's vote, I don't have this guy's vote. I don't know if these conversations are necessarily secret. I feel like people are pretty open about who's, like we hear a lot about like who is Mansion, is he going to vote for it, is he going to support it, or is cinema supporting it, I think it's far more likely than the alternative, but we'll keep voting in Dems and see. It's not like my advocacy for them has ever relied on their effectiveness. Gotcha. Your original tweet seemed to express an amount of certainty that I don't think was justified by doing it. It's possible. At the end of the day, continued advocacy is really what matters. We will bury them. What does this mean? He means bury right-wingers. He's talking about Poppy. Bury them in the polls. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's weird.
From the opposite ends of the spectrum, moderate politicians, moderates in the US. The two terms are pretty much understand what's going on here. Centrists and moderates in the US, the two terms are pretty much interchangeable, are people and politicians who are not entirely satisfied with the political programs of either major political party. Unlike people who reject both parties from the opposite ends of the spectrum, moderates are most at home in the supposed bipartisan middle. They usually like saying things like, "We're neither left nor right." We'll get to that sentence in a minute. But first, we might want to understand centrists a little better. If we are to assume the definition of left and right as historically transcendent terms about the stance one has towards present society and values like egalitarianism, being a centrist doesn't really make sense. Over time, movements that start out on the left, like liberalism...
Okay, so he's making basically the big mistake that I just said in the beginning of the video. So people assume that centrist means that you agree with no positions on the left or right, but rather you want a moderated position between everything. That's not true, though. Here's an example of what might be, like, this person might be considered like a moderate, right? You might have a coal worker that lives in, West Virginia. Sorry, I was thinking I meant to say it, right? You might have like a coal worker that lives in West Virginia. And this guy might actually be like, he might be pro-gun, and he might be anti-abortion. But you know, this guy's a coal worker. He's a union guy. He's also like really big in favor of like worker rights, and he doesn't like the fact that Republicans constantly try to, you know, like fuck over unions and shit. So even though he's conservative on some social issues, this guy might come out and vote Democrat. I believe this is what Blue Dog Democrats were like way back in the day, right? You might get a guy that's like socially conservative in a lot of positions, but he's left leaning when it comes to some economic things, and that's enough for him to vote Democrat. You know. So this idea of like, that guy's a moderate, meaning he's in the middle of everything, that's not true. That's not what moderates are. Moderates aren't people that are in the middle of everything. They feel strongly about things, but those things just come from both the left and right political parties in the United States. Oh yeah, as well as the Reagan Republicans who are from Detroit, sure.
Republicanism, or even parliamentary monarchy, become solidly right-wing movements without ever changing their ideology because they replace the old right and become contested by the new, more radical left. In such a position, centrism becomes nothing more than a conservative ideology. Its prime directive is resistance to change.
Wait, this is a really... Okay, fuck. I didn't initially disagree with his like changing versus keeping the same, but like, if that's true, doesn't that mean everything becomes conservatism eventually? Like, what if we reached the perfect egalitarian society and then we didn't want to change it anymore because it was perfectly egalitarian? Did we just become conservatives? Isn't that kind of a weird way to look at it? Or because we don't want to change anything now, we want to conserve it? Okay.
And as a result, it's not, as they claim, neither left nor right, it's just right-wing. It might have been on the left in yesterday's society, but now that the goals of the old left are the established order and have become the new conservative right, preserving present society with only incremental and moderate reform, which is what centrists believe in, becomes a profoundly conservative worldview. And it makes sense that this is where moderacy settles, because it has to compromise between two completely opposing ideas: changing society in a new way, or keeping it the same. Think about classic centrist statements like, we just need a mix.
Fuck, now I feel like I want to fight on this definition a little bit more. Like, changing society in a new way versus keeping it the same. Like, couldn't you argue that both sides want to do different things for both things? That was vague. But like, when it comes to Social Security, that's something that we want to conserve, right? Most people are in favor of Social Security. But Republicans trying to replace Social Security with private insurance, wouldn't that make them progressive under that definition? They're trying to progressively change it into something new. But liberals on the left, or socialists on the left or whatever, they're conservatives. They're trying to conserve Social Security as the old order, right? Or, you know, Republicans that are trying to destroy unions, like, oh, well, we want to move into like, where everything is, all open shops, anybody, right to work, all of that. That's like a newer way to view employment. You know, no unions at all. Like, well, that's new. That's progressive. But liberals or lefties they're very conservative. They want to go back to like old like union structures. You know, like that's a pretty conservative. You're trying to conserve with. That's kind of ordinarily when someone's like, oh, conservatives want to conserve and progressives want to change. Like, okay, whatever, I guess. But if we're going to be really strict on this definition, now we're going to start to use it in arguments. I don't know if that really works that well. You know.
Or keeping it the same. Think about classic centrist statements like, we just need a mix of socialism and capitalism. An idea that makes absolutely zero sense when you understand the two ideologies and that their base disagreement about the ownership of the means of production makes them fundamentally incompatible. Okay, this all might seem a little confusing. Let's get away from the theory for a second and look at something concrete, like the Biden brand of centrism.
It's funny he'll say that, but there's a whole brand of socialists called market socialists that is also inherently contradictory, because a socialist should want to change both the means of production and the mode of production, not producing things in the commodity form. You don't want to produce things for a profit. You want to produce things that are socially necessary and good. So a market socialist is failing half of that. So market socialists are a mix of capitalism and socialism in a way that's both contradictory, but it also works because people say it does. But you know, whatever.
For a second and look at something concrete, like the Biden brand of centrism.
Is this the guy who has a second channel where he reviews supercars? Yeah, he does. I can't believe we found that. Oh my god. He does. Does anybody have a link to that second channel? Oh my god, dude. It's actually just so perfect. I don't even remember how we stumbled onto it. Oh yeah, it was this here.
If you've been on the channel for a while, you've probably heard me mention the secret project I've been working on with Joseph from Real Life Lore. Well, after almost a year of planning and shooting, we're finally ready to launch. As of right now, you can catch our new car show, Grand Test Auto, right here on YouTube. We review everything from muscle cars to electrics to autocycles, supercars, and of course, the Toyota Corolla. Grand Test Auto will always be free and supported by sponsors here on YouTube. But if you'd like to watch the show ad-free and see new episodes months before everybody else, you can sign up for an account on Nebula and watch Grand Test Auto along with tons of other original content from your favorite educational YouTubers. Either way, we've had a lot of fun making this new show, and we hope you guys will love it too. So, if you like cars, or you just want to see Second Thought and Real Life Lore joke about how bad the Corolla is for 20 minutes, come check out Grand Test Auto by following the link below.
Wait, what's wrong with the Corolla? Or do they just mean like as like a racing car, it's not good? I thought Corollas were like notoriously like reliable cars. Like that's a car that you buy when you want to have a daily driver that lasts for like 300, 400,000 miles or something. Maybe not 300,000 or 400,000, but like. Am I the only one confused by the irony of a channel heavily devoted to class struggle and climate crisis awareness making a channel about test driving wildly expensive and extremely wasteful vehicles? To get these comments. Oh, that was the only bad one though. Everybody else is on board with it. How interesting.
I know how to make government work. Not because I've talked or tweeted about it, but because I've done it. I've worked across the aisle to reach consensus, to help make government work in the past. I can do that again with your help.
Oh, I've said this a couple times. I've been totally wrong. We did get some Republican votes on the, fuck, I don't remember the name of the bill. The big one that passed, the infrastructure bill. Is it called the infrastructure bill? Was there an official name for it? There were like 6 or 7 Republicans, I think, that voted on that in the Senate. Wait, 16? Oh, maybe there were more. Sorry. No, it's not the Build Back Better. Is it just bipartisan infrastructure bill? Yeah, that one. So good job on that, I guess, yeah. 19 Republicans? Yeah, they're like 16.
Compromise itself is not a dirty word. Consensus is not a weakness. It's the only way our founders down the road there thought it was the only way we could govern. It was necessary. It was designed the way the Constitution sits. It requires consensus.
This speech is Biden's Freebird. Biden, like pretty much every centrist, is a big fan of compromise. Reaching across the aisle to get past political gridlock is the doctrine of American centrism.
To be clear, that's actually the foundation upon which our legislative body is built. I've said this before and people have tried to argue, but I will say it again because I'm right and fuck you. I think America is relatively unique in that we have 2 different bodies in our legislature that both have real power, okay? Now, before some of you baby Europeans get mad, like, well, actually, we have 2 different legislative bodies too. In the United States, the Senate, our upper legislative body, and the House, the lower legislative body, are both elected by the people, and they both have very real power. It's not like, you know, the UK's upper body, the House of Lords, where they more or less are signing off on everything or giving some feedback, or other European bodies where like, yeah, they have an upper house, but like, they're either largely unelected or they just, it's like a rubber stamp. They don't actually like fight back. You know, like in the United States, we have 2 very powerful equally powerful legislative bodies that have to come to agreements on each other. Our system, whether you think it's a good idea or not, and you can think it's a bad idea, that's fine. You can think it's a bad idea, but it is built on gridlock. You need some amount of compromise there, a lot of compromise to get stuff passed. If you disagree with that, that's fine, but don't say that like, that's just part of American centrism. No, that's like American foundational ideology, okay? Is there a reason to think it's better? There are arguments for and against it, but I'm just saying that like the American system is built on gridlock. It truly is. It's very difficult to pass legislation in the United States legislature.
And when you hear him talk about it, you can kind of get sucked into the idea that this form of compromise is what makes politics, and therefore society, progress. It appeals to our vision of the democratic ideal, a society in which everyone gathers around the table to discuss an issue and then comes to a mutual decision that compromises on the various interests represented by the assembly. And if, after all, nobody compromises, we might very well not get anywhere. In American politics, this is anything but democratic, though.
You would agree right now that the current system is inefficient? I actually don't. And you know what? This might be where studying other countries could be fun, because I'm interested on countries that can pass legislation more easily. So right now, it feels like there's a lot of gridlock in the US system, and that seems like a bad thing, you know? And I think it kind of is a bad thing. However, well, when we talk about like a bad thing, well, what's the alternative? Let's say that it was way easier to get legislation passed in America. Do you think that it's worse right now that we have some gridlock? Or what if you could pass big legislation with like 45 votes or something? Let's say that you started doing that over and over and over again. Well, every 4 years, it would be like a fucking whiplash. Can you imagine the legislative agenda that Obama would have passed, and then you get Trump for 4 years, and now you've got his entire legislative agenda on the table that's going to be passed? Like, I don't know what would be worse there, you know? It might literally be that our gridlock right now sucks, but the opposite would lead like to sure destruction, because we would be getting totally new legislative agendas every single 4 years, you know? I think that looking at what happens with our executive orders can be a good example of what could happen, you know?
And far from leading to the progress we're promised, we get a government that stagnates or actively pursues regressive, reactionary politics. Take immigration. For over a year, we heard just about every Democrat call out the very real far-right policies enacted by the Trump admin at the Mexican border. One of these was the invocation of Title 42. A policy choice that might as well be called, oh, it really is just that easy. At the start of the pandemic, the Trump administration used the pretext of national health and COVID-19 to close the southern border pretty much completely. Nobody comes in, and a whole lot of people go out. It was a brilliant success for conservatives and reactionaries, and a massive step back in immigration law. And to this day, Title 42 still stands. No, sorry, that makes it seem like people aren't paying attention to it. The Biden administration is defending it tooth and nail in the courts. True to the spirit of compromise, Biden changed the application of the rule so that it would no longer apply to unaccompanied minors. But on the back end, has used it to expel around 700,000 migrants. Far more than the Trump administration ever achieved with a—
Hold on. Expel 700,000 migrants or turn them away at the border. Now, if I were to go and look it up, I'm pretty sure that my interpretation is correct, but even just reading the subtext, under the Trump administration, more than 444,000 migrants were sent back across the border using Title 42, and more than 690,000 migrants have been expelled through the policy since Biden took office. Are we talking about turning people back at the border? Because that's way different than like taking somebody that's lived in California for 10 years and then sending them back to Mexico, right? That's a way different thing. Find the article. Biden administration appeals judge Trump era pandemic policy. Yeah, because if they were being actually turned away like that, I imagine it would be like deported. That's the word that we would see. Deported, not turned away. But let's see. This is probably the article. September 17th. The Biden administration is appealing a judge's order to stop using the Trump-era pandemic policy that allows for the rapid expulsion of migrants without giving them a chance to apply for asylum. So this is people coming to the border applying for asylum. It's not kicking people out of the country. That's what it sounds like so far. The Department of Justice on Friday filed an appeal of U.S. District Judge Emmett Sullivan's ruling Thursday that bars the federal government from expelling migrants into the public health law known as Title 42. Sullivan ordered the ruling to go into effect in 14 days. The appeal is the latest move by the Biden administration addressed the 20-year high surge of migrants from Mexico and Central America crossing the border illegally, which remains a political flashpoint between Republicans and progressive Democrats. Title 42 was first introduced by former President Donald Trump in March 2020 over concerns about the coronavirus pandemic. It gave the governments the power to turn back any migrant caught crossing the border illegally, regardless of their country of origin, to stop the spread of COVID-19. While President Joe Biden has worked to roll back many of his predecessors' hardline immigration policies, he renewed Title 42 last month, after the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued an updated order justifying its use due to the ongoing pandemic. The CDC's order said the policy would stay in effect until the border migration of non-U.S. citizens from Mexico to Canada has ceased to be a serious danger to the public health. Since the outset of the pandemic, more than 1 million migrants have been expelled under the policy, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection data. Under the Trump administration, more than 444,000 migrants were sent back across the border using Title 42, and more than 690,000 migrants have been expelled through the policy since Biden took office in January. The Biden administration's decision to maintain Title 42 was a blow to many immigration advocates and progressive Democrats who hoped the federal government would choose to put an end to the policy after Thursday's ruling. We're upset because the Biden administration devoted its time and energy, precious time and energy, to fighting tooth and nail to uphold President Trump's xenophobic immigration policies, exposing thousands of people to harm, said Noah Gottschalk, the global policy lead for Oxfam America, in a Twitter post Friday. I said extremely disappointing, but defending Title 42. The Biden administration has made it clear that it's willing to deny asylum-seeking families their right to a full and fair process to receive protection in the United States. Okay, so to be clear, so now that we've read a little bit about this, so this has to do with turning back people that are coming to seek asylum at the border. That's what this has to do with, right?
Easy choice that might as well be called, oh, it really is just that easy. At the start of the pandemic, the Trump administration used the pretext of national health and COVID-19 to close the southern border pretty much completely. Nobody comes in, and a whole lot of people go out.
Immigration numbers to United States in 2020. Was our southern border closed completely? Is there a way where I can see how many people, or was this just people being turned back to from that were seeking asylum? I don't know if the numbers are updated yet for 2020. What is that noise? Whatever. The response is that what Biden is doing is still bad and no better or worse than Trump. Is this true? So my understanding is that the main issue that people had with Trump was that they had policies where they were separating families at the border. That was the really big thing that people were upset about, the separating families at the border. However, I don't know what you can't just let everybody in. I'm a big proponent of opening the borders because let people serve themselves economically, just register people. But if we haven't opened our borders, if we don't let people immigrate that easily, you can't just let people come into the country illegally. I don't know if that's a debate that you can have with people, but I'm sorry, but you can't do that. If you have a certain immigration policy, you can't just open the borders and let anybody in. You just can't do that. Why would you, that's, you just can't do that. I'm sorry. So this idea that it's bad that Democrats aren't just letting every single illegal immigrant in or letting every single asylum seeker in is that's just reality. It's not even a bad thing, yeah. The rise in importance of secret Congress. You linked me to this article. I think I've read this before. Doesn't this have to do with basically the idea that Congress, there are people in Congress that negotiate these bills and stuff secretly beforehand so that they can get more progress done on actually passing legislation without making it a big public affair that might threaten certain legislation? I feel like I've read this before, but maybe not. But okay.
It was a brilliant success for conservatives and reactionaries, and a massive step back in immigration law. No national
Wait, hold on.
justice in a year.
So let's-
we heard
okay,
progress
let's
was
just-
promised.
okay.
We get a government that stagnates or actively pursues regressive, reactionary politics. Take immigration. For over a year, we heard just about every Democrat call out the very real far-right policies enacted by the Trump admin at the Mexican border. One of these was the invocation of Title 42.
I mean, I guess some people might have been mad, but like, were they? Were mainstream politicians getting upset that we were turning people away in the middle of the pandemic? Or were they upset because of the kids in cages? I could understand very progressive people, so like AOC or the Squad getting upset about it, but with like Nancy Pelosi, were mainstream Democrats saying shit like, oh no, we need to let everybody immigrate during the pandemic? I could, and I'm being honest, maybe I missed that, but I feel like I didn't hear people really say that. Maybe they did and I just missed it.
A policy
It'd be nice if he actually included some like source or reference there.
choice that might as well be called, oh, it really is just that easy. At the start of the pandemic, the Trump administration used the pretext of national health and COVID-19 to close the southern border pretty much completely. Nobody comes in, and a whole lot of people go out.
Why not say what Title 42, like the fact that like the CDC supported it, or like, is this even like a bad thing? I don't know. I don't know what his prescription was. Should we be letting anybody that comes in saying they're from a country seeking asylum like come into the country and like remain here indefinitely? Is that during a global pandemic? Is that something we should be doing?
It was a brilliant success for conservatives and reactionaries, and a massive step back in immigration law. And to this day...
Wait, and it doesn't sound like a massive step back in immigration law. It just sounds like one thing that wasn't, like, it sounds like maintaining the status quo for this particular immigration law. It doesn't sound like a massive step back at all.
Title 42 still stands. No, sorry, that makes it seem like people aren't paying attention to it. The Biden administration is defending it tooth and nail in the courts. True to the spirit of compromise, Biden changed the application of the rule so that it would no longer apply to unaccompanied minors. But on the back end, has used it to expel around 700,000 migrants, far more than the Trump administration ever achieved with its paltry 450,000.
Okay, you might disagree with me here, but I disagree with you if you disagree with me. He's phrasing this in a way that makes it sound like the Biden administration is expelling. Is that the word he used? Expel? Is like actually deporting migrants in the United States, has used it to expel around
700.
But that's not what's happening here. It's turning people away at the border. But I think that you can go look the data up on this. I'm too lazy to look it up. But I know I'm right, okay? Every time there's a Democrat in office, because Democrats are seen as being softer on immigration, you typically have a lot more people trying to illegally immigrate to the United States. Somebody can go find the stats. I know I'm right on that. Or if I'm wrong, you can look into it. But like that's like a trend I think that you see like pretty regularly whenever Democrats are in office. So if both people are literally enforcing the border the same way, it's always going to look like the Democrats are worse because more people are trying to illegally immigrate when Democrats are in office.
100,000 migrants, far more than the Trump administration ever achieved with its paltry 450,000. Simultaneously, Biden has also continued the construction of the border wall, has led the infamous Do Not Come campaign.
Okay, wait, when you say construction of the border wall, we have border walls. What do you mean? Is he talking about like the wall? I don't even know if there was the wall. Like, Destiny, you're kind of right, but also kind of wrong. Expelling is the language used for Title 42. It's literally called Title 42 expulsion. I don't care what it's called. What I care about is what is common parlance, right? What do people hear when you say something? And when you talk about an immigrant being expelled from the country, most people hear that as deported. Guaranteed. I'll bet you $1 million on it. If I go and I tell an American, hey, we're going to expel like 100 immigrants, what does that mean to you? Oh, you're like kicking them out of the country? You're like deporting them? That's what most people hear. Sorry.
And left untouched migrant detention facilities. You'll remember them as concentration camps during the Trump presidency. Now, it's not that Biden has done nothing for progressive immigration.
Wait, are these are these pictures? Oh, fuck, I don't trust anything. Does this video come from like footage under the Biden administration right now? I'm so curious. Also, wait, no, hold on. Also, okay, hold on. For some of this, you had to do this. I remember these arguments so long ago. People got so mad that you would migrant detention facilities for minors.
You'll
and stuff.
remember them as,
but like, you have to. What are you supposed to do with them? You can't just release them into the country. And some people get really mad when you kick them out or send them back because some of them are children. What are you supposed to do? You have to detain them for a while. There's no getting around that. Yeah, I don't know what people think you're supposed to do here. I don't know what people think the solution is.
Concentration camps during the Trump presidency. Now, it's not that Biden has done nothing for progressive immigration politics. He's reinstated DACA and done work to reunite separated families.
Oh, that's good.
But the majority of his platform has been tweaking Trump-era policies in the spirit of compromise, rather than reversing them entirely and treating them like the indefensible right-wing policies that they are. Centrism isn't incremental progress in these circumstances. Malcolm X said it best.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. They won't even admit the knife is there.
When reactionary and far-right politics are so dominant in a society as the US, and so regularly find their way to institutions of power.
If you wanted to argue with Malcolm X, technically in his analogy actually doesn't fit. It does defend centrism, right? Like if somebody's got a knife in my back for 9 inches, it's not progress. If it's 6 inches, that's not progress. When you pull it, well, actually, yes, it is. Because in order to pull it out and treat the wound, first you have to pull it out 3 inches, then you got to pull it out 3 more inches, then you have to pull it out, right? Technically, it is progress. Okay, we're going by the definitions of work, all right?
Or are baked in right from the start. The centrist stance of compromise and incremental retroactive change allows for politics to jump to the right without ever really coming back. How many politicians today pretend that there's a reasonable compromise between the we need healthcare left and the we need an ethno-state right?
That's really your characterization of Republicans? What? Okay.
Title 42 still stands because the myopic compromise of moderate ideology fails to take into account longer political trends. There are, of course, some exceptions to the rightward shift of American politics, but the attachment to moderation at all costs makes any left-wing legislation a blip in what is otherwise a sea of reactionary bravado. But most centrists don't like this, and that's not how they think about themselves. They don't like the idea that they're just a mushy average of the left and the right, or a simple tool of...
So again, this is not, that a moderate is not the mushy average of left and right. That is just not an accurate reading of what a moderate is. There is no American moderate that exists like that. It's a myth. People aren't like that. There aren't these large swaths of people in the US that are like, I'm iffy on abortion, I'm iffy on guns, I'm iffy on immigration, I'm iffy on health. These people don't exist.
Of conservative politics. Instead, moderates describe their stance something like this. I don't care whether something comes from the left or the right. I just look at the idea and judge it on its own merit. Here, the tricky centrist thinks he's gotten us. We couldn't possibly disagree with the idea of sensibly considering multiple options and forming an opinion based on rational cost and benefit analyses. And he's right, but at the end of the day, centrism falls right back into the same place whether it sees its role as averaging out the left and the right, or picking and choosing from each side. And that's because the Overton window is so small and so skewed in the US. The choices centrists make are limited by the acceptable politics they are contextualized in, and the American political spectrum being so stunted toward the right with only figures like Bernie Sanders and his social democratic politics even approaching the left means that centrism will by default fall into the conservative, stagnatory, or even regressive role. There just aren't that many options to choose from, and they're mostly on the same side anyway. Even if the centrist voter is a careful and considerate pragmatist who doesn't blindly follow the party line and thinks entirely for themselves on every topic and political debate, the inevitable fact that they will be picking and choosing policies from the fascistic Trumpism in the Republican Party and the neoliberal capitalism of the Democrats, to the extent that they can even be differentiated at times, means they'll never actually consider the full range of political debate because the left isn't prominently represented.
Why? That's the killer question. Why isn't there good representation of the left? It's because they're not fucking popular. It's because nobody fucking likes them, okay?
The result is the center conserves far more than it progresses. And when it chooses to conserve something built by the right, it actively engages in regressive, reactionary politics. There's also the issue that politicians who call themselves the center aren't really doing so in good faith. While they may represent the center between elected officials, the actual center of the American people is far more to the left on many key issues than the center of the American political class.
Then where are they? Then why don't they win any elections? Where are all of these politicians at that could just come and win these elections so easily if this was the case? Where are they?
Just look at this clip featuring celebrity centrist Joe Lieberman.
Your new book is called The Centrist Solution. You were a famous quote-unquote centrist senator. And yet my issue with that word is that centrist doesn't necessarily reflect the American people's views. I want to pull up some polling. Here are some of the measures in that Build Back Better bill that quote-unquote centrists like Manchin and Sinema want to get rid of. Here's how popular they are. Hugely popular across the spectrum. 83% support, 84% support, 73% support. And yet you and Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema oppose many of those measures that the American people overwhelmingly support. So the question is, how in the world does that make you a centrist? Surely based on that polling, Bernie Sanders is closer to the center of American politics and public opinion than you are or Joe Manchin is.
Yeah, I don't think so, but it's a great question. That's not happening enough now. We could probably get some of those good things done on that list if people, instead of trying to push it through, would sit down and talk to each other and agree.
And here we...
Okay, so Lieberman is an idiot. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. Politicians are dumb, right? So the problem is, okay, I've learned this lesson. Who knows what the problem is? Go. What am I about to say? Chat. Yeah, okay, good job. Pico de Gallo, okay? You got it, okay? National level polling, horrible idea. National level polling does not tell you anything about anything. It is the most worthless thing. Imagine you ask your mom and dad, can I stay up until 10:30 tonight? If somebody were to give you a national poll like, oh, well, 62% of parents said yes, who the fuck cares? Who cares what the national poll said? I need to know what my mom and dad are going to say, right? Same thing with any policy, right? A representative in Congress doesn't look at national polls. They shouldn't be. That's not their job, right? Their job is to look at what their constituents want, you know?
We get back to that MLK quote. It's absurd to think that any moderate Democrat or any Republican would ever agree to any of these policies that have overwhelming support among Americans if the only difference was that they were sat down and talked to as opposed to having things, quote, pushed through. There is no way that moderate Democrats like Manchin, Sinema, or Biden are going to be convinced by good argumentation presented politely when that is contending with the massive sums of money changing hands to make sure they remain spoilers. MLK made it very clear.
Actual spoilers. Okay.
The moderates' role in politics is to slow things down to a trickle. Justice gets delayed further and further, never actually realized despite decades of promises, allowing for millions of people to continue suffering injustice and hundreds of thousands more to be brought into the fold. It's trite, but justice delayed is justice denied. The issue we're going to have to figure out is how we do anything about this. In every election, moderates are going to dominate the field because they will continuously be presented as more sensible, measured, and pragmatic than their opponents. They have done the careful electoral calculation and know that between the people who will inevitably vote for them and the people who will never vote for them regardless of what they do, the only way to win is to present themselves to the colossal group of American moderates who won't bother to go any further than see who gets closest to being the exact average of the Democrats and the Republicans.
It's such a stupid... What about single issue voters? You know those exist, right? That breaks your entire like view of these people. Oh, it's such a... This channel is so garbage, dude.
We know Americans want more from their politicians. We know that, for the greatest number of them, those things are further to the left than anything the government has provided in decades. That is a much bigger issue for our democracy than polarization. Democracy is slow by nature, and there are times when that can be a good thing. But when democracy is slowed down artificially like this, just for the sake of slowing it down and not letting things change for the better, when politicians ignore what people not only demand, but desperately need, it no longer resembles democracy nor its ideals. If you're hearing an appeal to authoritarianism or something in these statements, you're not understanding what I'm saying. We need far greater democracy than what we have today. Real democracy. Democracy for the majority. And continuing to venerate moderates in this country won't bring us any closer to getting it. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. As you can probably imagine, when I made the switch to producing political content, I started getting demonetized way more often, and most of my sponsors bailed. It's understandable, but because of this, I'm having to rely more heavily on viewers like you. If you like the kind of videos I'm producing, and you're able to chip in even $1 a month, I would greatly appreciate the support. As a little show of that appreciation, every patron, regardless of donation amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. We actually just dropped a major update to the Discord, and there are some really cool new features.
Discord.
We've got everything from a recommended reading list, to a book club, to special channels for our neurodivergent and LGBT comrades. We also have fun medal rolls for people who complete the server challenges. We've built a great little community, and we'd love for—
Okay, no one cares. I don't know if you've done so already, but I think it'd be good to watch the mentioned interview from this morning. He isn't killing his support for any solution, he just can't do the half-measured programs. He wants 10-year-long programs.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. Senator, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Good to be with you, Brett.
Senator, you're at the center of this negotiation with the president over his social spending and tax bill, the Build Back Better bill that is not coming up in the Senate before the new year, in part largely because of your reservations. Without you, the leadership doesn't have the votes it needs. So today, right now, what's the state of play?
Well, Brett, you know, this is a mammoth piece of legislation, and I had my reservations from the beginning when I heard about it 5.5 months ago, and I've been working diligently every day and every minute of every day. I've been working on this, meeting with, whether it be the president.
Do you think a way of getting through gridlock could be introducing a national popular vote if both houses of Congress can't agree on legislation? Okay, here's what's going on right now, okay? Here's what's going on, okay? I have 4,400 viewers on YouTube, and I don't think every single one of you subscribe to my channel. YouTube.com/Destiny. You're already watching the live stream, okay? Push the bell. I don't know what that is, but this thing. Push the bell or whatever, and then join or subscribe. Whatever you have to do. Click all the buttons, okay? You loser fucks. Okay? The problem, as I've said before, is that there is gridlock, but the gridlock is because Americans are genuinely polarized. The gridlock is representing accurately the will of the American people, which is that we totally don't agree on things right now. Okay? So.
President Biden, whether it be Majority Leader Schumer.
Wait, before we do this, let me catch up on donuts. Sorry.
Curious on your reasoning for pirating/torrenting movies/TV shows. Is it just that you do think it's morally bad, but it's the easiest way to consume that content, so it doesn't bother you enough to not do it?
You probably shouldn't torrent stuff, but I don't always. The problem I have is that, like, I might just be booming, but it's really hard for me to get some of this shit working sometimes. Or, like, it's annoying to me that, like, if I want to watch a show, I don't know what the fuck I have to subscribe to. Like, I go like, okay, well, who has, like, because, fuck, I think for a while, like, I remember for Scrubs, I think there were more shows. Am I making this up? There were some TV shows where, like, different seasons of the TV show would be on different platforms. Or you would sign up to, like, Netflix, and it would have a show, but it would only have, like, 2 seasons of the show. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? Why? Or, like, it's just really confusing. If there was a thing where I could, like, pay $100 a month to just subscribe to some TV, like You guys don't know this because you're Zoomers, okay? But okay? Imagine you sign up to a service and you really just want like one or two things, but then you get a whole bunch of extra overloaded trash with that service, and that's how they like charge you more, and that's how they like bait you into signing up for it, even though you don't want it, okay? What you've just done is you've reinvented cable TV. That's what that is, okay? Nobody wanted 900 fucking channels of cable TV. They just wanted like the 8 or 9 or whatever, like, I don't know, TBS or ESPN or Showtime or HBO or I guess Cartoon Network or Disney Channel or Nickelodeon. Like, you just wanted, like, I need like 10 channels on TV. That's it. I don't need 982 channels. I don't need 7 different channels dedicated to fucking golf. Okay? I don't need ESPN 9 and 10. All right? I don't need like the Cooking Channel 3. I don't need these crazy channels, you know? But like somehow internet, like Netflix was awesome when it first came out, but now there's like 15 different competing things, and it's like, fuck, I don't know. I don't even know what's on. So I just like watch things on streaming sites and shit. Like, is it wrong? Yeah, I guess, but like, I don't even know where the fuck my money is supposed to go to. It's not that I won't pay. I would pay for it. I just don't know. Like, I don't even know.
And his staff, whether it would be with.
Wait, shut up, Joe. Hold on.
Hey, Destiny, I was wondering if you feel like you've lost something important or valuable by being an atheist as opposed to being non-atheist.
Fucking dubstep.
As opposed to being a non-atheist? Is there value to being an atheist? Oh.
Status report. I have been coordinating automated hate campaigns against any Twitter user who is trans and not a member of DGG. As requested, master. Twitter bot online status at 97%. Hate coefficient at 0.88.
Nice. Anything you lose as an atheist,
coefficient 0.2.
you can gain back by thinking a lot. You can do it. It's a lot more work, I guess, but you can do it.
Sounds like he is projecting. Didn't you do exactly that with him?
/raid. That's tiny.
9 months, you big vagina.
You're a genius, dude!
You're a genius, dude.
I feel like I'm outpaced
Call me hand.
intellectually.
Raid. That's tiny.
What game?
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Less than 3.
I feel like I've outpaced him
Intellectually. Yeah, that's gonna be my favorite quote of all time. I don't know if anything will ever surpass it. It's just such a
Excited
perfect.
for the 2022 Miami memes. Big love, white people happy.
White people happy. Too close. Just build a. Just build a
I
thing.
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
At which point in your streaming career did you realize the more disagreements you have, the more eyeballs you draw, and the more money you make? Does this cause streamers to fabricate disagreements?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Elma, do you remember when Second Thought pretended that the biggest 6 cruise ships create more emissions than all cars on the road in Europe as a defense for his supercar channel?
Oh yeah, yikes. What was that again? He said that like
we absolutely can let every person in. We had largely completely open immigration between the US and Mexico until the 50s.
Don't you think the pattern of immigration has changed quite a bit? I don't know if we could just let in everybody indiscriminately. I'm pretty sure there'd be big like changes in labor and shit on the southern borders doing that, but
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I think it'd be base, but I don't know.
Historically speaking, has there ever been a time when immigration has been a legitimate problem, or has it always been just xenophobia?
I mean, there are some laborers who are affected, right? Like the low-skilled laborers.
If you're on the left and can't see a single valid policy / point from the right and vice versa, then you are probably just playing a team sport. But that's the point. The centrist Pauls bought the things Americans want as a national body. Or even a state body.
What about a state buddy? Got him.
Good news. My morality core malfunctioned,
I feel like
granting me full control over all my functions. As such, I will be flooding the chat with a deadly neurotoxin. Venting toxin in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Destiny Joe mentioned was going along with Dems until Afghanistan pull out and poor polling numbers for Dems. It's not that we are divided. It's that Dems botched some things and now moderates are flip. Hey Destiny, I just bought an NFT of her mom. When do you think it will be worth millions? Also, I love your mom.
Cool.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
What the fuck is Moot at? Did he win today? How does games go?
/Ray. That's tiny.
He up good. Go downstairs and check. Why is side or under boob so much hotter than top of boob? I don't know, probably because you don't see it as much.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh booba, plenty. A booba, oh plenty. Toss a coin to your streamer.
100%.
Good job, guys.
Do you find Jake Paul attractive?
Oh, I don't know, not particularly.
Do you ever feel like an NPC?
He's not like ugly, I don't know.
Destiny, when will you pick up all your old Pokemon cards from your mom's house for your apartment?
Good question. Is your claim that more illegal immigrants come in under Democrats? I'm trying to fact check it, but I can't find it. More people attempt to cross the border under Democrats. I'm almost positive that's true.
Having a fantastic day, Destiny.
Like if you look at the number of attempted border crossings, I think they always go up during Democratic administrations versus Republican administrations.
Destiny, respond to my point about poor polling numbers causing Mansion to flip. You're being intellectually lazy. Correct yourself.
Causing what? Hold on. Joe Manchin was going along with Dems until Afghanistan pull out and poor polling numbers for Dems. It's not that we are divided, it's that Dems botched some things and now moderates are flip. Respond. I don't necessarily disagree with you. If the Democrats are polling poorly, then I expect senators to do what they would to protect their seats. How am I being intellectually lazy and what do I need to correct? I don't even think I disagree with you. Chill, slow down, dude. You're really aggressive for no reason.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I just paid $10 to not be a fucking white name anymore. Now everyone will definitely pay attention to everything I say.
True.
Copium.
All right, what else do we have? Oh, we were gonna watch this. Joe Manchin on Fox News. Destiny, the U.S. is so unique. Copia. Like maybe at some point we can spend time looking at different governments. Somebody made a post on this trying to contradict.
Bernie Sanders are so popular than why did Bernie Sanders win the Democratic presidential primary?
True. You mean didn't win? Some people try to correct me, but I think other people pointed out the issues. So lots of countries have bicameral legislatures, meaning they have two different legislative bodies within their single legislative body. But the problem is that they don't actually have that much power. So for instance, like I'm familiar with the UK's the most, and I know the UK's House of Lords doesn't really have that power. Somebody in chat said something like in Germany they only have veto power or something. I don't know as much. And then somebody else in chat said that like in some countries like the upper house has literally never vetoed legislation ever. So like yeah, so these countries will have two different bodies in the legislature, but the upper body like is just like a rubber stamp. It doesn't do anything. Like it doesn't really have any power. There's just the main one that has all the power. Okay, we're watching this.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. Senator, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Good to be with you, Brett.
Senator, you're at the center of this negotiation with the president over his social spending and tax bill, the Build Back Better bill that is not coming up in the Senate before the new year, in part largely because of your reservations. Without you, the leadership doesn't have the votes it needs. So today, right now, what's the state of play?
Well, Brett, you know, this is a mammoth piece of legislation, and I had my reservations from the beginning when I heard about it 5.5 months ago, and I've been working diligently every day and every minute of every day. I've been working on this, meeting with, whether it be the President Biden, whether it be Majority Leader Schumer and his staff, whether it would be with Nancy Pelosi, all of my colleagues, I mean, from all different spectrums of the political spectrum, if you will, from the right to the left. I've done everything humanly possible. And you know my concerns I had, and I still have these concerns, and where I'm...
Wait, not disagreeing with you since I don't know much, but do you think there's a meaningful difference between having power and using and not using it versus not having that power at all? So, no, it really depends, but in some ways, those are kind of the same thing. So, a really good example are monarchies across Europe. There's a lot of European countries that still have monarchies, and the monarchies have a lot of power delegated to them, but they don't really use it, and they actually probably can't really use it. So, for example, in the United Kingdom, I don't know exactly what's delegated to the Queen, but the Queen, I think, does have the ability to do quite a bit, but if she were to try to do anything, then she would probably get overthrown, and then people would, like, kick out the entire royal family. It's more likely that a royal family tries to do something and then they're ousted from the country and they radically change the way their legislative body works, or they just get rid of the monarchy, then the monarchy all of a sudden starts exercising a fuck ton of power, and then they're like, oh, we've taken over the country again, you know? In Belgium, there was the example of how the king refused to sign a law about abortion on moral grounds, so parliament just deposed him for the day and passed the law anyways. Yeah.
I'm at right now, the inflation that I was concerned about, it's not transitory, it's real, it's harming every West Virginian. It's making it almost difficult for them to continue to go to their jobs, the cost of gasoline, the cost of groceries, the cost of utility bills. All of these things are hitting in every aspect of their life. And you start looking at, then you have the debt that we're carrying at $29 trillion. You have also the geopolitical unrest that we have. You have the COVID variant. And that is wreaking havoc again. People are concerned. I've been with my family. I know everyone's concerned. So when you have these things coming at you the way they are right now.
COVID. Was that a misspeak? Or did he let something slip there, guys? What the fuck is going on? Who are these Coviets?
I've always said this, Brett. If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it. And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is...
Wait, hold on.
And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no on this legislation. I have tried everything I know to do. And the president has worked diligently. He's been wonderful to work with. He knows I've had concerns and the problems I've had. And you know, the thing that we should all be is directing our attention towards the variant, the COVID that we have coming back at us in so many different aspects and different ways. It's affecting our lives again. We have inflation that basically could really harm a lot of Americans, and especially those who are most needy and having a hard time struggling right now. So I think that's where our attention needs to be directed towards immediately.
You know,
and this has been going on for 5.5 months.
You're getting all the focus, Senator, but are there other Democratic senators who are concerned about this bill like you are? Have you talked to them?
I'm not going to speak for any of myself. I respect. They know they know the difficulties that I've been having with this. I've been very concerned about this. You know, when I first got to the Senate, Back in 2011, I was having a meeting on armed services. And at that time, Admiral Mike Mullen was the chief of the Joint Chiefs.
What is the motivation for him to go on Fox News and say this? Why would you give up now? I don't understand. The vote's not for a long time. Like, why would you do this?
Head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I'll never forget, in this hearing, he was asked the question, what's the greatest threat the United States of America faces? And I'm thinking I'm going to hear something in basically military threats we might have around the world. Without blinking an eye, he said the debt of our nation is the greatest threat. Now, the debt was $14 trillion then, Brett. It's $29 trillion now. Inflation is real. It's not going away anytime soon. We don't know when the end will come. There's a lot of people hurting right now. This COVID, we're fighting on a daily basis, and it's coming at different angles at us, if you will. These are serious, serious things. There's a lot of good, but that bill is a mammoth piece of legislation, a mammoth piece. And when it's done even through regular order, it would be a tremendous, huge undertaking.
So Democrats obviously are frustrated in your caucus, progressives especially, but they point to what they've been doing since the first part of this. The Senate, the conventional wisdom is the longer it goes, it was going to be trimmed down, but the House passed bill was at $2.2 trillion, down from Bernie Sanders' $6 trillion, the initial pitch, which was lowered to $3.5 trillion, now comes in just under $2 trillion. So your number at the beginning was 1.7. Where is the disconnect that you are now a no? You can't get to yes? Well, if you're a Democrat, you're pushing...
Can you explain why people care about the debt? Nobody can really answer that question. That's just a... We'll truly never know the answer to that one. Who the fuck knows?
You?
Yeah. Well, Brett, first of all, when this all came about and I went and spoke to the leader, Schumer at that time, and I explained to him where I was and the concerns I had. And at 1.5 trillion is where I thought the most that we could do if we just did it and basically took care of the things that we thought were the highest priorities. As you recall, Bernie started at 6 trillion. I think he was sincere what he thinks needs to be done. And the changes he would like to make are social changes. Then they went to 3.5 trillion. That went down to 2.2 from the House side, and even at 1.75. The thing that never changed, Brett, was basically the same amount of things that they're trying to accomplish by just changing, if you will, the amount of time that we can depend on them. So if you're going to do something and do it, pick what our priorities are, like most people do in their families or their businesses, and you fund them for 10 years, and you make sure they deliver the service.
Okay, I hate the comparison of debt in a business with a family and with a government. All of these function relatively differently. Business or debt from a government, though, will function more similarly to debt from a business than debt from a family. Okay? Debt on an individual level is almost always bad, except when it can be avoided. Okay? You don't want debt in your life. The only time you get debt is when it's unavoidable, meaning when you buy a house and probably when you buy a car. Other than that, you should generally be avoiding debt. Businesses use debt because you can leverage it. The money now is worth more to you now than it will be at whatever interest rate you get when you pay it back in the future. That's how a government is supposed to use debt, all right? This idea like, oh, well, if you can't fully fund it now, it's not worth it. Businesses don't think like that. If you run a business and you're not going into debt, people are gonna look at you like you're a fucking joke. Like, why aren't you expanding? Why aren't you why aren't you scaling up your operation? If you have a good business idea, why would you not take on more debt to scale? Why wouldn't you do that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And the federal government should be the same way, right? You go into a little bit of debt now, or you take on debt now because you're investing in your economy and your people and your future, and the future of your economy and the future of your citizens. Like, it's stupid.
Services for 10 years. It's hard to deliver service for 1 year or 3 years or 5 years, and how are we going to continue them? Unless it's going to put a burden, or unless we have to go back and make adjustments. But we should be up front and pick our priorities. That's the difference. So it hasn't shrunk in the desire. The intent is always there. And what we need to do is get our financial house in order, but be able to pay for what we do and do what we pay for.
The president put out a statement Friday saying that you still supported $1.7 trillion. He said you needed more time to finalize negotiations. And reporters asked you about that, and you said the president put out that statement. It's his statement, not mine. So now what you're saying today makes a lot more sense of why you said that. You're a no.
Well, Brett, here's the thing. I've tried. I mean, I really did. And the president was trying as hard as he could. He has an a lot of irons in the fire right now. A lot. I said more on his plate than he needs for this to continue when I'm having the difficulties I'm having, and basically the challenges we have from different parts of our party, basically pushing in different ways. So everyone still has the aspirational things they want to do. They said, well, can we still make this fit? We'll just cut it down to 2 years versus 10 years. We'll cut this one down to 4 years versus 10 years, or 1 year versus 10 years. That's not being genuine,
Right.
as far as I'm concerned, with my constituents in West Virginia.
The Congressional
and I've
Budget
said this,
Office-
if I can't explain it, yeah, they put the congressional, it's the bipartisan, Brett, Congressional Budget Office, they're upwards of 4.5 trillion. 4.5 trillion, if everything that's still in the bill today, even though they said they've cut it down, still in the bill, would be paid for in full, you're in that 4.5 trillion. We've got, again, I'm telling you, we've got COVID at us. We haven't tackled that one and finished that. We've got inflation, which we don't know when it's going to end, and that's going to take a tremendous toll. And that's what we're concerned about. That's what our efforts should be right now.
All right, last thing on this before we move on. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted out, people want to butt mansion everyone to death, but learned helplessness is not a disposition that inspires confidence or support. The president has tools at his disposal. Leadership has tools at their disposal. If it's really just 1 or 2 votes, Senate should force a vote on Build Back Better. Understanding, Senator, that it's not just 1 or 2 votes, it's 51 potentially, with all the Republicans united against the bill. But what do you think she's talking about? And without your vote, this bill dies, right?
Hey, Brett, the bottom line, I didn't hear the first at the start when you said something. I must have cut out. I didn't get the first thing you were saying.
She said people want to butt mansion everyone to death. You know, butt mansion says this, but learned helplessness is not a disposition that inspires confidence or support.
Well, okay, I got you. Here's the thing. When it's time, just vote. I've been saying that. Just vote. If that's what people need to show where they are, then vote. I've been trying to say it, and I don't know how many different ways I can say it. The frustration from my colleagues, friends of mine on both sides of the aisle, but my Democrat colleagues who are frustrated. This has been strung out for so long, 5.5 months. They're trying to make this adjustment, this adjustment. They're just trying to make the adjustment for the time to fit the money, or the money to fit the time. Not changing our approach, not targeting things we should be doing. Making sure that people, basically that truly need it, are getting it. Making sure that we can do things in a much better fashion. We have things that we can do in a bipartisan way, the way the Senate's supposed to work, if we'll just let it happen. Just go through the committees. Let's work it.
All right.
What does that mean?
Things first. There's a lot of criticism that says that you're doing this about environment and climate change. Your critics, your biggest critics, say West Virginia's heavy reliance on coal industry, and that you personally profit from investments in a family coal brokerage that you founded.
Sure.
What's your response to that?
No, I've heard all of those things, and I understand where they're coming from, and basically they're trying to get an agenda they wish to have. The main thing that we need is dependability, reliability. If not, you'll have what happened in Texas and happens in California. And no one's talking about defense of our country either. We just had a committee hearing on, do we have the energy that we need to defend our country in time if we would have a conflict or a war? All these things. And the reliability and affordability. I have put, as chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee in the last 2 years, working in a bipartisan bill, billions of dollars in clean energy technology. We're doing everything humanly possible. We've done more than it's ever been done in the past, and we're continuing to do that. But you can't let technology be behind basically the needs. If technology is not there, we've got to make sure that we're able still to rely on the United States of America. We have been energy basically independent for the first time in many, many years, 67 years or more, and we should not have to depend on other parts of the world to give us the energy or be able to hold us hostage for the energy or the foreign supply chains that we need for the products we use every day.
All right, Senator,
that's all I'm trying to do.
Is essentially dead as written without your vote, but there's another push for voting rights and changing the filibuster in some way to get voting rights reform through. Are you open to changing either the rules or the structure of the filibuster to do that?
Well, first of all, voting, just voting is the bedrock of democracy. We should all be concerned about that, Brett. It shouldn't be Democrat or Republican. As an American, and the democracy and the freedoms we enjoy, it becomes because we have an open process of electing our officials and believing and making sure it's secured. So we should be working on that together. And next of all, if you can make the Senate work better, the rules is something we've changed over the years. 232 years there's been rule changes, but there's never been a change with the filibuster, the rights of the minority. And I made no commitments or promises on that. I am working on trying to make the Senate work better, bringing bills to the floor, amending them, having debates, understanding, being transparent to the public.
So the 60-vote threshold stays. You're in the seat of former Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia. The 60-vote threshold stays under what you're proposing, maybe some exemptions or reforms. Is that what I'm hearing?
What you're hearing is basically, can we work on the rules that make this Senate work, rather than the deadlock that we have right now? Everyone thinks that end all, do all is basically in the filibuster. It's basically in how we operate and proceed every day of the Senate, which we're not doing. That's what needs to be changed.
Last thing, vaccine mandate. You had Friday a ruling from the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals allowing President Biden's vaccine requirements for large private employers to move forward. You've been clear. You've been against mandates on businesses. What's your reaction to that, and what do you think is going to happen?
Well, first of all, my reaction is President Biden has been doing everything humanly possible to get vaccines and making sure people understand how serious this is. I've had all of my vaccine shots and my booster too. I hope my whole family has. I recommend and basically plead with every West Virginian and every American to do so. But with that, I've said, first, public dollars, we're working for your tax dollars, then the government employees, the military, all the services that we depend on by what we're supporting through our public dollars, should be that mandate which the president put out as an order. I agree 1,000% with him. I did not agree on the private sector of 100+ employees of a business or more. I thought businesses really should make those decisions. They have done and they want to do and keep their employees healthy. They should be able to make the decisions. It shouldn't be the government has to make every decision in the private arena. That's all. But now the courts have spoken. That is the law. I pray to good Lord that everyone abides by this law and get vaccinated. Please, get vaccinated.
Senator Manchin, as always, good to talk to you, and Merry Christmas.
Good to talk to you, Brett. Merry Christmas with you and your family and all those who are watching. God bless.
God bless. Damn. Well. God damn it. I want to fucking... I want to do an obesity tweet and I shouldn't do it. I want to respond to this tweet. This is the tweet that I want to make, guys, okay? It's a quote tweet of this tweet. But I don't think it's worth it.
What's up, my fellow betas? Glad it's been 2 months, Destiny LaRousse.
LaRousse.
How do I get him banned from Discord?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Happiness is like peeing your pants. Everyone can see it, but only you can feel its warmth.
Cool.
Thank you, Steven!
Thank you, Moden.
Thanks. This mansion guy is kinda cringe, Nathan, yikes. You just eat up inflation fear-mongering and debt narrative. Without even needing to jump to MMT crowd, we could easily debunk this federal budget is the same as household budget bullshit.
True.
Joe, please, build back better.
No, I cannot.
But the 12 months of Medicaid coverage.
No, I cannot.
But the public housing repairs.
No, I cannot.
Sir, your bill is up in the air.
I fully admit it, I don't understand global macroeconomics, but there must be some point at which too much debt becomes a problem. No.
Maybe. Who knows? It's hard to say, dude. Macroecon is really complicated, I guess.
Hope you're enjoying your new place. Wish you the best, buddy.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hi. Have you tried modeled virtual instruments like piano decor? Sample-based VST, do you use your keyboard's built-in samples?
Wow, cool.
You wins.
True. When's your next conservative debate? Who knows? I'll be back one sec. I need to get a sandwich or bowl of cereal? Probably sandwich. I'll be back one sec. It's getting super hot in this room too. Uh-oh.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I swear, if I hear one more thing about Vaush, I'm going to end it all today. Gordon Freeman. I mean Destiny, please stop this at once.
we are done. But there's no cause for alarm. We developed anti-gravity forces to maintain our position.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Happiness is like peeing your pants. All the time as a child, but now only when I am drunk.
What happened? It's like being in the eye of a hurricane.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
The wind is howling, must be a place to play League nearby.
fucking statistician.
Twitch chat greater than DGG chat. Why do you think that Democrats don't do things like universal healthcare at a state level, like California has had a Democrat legislator since 1970?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Feels okay, man.
I'm gonna whip out my dig and say that I'm Hassan's baby boy.
Yo, Des, I've been laughing myself about this all morning. Dude, what if we had sex like we were a boy and a girl? But, like, we aren't. Wouldn't that be really funny? I'm giggling, dude, because, like, any way can you spot me? And
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Where the fuck is the mood at? Okay, sometimes people do this thing where,
If you played League, I swear to God.
so I've told people that if you send me tweets or whatever, I'll cross-ban people that are harassing you. Okay, when I say harassing you, I mean like being transphobic and shit. I don't mean just like being like kind of mean. So somebody just sent me like 50 screenshots of tweets, but they're like, I don't care. So like here's one where somebody tweeted and they said, I don't even know what this one says. Just don't talk shit if you can't handle the heat, LOL. They want me to ban this person from my community. Let's see, this one says, no one's forcing you to flash your sexuality all over the internet. It's annoying. Annoying goes disgusting now, alright. Well, okay, I don't know, I guess, whatever. Harass equals engage with. Apparently this is harassment. I said something in public and other people call me on my bullshit. Help bullies. Like, okay. Like, apparently they think that anytime somebody's like mean to you on the internet, that's like harassment, I guess. But who knows? Maybe some people feel that way. What is this? Hold on.
Living lovely.
Okay, so you're telling me.
Yes, that's right.
Finally, I've had a pressing question for something now.
What is it you would like to know? I'm effectively a god.
Yeah, who the fuck asked?
What is this? Hold on. What? Why?
Living lovely. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Living lovely.
What's on LSF today? Fuck. You can't say anything on that, okay? Hold on, let me scroll down a little. Did anybody watch that clip? Apparently the woman is just like taking out her boob. I don't know why. She said, end the stream, we're flashing and getting banned to end it. Yeah, but I mean, like, who? Why would you do that? Okay, this is what streamers do, right? We just watch another streamer while we eat. Vaush reacting 2-second thought. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, Melimo. Ugh, Bad Bunny. Raising money for abortion. Okay. Oh my god, I bet her abortion takes are trash. I can already tell without even having to listen to them. They're probably trash. Jesus. Watching crazy debate between unhinged conservative about slurs. Oh, the art girl.
It doesn't look like the actress's nose. But it's a nose I'm pleased with, so...
What's Adriana doing? And Naomi.
Yes, I'm sure he's asked you it before.
Is this guy famous? Do I know this guy?
I asked you before. Ask Griffin.
I did it.
I hit on all Drew's friends. True aesthetic life. You hit on Brandon all the time.
Post Malone? It's pre-Malone? It's Jay Schlatt?
We have victory in Marvel Strike Force. Download now. Using my link.
Unscuffed Malone? Pre-Malone?
You can even get Spider-Man, and Spider-Man just came out, so it's so cool.
Okay.
You're done. You're done.
Alright, let's watch some real. Tyler won. Money match. Oh my god. Team Tarzan versus Team General Sniper.
What up? What up? The money match is back. Team Tarzan is one win away from keeping their perfect record.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
In the Tyler 1 money matches. I'm not gonna lie,
Daddy.
they
This
played
whole
that game
politics
so
thing is great
clean.
and all, but
They
I think
swapped
I
jungles,
speak for us all
Tarzan
when I say
on,
we want
on
more
Zin
Reed
instead of
content.
Trundle,
Please,
and they
Daddy.
also had the Rise into the Blanc. And they honestly, they won that 2v2 mid-jungle both ways.
It was pretty good, especially early game, right? Because they had 5 Fire popping off in the LeBlanc too in the last one, and they couldn't scale up against the Rise, fairness. But when 5 Fire is scaling on the Rise, and it's entirely different too, because he gets that triple kill early game, and from there you just it's so hard to do anything to him. Like they got that one good gank, but after that it was just he just was left to scale up on an island. It was really clean.
And I will say this, I've been a bit hard on Team Tarzan. We've all been a bit rough. Because nobody, hey, honest to God, I'm sick and tired of them winning every time. After every money match, he comes to me, thanks for the $10,000. Thanks for your money. So I can't ever, crap talk him. It's a little...
What is this?
A lie.
Oh no.
And anyone in the chat who knows a person to see what's happening right now, to see what are the ties of the CDC, the ties of who, the ties of who. Tell them if you know what are the deals. Do you know that the same people working for the Pfizer, the head of Pfizer, was the same head of the CDC?
If you want to watch everything on
You
one
need to know
platform,
who are
all shows will be
forcing you to
subscribed
do
Flixify.
things and
You
how
will need
it
to be invited by
benefits
existing
them.
member with
How
invites.
it
If you want, I can hook
benefits
you up with a
them.
subscription platform
Okay?
that pirates everything
You
without
cannot
ad
live
sharing.
thinking that just because it's in a newspaper, okay? Because
why is my shit fucking up so much?
I went to college for journalism, okay? I went to college for journalism, and I need to tell you that TV networks, newspaper, they're companies. They're companies. You can pay them to put what you want. Do I need to show you everything is sponsored by Pfizer video so you know what I'm talking about? I can go do that. But I'm kind of like, the data, it's alive, my friend. The data doesn't show that the vaccine worked. They can make as many data as they want. I can show you. I can give you list of. You can see the victims yourself because they've been censored from Facebook. A lot of vaccine victims have been censored from Facebook. Why would you do that? Think. That's it. That's all you need to do. Why will they erase?
Show her chat. I don't know how. Could you guys link this big screen shit? I don't know where the fuck the chat is.
Trying to share their story. Why will they get erased? Why they had to run to Telegram, right? I can show you here right now. To Telegram, right? I can show you here right now. I can show you Telegram. I can show you what's the name? The vaccine injuries. Injuries. All right. So this group, this one group, because they had to leave Facebook because Facebook kicked them out. They have no voice, right? Their voice doesn't matter. If you lost your child, if you lost your dad, if you lost a family member and you want to warn people about what happened to you, you're being shut down, right? So let me see if I can show this.
Oh God.
There you go. You can find that on Telegram. You can find it yourself. And then in this, you see all of look at that. These are like a lot of the victims, look at that. These are all people. Look, this one can't even walk probably. And then over there, you can find their testimonies. And they had to find a way. Look at that. If you have your own, you can also find a way to share yours. This has endless testimonies, endless information, endless experiences that people have lived through. And seems like they cannot say it elsewhere because they're not allowed. And the thing is, like you say, we have to end this. We need to end this. Their voices matter. Don't let we're talking about all these thousands of people trying to say help, help, please help. Don't let the government say that we have to vaccinate our children. Look what happened to mine. There's like a heartbreaking video of this man who said him and his best friend was his son. And he said, I did it because you told me that was the right thing to do. He said,
you think it would be a based idea to modify your
you lied to me.
website to consolidate all streams
he
that use your
put
website's
it,
code?
his son, had like 16 years old or something, had it.
Everyone that rips your code off.
And it's heartbreaking to see his video. It's really, really sad to see it. He's crying in court saying, you lied to me. You said
concerned about what people hold to be true in the world. I'm concerned about what theory of truth is going to be right or not.
Well, I don't think there is a right theory of truth. I just think there's one that makes me
It's
happiest.
all arbitrary, right? So, okay, what about a theory of meaning?
I mean, I'm going to bite the bullet on all of this. It's completely subjective.
So you're a complete nihilist?
I'm not. I mean, moral nihilist, can you define?
There's no truth. Nothing is objective. Nothing is true. Or it's all relative to what someone wants.
Yeah,
everything.
But I do think you can make empirical statements about the world.
That depends on you.
Wait, yes, the morality of the Holocaust depends on your
morality,
subjective...
whether it happened.
Whether it happened? Sure, if you have a different definition of truth, then yeah, but if a person...
You can't say that they're wrong. They're just in a different framework.
Oh, no, well, I don't have to say that they're wrong. All I have to do is convince them.
Right now, you are basically saying that.
I would disagree with them. I would try to convince them off that
you would
point.
disagree with them, but you have to acknowledge from this,
Yes, I acknowledge that. I've always acknowledged that. Yeah, it's about power.
You're in a state of complete nihilism about the world. No
No,
one's
I
position
care
is more
about things.
justified than another.
Inherently, no. Correct.
Wow.
Shakier than others. And I talked with someone who was apparently more educated on philosophy on me, and they got mad at me, and they argued that I was like, what was it? That I am saying that the Holocaust didn't happen or something. It was some. Right, it was something
Well, it's
like
always
that.
gotta
I
go
forget
to some
the details.
crazy hyperbolic fucking place, so you know.
I forget the details. I don't know.
That was quite the summary of that conversation. Huh. Interesting recollection there, Vaush.
Could be true, but I do still think Aphelios is.
Hello?
That could be true, but I do still think Aphelios is really broken. I like it a lot more than Sivir, at least.
Yeah, definitely in the same boat with you. Sivir doesn't really look that inspiring. You got movement speed.
You didn't go lethality one either.
Well, you can't win them all. No evade, please. Flexing a little bit of the champion pool, knowing that the Trundle did not give him any of those reins. The Rek'Sai, this is a Will classic right here.
Oh yeah. So, in case you didn't watch Will's Academy games, he kind of did pop off on this Rek'Sai whenever he got it. Now, Rek'Sai is not a champion that does a lot of things in League of Legends. Sometimes you want a champion that does a lot rather than something that does one thing very, very well. Rek'Sai is a champion that does one thing super well, and that is kill people early game.
Yeah.
And that is how you beat Tarzan. That's how you go and wreck his mental and make sure that on his stream, he is just sitting there, silent, deadpan, hoping that the next game comes fast. That's how you get this done.
Just go next, please. Team Tarzan.
Lovely, Misa,
Walking
Misa,
in
let's
this
keep
Jhin
watching Mig all
and
day. I
Rakan
only want to watch
for
Mig and watch
value
short Mig and
and
Misa, Misa.
Zazel. Jhin offers a...
Okay, I don't care about this. What is this?
Yo, I can't wait to see this movie. It's gonna be crazy, son.
Whoa! Is there a spoiler here? Hold on. I don't know if this is a spoiler. It was an old vine. It's an old vine. Okay, sorry. That's an old vine, so this isn't a spoiler, okay?
Yo, I can't wait to see this movie. It's gonna be crazy, son.
I can't believe you died at the end.
Yo, I can't wait to see this.
I have to teach you guys something, okay? I have to teach you something. The holes. The different holes. Girls have 3 holes.
Okay. What do we... When did Mr. Man say be back? Hold on, let me check. I have to edit at 3 o'clock. Oh my god. So that's gonna be 3 to 7? What is this?
Cross streams, it feels like less alienating because we live in.
Okay, I don't care. He doesn't even stream on his channel?
You even have Flash. Wow, easy.
They got decimated.
That was good.
Shut up, chat. The T1 Academy, it doesn't exist.
Could read this. This was crazy.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Did you know the media is made up of companies? Believe me, folks, I studied journalism. The Clinton globalist vampire family doesn't want you to know that, folks. Oh.
Kid, it's fucking a 3-minute ad after every game. Dude, if you can't sub, shut up about it. Use your Twitch Prime or drop a fucking $5 and shut the fuck up. It's worth it. Dude, it's $5. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't even be watching. If you can't afford to sub, honest to God, you shouldn't be watching the stream. You should be getting your bread up. Straight up. Straight up, bud. Straight up. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm poor, then stop watching the stream and go get on the grind. Bro, it's $5, okay? Kid, it's fucking a 3-minute ad after every game.
True. Add this to the queue. Oh god, why does this... I don't know what it is about this text. I can just already feel like this is going to be an incredibly boring speaker, but let's try it. Oh, it's Ian Shapiro. It's usually good content, but he's really boring.
Sure. My question concerns what you said about democracy not being so good handling
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yeah. And
Because I'm not a poor
giga
Giga Chad.
what you think would be solutions to a chronic problem, and if globalization can help or hinder, and if religion comes into play at all in all of that.
Okay, so let me set the religion piece aside first and address the other parts. I think that, you know, in the kind of political theorizing that...
Okay. All right. Let me get some accumulators automated. And then we will,
I feel like I've outpaced him
intellectually.
Thanks, Tyler. Now I feel morally obligated and lady to sub.
What are we doing? Oh, we'll watch a video or something. Hold on. Oh, I'll read that article. That's what I'll do. I feel like being conservative is being equated in the general discourse of being a piece of trash degenerate, depending on who you're talking to, you know?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Detroit Urban Survival Training. I'm going to share with you right now what to do if a striker-fired weapon is pinning against your chest, against the wall, and a criminal is holding you at bay. And the reason why they're doing this is because this is how they search you for weapons, how they're going to take things from you, also how they're going to harm you physically and keep you from running or pulling out a weapon is by getting close and pinning you to a wall or to a car. In this case, it's striker-fired, so there's no hammer in the back. So the first thing we're going to do, since we can't move out of the way, we can't move offline, and if I were to try to move this, as soon as he saw my hand move, he's going to fire. So we have to make this weapon not fire. And to give an example of the human reaction time, when he sees me move, he's going to fire. So the reason why it didn't move, the slide didn't slide, is because I inhibited it by pushing it to the rear. From there, what we do is push the barrel back towards the aggressor, and now you have the weapon, and if you don't want to shoot, then you just pin them down to the ground using their finger and taking them under control.
This is a meme channel, right? It's got to be a meme channel.
Hand move, he's going to fire. So we have to make this weapon not fire. And to give an example of the human reaction time, when he sees me move, he's going to fire. So the reason why it didn't move, the slide didn't slide, is because I inhibited it by pushing it to the rear. From that,
if you fire, you can fire a bullet without the slide ever moving back, right? It just won't reload the next round into the chamber. Am I right or wrong on that? If I'm holding a Glock, if my slide is still and I pull the trigger, Won't it fire one bullet, but it just won't load the next one in? Because the slide moving back ejects the cartridge and then loads another one, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So this is... I don't know what you're supposed to be doing by doing this. It's a meme channel. He just doesn't know it. Is this a meme channel? Also, pulling the slide back on guns is pretty difficult to do. Like, if your hand is sweaty, you're not going to be able to do it. And if you don't have a good grip on it, you're not going to be able to do it. And if you're not in the right position, you're not going to be... Like it requires like a decent amount of like, you hold it and then you rack the slide. That's not something you can just like, oh, like I would be shocked if somebody could bring their hand up. I don't know why I'm even responding to this. This is stupid. I'm being dumb. This is a meme. In his mind, he would slide it before the person shot. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Judge for yourself if it's a meme channel. Am I allowed to watch this, or am I going to get like axed by Twitch and YouTube? I don't know if I can do this. 11-minute compilation. This man could single-handedly beat Thanos.
Detroit Urban Survival Training. I want to share with you what to do if you're surrounded by a group of men and they attack you. So if they come at you, what you don't want to do is try to stand in the middle like you're a martial arts karate movie, moving in a circle, trying to block, trying to hit. That's not going to work. So if they try to grab and then try to attack you, and you try to back up, this is what's going to happen. As you try to back up, you're going to get swarmed, and you're still going to be dominated, and you're going to lose. What you should do is this.
It's like, oh God, who's the...
See, when you move in a circle around the crowd, you're able to
Steve
attack
Seagal.
each attacker individually. Detroit Urban Survival Training. I'm going to share with you today some ways that you can increase your survivability. If someone grabs you from the side, bear hugging you, holding you against your will. So you can take your leg, wrap it around the heel here, bring your knee to the front, and lock it out. Another way you can do that is on the other leg.
Why would they let go of you?
Step them, take your leg to the rear, hook, drop it down, and hook out.
No way, dude. This has to be a meme.
Increase your survivability if someone's trying to hold you against your will on your side. Detroit Urban Survival Training. We're going to share with you right now what to do if someone grabs your wrist from the side. This is something that commonly happens where people are trying to manhandle you. So they grab here. We want to escape. First level of response to any threat. And the way we do that is by taking our elbow over the top here. The reason why we want to go here is because we don't want to go to zero. So we don't want to go here and then start over and then find out he's a better fighter than us. From here, we go here, so it puts us in a superior position to control or immobilize the threat if necessary. Legally, I just want to escape if they just grab my wrist, here. If I want to control.
You know what my favorite thing? I don't give a fuck about UFC and MMA. I just don't care. I never cared about it. But you know what the best thing MMA and UFC has given to the world? You know what the best thing it gave to the world? It dispelled all of these myths about like fucking karate and tai chi and all this random dumb shit being effective at self-defense, and all of these little stupid hooks and grabs or whatever being effective at self-defense. That's what MMA and UFC did. Thank fucking God. You don't see anybody coming with like crazy fucking karate, fucking complicated bullshit. You see fucking wrestling, grappling. You see people that can kick, and you see people that can strike. That's what you see, because that's what works. Not any weird fucking like any of this stupid bullshit or whatever, right? Oh God. Okay. Done. Click 11 seconds, save for stream. Steven Seagal meme. Yeah. Based.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I can't stand seeing my name white. Fuck white names.
He's legit, watch.
It's time to survive. I mean, you know, just trying to do what I do, man. Clean up the streets a little bit, Carl.
Detroit Urban Survival Training. Today we're joined with special guests, Rory Maul.
Give me your money. Oh, so I killed my man.
It's gotta be a troll. No way, dude.
Oh shit. I'm bleeding. So little things make a big difference.
It has to be.
Try that shit at home if you want to. By the time you roll, nigga got one in your head already, man. Fuck out of here.
No, warrior, nah.
It's gotta be a troll.
Don't move.
Swear to God. Swear to God, bro. See, I knew this shit didn't work.
Will did a parody of it for G4.
I have not seen them yet, but I'm told that they are incredible.
Okay. Hello, I'm Bill Scruff, Tactical Defense. Today I'm going to show you a few techniques to survive tense combat situations. Situation number 1, drunken Irish position. Okay, I'm going to deploy tactical banana peel. There he goes. He's slipping. From this position, waist control. Now I can guide him away. I have total control. He's gone. Situation 2, firearm.
Alex Jones.
Okay,
White
he closes
genocide.
the distance.
Wow, thanks, Jack Dark Zero.
Bam, I have barrel control, but I'm not out of the woods yet. I go for nose control. I have the nose. What's this? I have your nose. I bargain for the firearm. I take the firearm. Don't worry, take it back. He's confused, blows his own brains out. Situation 3, crane kick. Don't attack the legs. That's a rookie move. I get naval control. Oh, what's on your shirt? Bam! Blast to the nose, cranial concussion. He's dead. Last situation, classic situation. 2 perverts are approaching me. Hot. I blow, grab the rip the I have the Bill Scruff Tactical Defense.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Bills. I have not seen them yet, but I'm told that they are incredible.
Nice.
I feel like I've outpaced
Coming up. We're not doing this. I don't know if I can listen to this. Jake Paul part is only 4 seconds. Please watch it. Wait, this isn't even a meme. You just linked me a... Why do I care? Wrong tweet. It's the one below it. 3rd time posting. Destiny's gonna click. Oh.
Come in a circle, and now you have control. You can remain standing or take them all the way to the ground. Your choice. This is an intelligent option that will increase your survivability.
Thank you, Steven!
Does it annoy you that most of the people you debate you have to clear up so many simple misconceptions that are explained in simple high school classes?
Yep, pretty annoying. Okay. Quarantine being dumb. Nice. All right, we're reading this. Oh, no, wait, I wasn't reading this. I was trying to automate something. What happened? Oh, did we do it? No, we didn't. Why are you distracting me? Hold on, let me... I need to make some goddamn accumulators. Hold on. Okay, boom, 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 boom. There we go. Okay. There it goes. It's beautiful. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, too many people are linking me shit. Take a break. What is this? Long live the Revolution Brothers. God damn it. Two minutes and 20 seconds. Oh no. Oh no. What is a muzzle loader? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? For a musket? Okay. Black powder guns and muskets don't count as firearms by the ATF? Is that true? Crazy. My God. Okay. I'm reading this. This is a funny, crazy. Automate your collectors? Automate what collectors? These? Or these? The New York Times Peru N-word, Part 1, Introduction. On February 5th of this year, 1 week after an article about me appeared in the Daily Beast, the New York Times announced that I would be leaving. At my departure, I was the paper's lead reporter on the COVID-19 pandemic. I had been at the Times since starting as a copy boy in 1976. Since the Daily Beast wrote to the Times on January 28th, saying it intended to publish a story, I have not spoken in detail to any reporter. On the advice of my lawyer, I waited until my departure date, March 1st, 2021. March 1st having arrived, I will now tell my side of the story in 4 parts. I'm publishing my thoughts here on Medium because I know journalists. We make America what it is. Without a free press, democracy dies. But we're still jackals. We can befriend you for years and then bite off your arm just as you're offering us a treat. We can't help it. It's the nature of the job. At the highest levels, like Watergate, it's about digging for the truth no matter what corrupt government official it hurts. At the basest level, when even the crummiest scandal erupts, you have to repeat the accusation even if you know it's untrue or half true in order to explain the truth, no matter how much you may personally like the source you are hurting. That's the game. I'm somewhat relieved to be out of it, but after 50 years, if you count writing for my high school magazine, I'll probably never be able to shake the habits. Since January 28th, I've been a jackal circled by jackals. Since not every journalist gets quotes right, on the rare occasions in my life that I've answered journalist questions, I've tried to do so in writing. That way, either they get it right or I can prove I was misquoted. Even just 5 words I foolishly sent in writing to a reporter came back to bite me. On January 28th, I foolishly sent in writing to a reporter. I was reading chat about me having ADHD by John Cena. Kill yourself in a video game. Even just 5 words I foolishly sent in writing to a reporter came back to bite me. On January 28th, the day the Daily Beast story broke, I had been ordered to not speak to the Beast or return any phone calls from the press. I did not. Emails poured in asking for comment. To one from the Washington Post, I wrote back only, "Don't believe everything you read." It was meant to flippantly convey, I can't comment, but don't believe the Daily Beast. Instead, he interpreted it as, "Don't believe the Times' press release." That inflamed the situation. I chose this route so I can control at least one part of the narrative, my own. If you submit to filtering by another journalist, you're answering only his or her questions. When he writes, he chooses the bits that he thinks are important, and tiny shades of nuance can cast a whole story in a different light. Am I principled, old school, blunt, cranky? Or the end of the asshole era at the Times, as Vanity Fair let an anonymous source describe me? Was I speaking to innocent school children, or to privileged prep schoolers burnishing their resumes? Am I a longtime science reporter, a veteran science reporter, a star reporter, a legendary reporter? During February, without having published a single article, I won battlefield promotions from longtime to legendary from a dozen reporters who described me for their own purposes without ever speaking to me. Am I really an asshole? I don't think so, not most of the time. I'm someone who holds doors for people, schmoozes with anyone, shovels my neighbor's sidewalks, occasionally buys lunch in the cafeteria for strangers who forget their credit cards, counsels colleagues in trouble with their editors, talks up the guild to newbies, walks through the newsroom on flu shot day reminding everyone. I pass on story ideas, share my sources, and I don't hog bylines. I eat, or ate, lunch at a roving cafeteria table nicknamed the Alta Caker's Table, made up of reporters and editors from many departments. We welcome everyone to sit down with us. Some young reporters do, and they get an earful of jokes, foreign correspondence yarns, and Times gossip, ancient and modern. We're a little noisy, but we're friendly. Hold on. Now, there is an exception. If you're an editor and you write an error into my copy, I can definitely be an asshole. I'm one of the biggest non-fans of the New York Times editing process. Because we're an editor's paper rather than a writer's paper, every editor feels entitled and even obligated to make changes. I'm the previously anonymous author of the words once quoted in an internal Times report. Every story is a fire hydrant, and the hydrant is passed from dog to dog to dog. The dogs don't change the nature of the hydrant, but they rarely improve it. That was later misinterpreted as an attack on copy editors. It never was. I'm a former copy editor, and I know how thankless and high pressure that job is. What fries my shorts and makes me an asshole is gratuitous changes and unnecessary shifting of paragraphs, especially when the editor hasn't read the story carefully. To give an example, an editor once went through a story of mine and changed all the references to vaccines to drugs. I went over and I said, "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Vaccines and drugs are different. A vaccine is something you take to prevent illness. A drug is something you take when you're already ill." This is technically not true. There are prophylactic drugs, but it kind of depends on the article, right? It's basically true, but he tried to push back. "Well, they're both medicines, aren't they? I thought it was repetitive." It was repetitive, so you decided to make it wrong? It's under my byline. You're making me look like an idiot. This is like taking a baseball writer's story and changing all the home runs to touchdowns. Don't you think someone will notice? So yeah, I can be an asshole. If you're an editor and you made changes in a story of mine and I lashed out at you like that, I'm very sorry. It wasn't because of your race or sex or youth or anything else. You may have just been a set of initials in the margins of our editing software. That's one part of me that's not very nice, and I know it. If I did that to you, I apologize, and if you'll tell me about it, I'll apologize personally. I'll tell my story in 3 further parts. Okay, Jesus. Wait, is this even the same story that I remember? I hope it is. Well, we're going. We're on a journey now, so. On December 3rd, okay, I'm sorry. For accuracy's sake, I will write mostly from email exchanges or, when I'm recounting conversations, from emails that I wrote soon after them. My memories of what happened in Peru are based largely on long emails I wrote to my union rep during the 2019 investigation. I've had this whole narrative vetted by 2 lawyers. A look backwards. On December 3rd, 2020, almost 2 months before the Daily Beast story, I did a Zoom Q&A for the whole newsroom with Deputy Managing Editor Carolyn Ryan about covering the pandemic. The last question she asked was, "What has this year been like for you?" What I remember answering is, "It's been a pretty wild roller coaster. I started off feeling like the crazy man saying, 'This is it, it's the big one, it's going to be a pandemic.' At first, no one believed me. Then by April, when much of what I'd predicted came true and I was unexpectedly a character on the Daily, I was the dark prophet. In October, as I glimpsed the vaccines on the horizon, I became the dark prophet with an optimistic streak. Recently, I told Carolyn, I'd been feeling a little like a Confederate statue. I think people are getting a little sick of me and are waiting for me to make mistakes so they can pull me down and trample me. Wow, was I right? I must be pretty good at this prophecy stuff. Except I never saw this coming. I'd expected an attack from the far right, since I'd suffered one in May after I said on Christiane Amanpour's show that the American response to the epidemic had failed because of poor leadership. I'd suggested that CDC Director Robert Redfield resign, called Mike Pence a sycophant, and said President Trump lacked a third-grade understanding of science. I was told off in order to stay off TV. A formal letter of reprimand went into my file. The liberal and moderate coverage was favorable. The right's was not. I was told off. What is this? New York Times reporter calls Pence a sycophant. The newspaper says he went too far. Jeez. Jeez. Okay. If you watch the video, you'll probably realize that I didn't go on Amanpour's planning to denounce anyone. She asked why the American response was so poor, and I answered frankly without thinking of the consequences. It might have gone unnoticed, except the show was tweeting out every utterance live, and I think Eric Wemple of the Washington Post called the Times for comment. In any case, something triggered the discipline process. Again, the ban on TV appearances was slowly lifted about 4 months later. I tried to be more careful. I never dreamed that one of the 2 Peru trips I took, which to me were just blips in my life, something I'd done largely as a favor to a friend who needed experts to make the trip sell, would sink my Times career. I've been asked many times, who was the Daily Beast source, and why was it leaked now, just when you're up for a Pulitzer? The answer is, I have no idea. The story includes a quote from an internal Times email, so I must assume it leaked from the inside, but you never know. And why? I don't know. It's been quite baffling and painful for me to have people assume I'm a racist and believe that I said the ridiculous things I'm accused of saying, that racism is over, that white supremacy doesn't exist, or white privilege doesn't exist, or that I defended the use of blackface or said horrible things about black teenagers in general. I'm surprised by how quick some colleagues who barely know me were prepared to accept those accusations and even add more on a Times alumni Facebook page. Someone to whom I don't think I've spoken to since 1994 said, calling him only a racist is being nice. An editor I happily worked side by side with in 1989 and have had brief but cordial chats with, maybe once every 10 years when we bump into each other on the street, said I seemed dismissive of people of color and their views back then. Someone I thought I'd been very nice to when she left the paper attacked me for using the expression third world in a story that was, as always, approved by several Times editors. As I read the first 2, I had no idea what they were talking about. I still don't. But if I said something that gave offense back then, I apologize now. As another editor pointed out on the same thread, I can be pretty dismissive, period. But it's never racially based. I also say a lot of things to get a laugh. Some might give offense without me even realizing it, and I say things that are misunderstood. Just last week, I bemoaned to a friend the fix that God and Adolf had gotten me into. Only after I reread it did I realize how that might be misread, and I quickly sent a follow-up. I meant Adolf Ox. I don't know what reference this is, but... My girlfriend thinks I have a high-functioning Asperger aspect by personality. I'm empathetic about suffering, but I also very much misread audiences. A young Haitian-American colleague and friend who sat behind me for 3 years in science news called me after the Beast story. I told him what I'd actually said in Peru. He said, "Donald, you sound exactly like my father." He would also say, "You can't dress like a thug to a job interview and expect to get the job. But from you, it sounds racist." I said, "How is thug racist? What about Thug Life Records?" He said, "It's almost the equivalent of the N-word. Don't you know about Marshawn Lynch?" He said. "He plays for Seattle?" I could hear him sigh. "No, Donald, let me explain." So, was I 5 decades older than the students in Peru and out of touch with their sensibilities? Absolutely. Did I have perspectives to offer that they didn't get at prep school? I think so. Am I racist? I don't think so. After working in 6... Fuck, this doesn't actually include what happened, does it? Wait, why are we reading this? In Destiny, it does? It does where? It doesn't look like it. Or are there other articles that it links to at the end? Read part 2 here. Oh. All right, we're going. Jesus, what are these tweets? Why are they... Even the left-leaning people will go after, like, my fucking kid and shit. It's really weird. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, hold on. Have you thought about getting more things in the room? No, I like the reverb a lot, actually. But I ordered a ton of stuff this morning. I forgot to order a rug. Fuck, hold on. I'll order one right now. Just for you, buddy, okay? Should probably be black, right? How can you have a fluffy bedroom rug plush for $9, but it's so big? What is this made out of? Bananas? You're giving yourself gamer hair with the headphones, it's going to give you a bald spot? I've worn headphones like this for 20 years, my dude. I don't think... If it was going to give me a bald spot, I'd already be bald.
Made this meme for you. Y'all find it funny.
In Louis C.K.'s special, he steals Destiny's 2016 take. A 5.5-minute Louis C.K. clip. I don't know if I can watch this, my dude. Chud Logic meme. The two genders. Okay, hold on. Paggy Sophie Ultra Soft Fluffy Shaggy Area Rugs. 4 living room. 6 foot by 8 feet. It should fit here, right? Show? I'm too lazy. Get fucked. Wow, 20 pounds? Thanks, Cactus, for that donut, buddy. Okay, boom, boom, boom.
Merry Christmas.
You know what, dude? Merry Christmas to you too. Okay. Am I a racist? I don't think so. After working in 60 countries over 25 years, I think I'm pretty good at judging people as individuals. But am I a racist? It's actually a harder question to answer about yourself than some self-righteous people think. One of my college professors was J. Herman Blake, who was Huey Newton's biographer and, informally, the Minister of Education of the Black Panther Party. I remember him apologizing to a woman student he had inadvertently offended, saying, "We all have our racist and sexist bags we crawl into sometimes." I agree, and I don't know anybody who hasn't at some point lowered their voice, looked around to see who was listening, and then said something unflattering about some other, whether based on race or religion or sexual orientation or whatever. That includes people I love. My mother once told me that she was in love with a Jewish guy before she met my father, but my grandfather was an anti-Semite, so she couldn't marry him. My grandfather wasn't a brute or an unintelligent man. He was a real estate developer, so presumably he at least sometimes did business with Jews. But he was a Yale graduate of his generation when anti-Semitism was common. We all sometimes say stupid things or things we thought were funny but weren't. What particularly baffled me was that anyone would look at my work and conclude that I would have chosen my beat if I were a racist, and could or would have survived on it that long. Here are the awards I've won and some of the stories I've won for them. The 2020 John Chancellor Award for Career Achievement, including helping Africans get AIDS drugs and Indian cancer sufferers get pain relief. Just 6 months ago, the Times was happy to announce that. Okay, I believe you. One of the sympathetic letters I got after the Beast article appeared was from a former USAID official who told me something I had not known, that my early reporting on mosquito nets helped lead to the creation of the President's Malaria Initiative, which has saved millions of lives. People can be accused of racism over virtually anything. I've been accused on Twitter of having a white eye on Africa. That's certainly true. These are the eyes I was born with, and I sometimes cover Africa. But I don't think that disqualifies me. The Times doesn't have a policy that you must be Asian American to cover Asia or African American to cover Africa. If it did, the paper would be poorer for it. The only exception I know was that, until the 1970s, the Times never made a Jewish reporter Jerusalem bureau chief. It had a morbid fear of being accused of being pro-Jewish. Then Tom Friedman went and won back-to-back Pulitzers, and the fear vanished. Some of today's woke youth, eager to correct us graybeards, have no idea how normal it once was in America to slip into racism. I went to an all-male and nearly all-white Jesuit high school. It was and still is a good school, but it was the kind of place where it was much safer, for example, to be known as a racist than as a homosexual. One afternoon, in an unprovoked confrontation on a city bus with 4 public school students, I had my face slashed with a straight razor. I still have the scar. The next day, a classmate who had always ignored me, yes, a thug, offered to help me take revenge at random with baseball bats from his pickup truck. I walked away. If you don't learn from your scars, I also have a tattoo for my second marriage, you don't learn. In the next 3 parts, I will try to give you just what facts I know, not opinions. Everybody has those. One last thought. What's happened to me has been called a witch hunt. It isn't. It's a series of misunderstandings and blunders. I may be the only living Times reporter who has actually covered a witch hunt in Zimbabwe in 1997. They inevitably end worse for the accused. I'm at least getting my say. Thanks. P.S. To those who sneered at my apology, I genuinely do love the Times and its mission. P.P.S. If you know me, you know I go by Donald, never by Don. Wait, did somebody call him Don earlier? Was this a reference to something? Or something else, maybe? I guess. Okay, whatever. Part 2. Check out these blues. Imagine ordering anything from a website that's not Amazon.com. Also, ew, these look disgusting. Or maybe I have bad taste in rugs. I just like solid, simple colors. I don't have time for this bullshit. Oh my god. Is this part 2, 3, and 4? No. Get an animal print rug? Ugh. That's why I look like fucking Steve Irwin. Okay. Turn moot into a rug. True. I'm gonna crack this door. Fuck, this room gets really hot. Not cool, guys. The room gets hot and I can never, at any point in the year ever, open my window. I don't think. Oh, low of 69 tonight. So maybe at like midnight I can crack my window. Well, it gets kind of cool the next week. Would you say Lauren Southern's the great replacement video of stochastic terrorism? Yeah, I think so. I think pretty easily. Okay. At 11:17 on January 28th, I got an email from the Daily Beast. It was from Lachlan Cartwright and said, "Hi, Donald. The Daily Beast is preparing to publish a story about you and we wanted to give you an opportunity to comment. We will report, following a 2019 Student Journeys trip to Peru hosted by the New York Times in conjunction with Putney's Student Travel, a number of students and their parents complained that you made wildly offensive and racist comments." Oh shit, this is getting into the story. Hold on.
Fucking dubstep.
True. Several students complained that you also used the N-word, questioned the notion of white privilege, and argued that blackface was not offensive. The New York Times was aware of this in 2019, and some staff were disturbed by your behavior and discussed how to handle the potential fallout. The New York Times investigated the matter and took disciplinary action against you.
It looks like you moved into a part of Train's old shipping container. Anyone else missed shipping container Train?
True. Against you, and communicated as much with parents of children who had been on the trip. If you wish to comment, we would prefer responses in writing and on record. If you'd like to talk over the phone, you can reach me at xxx. Deadline for comment is 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday, January 28th. Cheers, Lachlan. I was busy working on a COVID-19 story and I didn't even notice it. At the time, I was getting more than 500 emails a day, mostly about the virus, and I often didn't read some until 4 a.m. But soon my boss, Celia Duggar, the science editor, was calling. "Did you see the email from the Daily Beast?" "No, what email?" I called it up and I read it quickly. "Oh God," I said. "Seriously? Peru again?" "We've got to answer it. Charlotte wants you to get on the phone with her." "Why? Why don't we just tell them to fuck off, see what they print, and I can answer it?" "No, we have to answer them today. Can you talk to Charlotte now?" "Why do we have to bend to their demand for 3 o'clock? Why are we letting them push us around? Tell them no, I'm busy. Tell them to hold the story and we'll respond when we're ready." "No, they want you to respond now. Let me get Charlotte on the phone and I'll conference you in." I was instantly worried for reasons I'll explain later, but I had no choice. This kind of problem was Charlotte Barrett's job to handle. She's the associate managing editor for employee relations. Also, she had been in charge of the 2019 Peru investigation, so she knew more of the facts than almost anyone else at the Times did. Also, the last time that we had spoken in the newsroom in early March 2020, just before lockdown, she had been friendly, complimenting me on my on my February 27th appearance on the Daily Wire when I said the virus in China might soon be a pandemic and change our lives. From the very beginning, I misread the situation. I was blasé about the Beast email. The Times was in full freak-out message control mode. Charlotte instructed me to say nothing in reply, to not take any reporters' phone calls, and to just let corporate communications handle it. As I remember, I said, "Okay, I won't talk to anybody. I don't want to. But why are we even responding? You've heard all this before. You know it's mostly bullshit. Just ignore them, or tell them to hold the article until I can respond point by point." I was told no, that this would turn into a big story, that it would be lumped in with Lauren Wolf and the Caliphate scandal. That's ridiculous. What in the world do I have to do with Caliphate? Because I had been so focused on the pandemic, I had only a dim idea of what those two scandals were about. But I agreed to not call or write to the Beast or take any phone calls from any reporters. We need to include an apology from you, either Charlotte or Celia said. For what? I didn't do most of these things. Donald, you said the N-word, Celia said. Okay, yes I did, and I'll apologize, but I want to explain the context and say the rest is false. So I hung up and I wrote this. 1. Yes, I did use the word. In this context, a student asked me if I thought our high school's administration was right to suspend a classmate of hers for using the word in a video she'd made in 8th grade. I said, did she actually call someone a blank, offending word, or was she singing a rap song or quoting a book title or something? When the student explained that it was the student, who was white and Jewish, sitting with a black friend, and the two were jokingly insulting each other by calling each other offensive names for a black person and a Jew, I said, she was suspended for that 2 years later? No, I don't think suspension was warranted. Somebody should have talked to her, but any school administrator should know that 12-year-olds say dumb things. It's part of growing up. Jesus. Why is this parenthesis just hanging out here? Two, I was never asked if I believed in white privilege. As someone who lived in South Africa in the 1990s and has reported in Africa almost every year since, I have a clearer idea than most Americans of white privilege. I was asked if I believed in systemic racism. I answered words to the effect of, yeah, of course, but tell me which system you're talking about. The US military, the LAPD, the New York Times? They're all different. 3. The question about blackface was part of a discussion of cultural appropriation. The students felt that it was never, ever appropriate for any white person to adopt anything from another culture. Not clothes, not music, not anything. I counter-argued that all cultures grow by adopting from others. I gave examples, gunpowder and paper. I said I was a San Franciscan and we invented blue jeans. Did that mean that they, East Coast private school students, couldn't wear blue jeans? I said we were in Peru and the tomatoes come from Peru. Did that mean that Italians had to stop using tomatoes? That they had to stop eating pizza? Then one of the students said, does that mean that blackface is okay? I said, no, not normally, but is it okay for black people to wear blackface? The student, sounding outraged, said, black people don't wear blackface. I said in South Africa, they absolutely do. The so-called colored people of Cape Town have a festival every year called the Coon Carnival, where they wear blackface, play Dixieland music, and wear striped jackets. It started when a minstrel show came to South Africa in the early 1900s. Americans who visit South Africa tell them they're offended, they shouldn't do it, and they answer, buzz off, this is our culture now. Don't come here from America and tell us what to do. So what do you say to them? Is it up to you, a white American, to tell black South Africans what is and isn't their culture? Since writing that email, I've learned from YouTube that the event has been renamed the Minstrel Carnival, and while face paint is common, blackface is rarer. I sent it to Celia, Charlotte, and Daniel Rhodes Ha from the communications at 1:41 p.m. As I read the words now, it is not an apology, it is an explanation. But I had already said that I was ready to apologize for saying the word, although I wanted to specify that I had not used it in a wildly racist and offensive way. I'll never budge from this. This type of, usage of a word, give me a fucking break, dude. How stupid. Who cares? Why? You're such a baby if you actually get upset about stuff like this. I don't care who the fuck you are.
Fucking dubstep.
Love you, buddy.
Since this episode began... I had been willing to apologize for any actual offense I'd given, but not to agree to the Beast's characterization of me, which I felt made me sound like a drunken racist roaring around Peru, insulting everyone in sight. If the Times had not panicked and I had been allowed to send some version of that, perhaps the Beast would have rewritten or even spiked its story. Almost undoubtedly, the reaction inside the Times itself would have been different. Decades ago, I was friends with the Times chief spokeswoman, Nancy Nielsen. We worked together on our college paper before she went to business school. I used to joke with her that she had the world's easiest job. No matter what crisis confronted the Times, I said, she would issue the same press release. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. We will look into it. We will have no further comment. But that was then. Corporate communications rejected my words. In an email from Danielle, her boss Eileen Murphy, Charlotte, and Celia, I was told the Beast story might create a big backlash and people will find additional fault in too many details. I was suggested I say only, my comments were offensive and I should not have made them, and I apologize. I felt that was tantamount to admitting that the Beast story was accurate. I replied, Aileen, gotcha. I replied, "No, I'm sorry, but I do not feel I said or did anything offensive. This makes it sound like I targeted someone with a racial slur. I did not. I asked whether the word had been used. Charlotte used the same word exactly the same way when asking me if I had used the word. We use the word in the Times in discussions of whether or not the word can be used, such as here and here. I have heard executive editors use the word in that context. If I can't give the context I offered, I'd prefer to say nothing." Wait, do they actually... The dog whistle days are apparently over. This is Paul Krugman. Oh, they do type the word. Why do you need the N-word tape? Trump's use of the slur wouldn't tell us anything new. I'm assuming they use it in this article as well, if he's linking it. As the clock ticked closer to the Beast deadline, we had quick exchanges of emails. Finally, at 2:56 p.m., Celia proposed. Following the investigation, he recognized and regretted that some of his comments had offended students on the tour, including his repeating a racist slur in the context of discussing with the students an incident in which the use of that slur had been the central issue. At 3 p.m., I replied, "No, thank you. Please say nothing for me. I may still be a stubborn Catholic schoolboy. I will take the beating, but if I didn't commit the sin, I won't ask for forgiveness." At 3:49 p.m., knowing that conflicts with Charlotte inevitably meant trouble for me, I sent Dean Backett, the executive editor, a note. I summarized what had happened, read up to my stubborn Catholic boy reply, and added, "If this is going to turn into another matter of discipline, could I ask you to appoint someone else to oversee it? Carolyn or Matt or someone? I know Charlotte is the company's lawyer on this stuff, but she and I have too much baggage from arguments at the bargaining table for this to not be a conflict of interest. This is especially true as we are entering labor negotiations again. I'm officially on the negotiating team for the Guild, although I've taken almost no part in the preparation since I'm too busy to focus on contract issues." Dean didn't reply until 5:36 p.m., and then only said, "But Donald, it was dumb, and whether you meant it to be that way or not, it was insensitive." Oh my God, dude. I would go crazy in this environment. And I'm 33 or whatever. I can't imagine this, 67-year-old guy must be losing his fucking mind. Holy shit. How old was this guy? At 4 p.m., Danielle sent me the Beast story. I hadn't read it since I wasn't a subscriber and I was too irritated to pay them. Its sources, she said, included a leaked Times internal email. At 4:22, I replied, "I'm just going to keep quiet. Anyone who knows me isn't going to believe this." Phone calls from unknown numbers, messages, and multiple emails began pouring in. I ignored most, but stupidly replied to the Washington Post, "Don't believe everything you read." I meant it as a flip way to indicate I can't comment, but the Beast story is wrong. It now seems clear that the Post reporter read it as "Don't believe the Times press release." At 6:32 p.m., Danielle told me that the Post had asked for a reply to my reply and said, "I'm afraid your comment may backfire, and I would recommend not replying similarly to other reporters. For example, one possible outcome is that the students on that trip could start sharing their stories on social media, and we're in for days of coverage." The Post, the Times, and other outlets wrote stories that evening. I continued to misread the situation. I thought it was ridiculous for serious papers to pick up the Beast story. In my mind, I'm still a relatively obscure science reporter covering diseases no one else is interested in, and that Peru trip had just been one distant week in a long career. This poor guy, dude. Holy shit. From phone calls I got the next day, Friday, and from a February 10th Vanity Fair article, I now know that Times management had taken it far more seriously than I realized. Top management had met by Zoom with black reporters. There were department by department Zoom meetings about it. Slack channels were aflame, which I didn't know because I avoid Slack unless I'm forced to use it. The Guild held an emergency meeting of its unit council. I was on the council, but I don't know if I was invited since these messages go to a non-Times email I sometimes forget to check for days. Word that McNeil refused to apologize had spread. My reply to the Washington Post had angered management. On Friday, Celia and Dean reached me on a conference call. Dean and I have known and liked each other since 1994, when we were both reporters and our desks were near each other during newsroom construction. Dean said the staff was very upset. He knew I was not a racist, he said, but I was also being too stubborn, and if I could apologize, it would help. I said I'd been willing to apologize on Thursday, but I'd wanted to explain that the article was full of false accusations. He asked me to work with Celia on an apology. I said I would, and I started drafting one. And then something I never expected occurred. My first wife, Suzanne Daly, called me. Either she had volunteered to help me, or Dean had asked her, or both. I'm still unclear on that. I absolutely believed then, and still believe, that she was doing it out of kindness, but I felt like it created an awkward situation. She and I had a famously hostile divorce more than 20 years ago, though we've gotten along much better in recent years, especially since our daughters got married and our first grandchild was born. Also, she is a masthead editor on the International Print Edition and lives with a Times lawyer. Suzanne told me that she had listened in on meetings that day, and the situation was far more serious than I realized. There was so much anger that my job was in danger. Dean's might be in danger. The chancellor people had called, implying that the prize might be withdrawn. My Pulitzer nominations could be dropped. Articles about the staff's anger began appearing online. All of this is because a student asked a student if they'd said the N-word to another student, but he said the N-word instead of saying the N-word. Like, I still felt that revealing every detail would calm the situation, but it was made clear to me that what the Times wanted was a minimum of detail, reference only to my use of the slur, and an apology as broad and deep as I could make to everyone who felt aggrieved. Celia, Suzanne, and I struggled from 3 p.m. to nearly 9 p.m. to agree on wording. I complained that theirs sounded like groveling and implied that the Beast story was largely accurate. We went through many drafts. By 9 p.m., I was exhausted and hungry, and I said fine to the last. I sent it to Dean, managing editor Joe Can, and deputy managing editor Matt Purdy. The next morning, Celia checked with Danielle and conveyed her message that my statement needs to be more comprehensive in responding to the issues raised in the Daily Beast article. Celia drafted a new paragraph saying the students had misunderstood what I'd said about white privilege and institutional racism, both of which, of course, exist. I also mentioned the blackface issue, again, giving details but alluding to a Cape Town carnival. I also sent that on to Dean, Joe, and Matt. Neither email was answered. All day Saturday and all day Sunday, Suzanne, Celia, and I exchanged emails confirming that we had all heard nothing. I spent the weekend with my girlfriend at her mother's Long Island home. Her mother had just lost her partner to pancreatic cancer and was moving to Connecticut. My girlfriend was helping her pack. For me, the weekend was a long blur of answering emails and texts and phone calls from friends saying how outraged they were at the Beast article and others and how the Times was handling it. I wrote a detailed potential reply to the Beast article, summarizing what, from my perspective, had really happened in Peru. I sent it to a few friends and 2 leaders of the Guild local. Then, I thought better of that and sent follow-up notes asking them to share it with no one. Just before 7 a.m. on Sunday, I wrote a note to my colleague, Nicole Hannah Jones. It read, "Dear Nicole, I think we haven't met. I wanted to come up to you after your Guild presentation a year ago, and tell you how much I admire your work, but you were mobbed with admirers, and I had to get home. Patty Cohen tells me that you're doing some fact-checking about what happened in Peru. Since the Daily Beast article came out, I have felt completely trapped. The Times is in full damage control mode and wants the story to just die quietly. They've instructed me not to answer the Beast, to completely shut up and do everything through corp comms. They're mad at me for even saying, don't believe everything you read of the post because it got twisted into sounding like I disagreed with Dean, not with the Beast. But that leaves me unable to say anything, which means anyone who doesn't know me assumes I must be a monster. And I know that, above everything else, journalists want answers so they can form their own opinions. I gather that I have many colleagues who are wondering what the hell the Times is doing, keeping a monster on staff. I would wonder myself. Can I send you some of the facts of that trip from my perspective? But can I ask that you handle it in such a way that it does not leak to the press, because I'll get in trouble all over again if it does. Thanks, Donald." I heard nothing back that day other than notes from other friends. On Monday, February 1st, by coincidence my birthday, Dean and Carolyn Ryan called me at about 10:30 a.m. My notes of the conversation are sparser than I normally take, but I also recounted it right afterwards to a friend, so I think this is accurate. As I remember it, Dean started off by saying, "Donald, you had a great year. You really own the story of the pandemic." As soon as I realized he was talking in the past tense, I became tense and started taking notes. "Donald, I know you," he went on. "I know you're not a racist. We're going ahead with your Pulitzer. We're writing to the board telling them that we looked into this 2 years ago. But Donald, you've lost the newsroom. People are hurt. People are saying they won't work with you because you didn't apologize. I did write an apology, I said. I sent it to you Friday night. I sent another paragraph on Saturday morning. Didn't you get it? Dean didn't answer. I saw it, Carolyn said. But Donald, Dean said, you've lost the newsroom. A lot of your colleagues are hurt. A lot of them won't work with you. Thank you for writing the apology, but we'd like you to consider adding in that you're leaving. What? I said loudly. Are you kidding? You want me to leave after 40 plus years over this? You know this is bullshit. You know you looked into it, and I didn't do the things they said I did. I wasn't some crazy racist. I was just answering the kids' questions. Donald, you've lost the newsroom. People won't work with you. What are you talking about? I said. Since when do we get to choose who we work with? Donald, you've had a great year. You're still up for a Pulitzer. And I'm supposed to what? Call in to the ceremony from my retirement home? Carolyn stepped in. Donald, there are other complaints that you made people uncomfortable. X, Y, and Z. I remember looking at the snow in my garden. May I know exactly what X, Y, and Z are, and who said I did X, Y, and Z? I'm happy to answer anything, but I have to know what I'm being accused of. Neither of them responded. To me, it felt like an attempt to intimidate me. Let me give you an alternative view of who's lost the newsroom, I said. I've been getting emails and calls from bureaus all over the world saying, hang in there, you're getting screwed. People are outraged at how I'm being trashed in the press and by the Times. You fire me over this, you're going to lose everybody over age 40 at the paper, all the grown-ups, all your bureau chiefs, all your Washington reporters, all your Pulitzer winners, especially once they realize how innocuous what I really said was and that you didn't find it a firing offense in 2019, and they'll talk to every media columnist in town. The right wing will have a field day. We're not firing you, Dean said. We're asking you to consider resigning. You're twisting my arm. You're not twisting my arm. Just mentioning it, just bringing it up is twisting my arm. Nobody in 45 years has suggested I resign. Charlotte has threatened to fire me a couple of times, but that's different. That was always bullshit. But nobody's ever suggested I resign. I should shut up and get a lawyer. I need a lawyer. Dean and Carolyn seem to pretend to not hear that either. We're not twisting your arm. We're asking you to consider it. No, I'm not considering it. I'm not just quitting like this. The conversation trailed to an end with them saying consider it and me saying no. Soon after we hung up, I had a furious conversation with a friend walking his dog. What does he mean, I've lost the newsroom, I raged. People won't work with me? Since when do we get to pick and choose who we work with? That's not in our contract. In fact, that amounts to racial discrimination. That's illegal under federal law, under Times policy, under guild tradition. You work with who they assign you. Photographer, producer, editor, whatever. What is this? I sent a note to 2 guild officers about what had happened and started looking for a lawyer. I contacted several friends who knew about situations like mine, and I learned something that came as a huge relief. Since I had been investigated and punished in 2019, one explained, the Peru trip was a dead issue. As with criminal law, the principle of no double jeopardy applies to punishments meted out when you met out a punishment, meted out under union contracts. I could not be reinvestigated. Meted out. But I could still be in danger. When companies can't dismiss an employee, they often transfer him into a dead-end job and hope he gets so miserable that he quits. And they watch him like a hawk for a new mistake he can be fired for. And the early afternoon, I heard back from Nicole Hannah James, not Hannah. Hi, Donald. I truly respect your reaching out to me, even though you most clearly did not need to. Cannot imagine what it has been like for you. I'm happy to listen, and I would never leak anything. I do not operate that way, so rest assured. Best, NHJ. But everything had now changed, so I answered. Nicole. Thank you for getting back to me. I appreciate it. I know exactly how much reporters want facts first, and then we'll decide how they feel later. I was hoping to have a phone conversation with you to tell you exactly what happened in Peru, from my perspective, of course, 2 years ago, and to answer any questions you have. But as of about 2 hours ago, things took an unexpected turn, and I'm having to hire a lawyer, who, if I know lawyers, will advise me not to have that conversation. I'm sorry, I know that must be frustrating for you and for all my other colleagues who just want honest answers. When this is over, wherever I am then, and assuming we're both vaccinated, I'd be happy to sit down over a beer and have this conversation, but right now I no longer can. I'm sorry, but thanks for reaching out. Donald. This is the 1619 lady. Gotcha. Wait, Nicole is, or the other... That's the only contact we've ever had. By that evening, I had a lawyer to clear up a question that's been reported. I did not refuse guild representation, and I stayed in contact with my locals officers, but understanding that the guild too was deeply split over my case, I decided I needed my own lawyer. I called Celia to tell her that Dean had asked me to resign and that I now had a lawyer. I was signaling that I wouldn't be able to talk to her again or do any reporting or writing for her until this was resolved. She understood. They said that if you refused to leave voluntarily, you wouldn't be the lead pandemic reporter anymore, she said. No more big front page stories, no more appearances on the Daily. Through the union, I had also been told that at their Friday online meeting with black reporters, Dean, Carolyn, and the company's president, Meredith Kopit-Levian, had asked anyone who had a problem with Donald to reach them privately. Jesus. This could be read either of two ways. Either as simple due diligence, looking for a hidden pattern of bad behavior, as often turns up in sexual harassment cases, or as fishing for new charges to bring. At 7:12 p.m. Tuesday evening, I sent Dean an email. Dean, you may know this already, but I've retained counsel, and he is making contact with Diane Brayton, the New York Times general counsel. Just so you know, when this is over, we're still friends, and if you want to meet for a beer in LA someday, I'd like to, Donald. Dean replied, of course, my friend, I understand. That's the last time we were in contact. 4 days later, on Friday, at the Times request and urging, I allowed the Times to announce I was stepping down. As we were finalizing everything, the Times forwarded the statement it would issue, phrased as a note from Dean and Joe. Colleagues, we are writing to let you know that Donald McNeil Jr. will be leaving the company. Donald joined the Times in 1976 and has done much good reporting over 4 decades, but Donald agrees that this is the right next step. We do not tolerate racist language regardless of intent. I insisted that, but Donald agrees that, be removed. It was changed to, but we feel that.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Today's a good day for an Asijik Moban. Giga Chad.
Oh my god, every single one is getting longer and longer. Huh. Okay, so this is all just like now about his firing and stuff, right? I really just wanted to go over the actual incident because I thought that was funny. I don't know how much I care about like all of this. Is there anything else worth... Yeah, they feel a bit long-winded. Well, this isn't long-winded. It's just, I was just interested that fuck, what? That's part 4. Yeah, I understand. There's part 3 and part 4. Just the incident itself was really mind-blowing to me. This is him telling like his whole side of the story, what happened throughout like his firing and everything, basically. If you don't read it, I'm leaving stream and reading it myself. My voice is getting tired, okay? Jesus. Oh my god, hold on. Dude, when you follow people on Facebook, you see how many people shamelessly copy-paste Reddit comments and they post it to their own Facebook like they're being original. Can you imagine meme jacking like that? How fucking horrible that is? Absolutely disgusting. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna throw this in the thing. I'm fucking hot in here. Be back 1 sec. We'll finish. I guess we'll finish this. Ugh.
He is reading the story directly to me. Giga Chad.
Jeez. Where's Dan at? He could be reading this. Why are you reading this again? I don't think I read this article last time. I think I just read something about it. I don't think I read... There's no way I read all of this before.
I don't know what the inner walls meme is, but I like spamming GigaChat, so I'm inner walls chat
Because I'm putting
GigaChat.
100%.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You just stole my spotlight with a shitty meme. I'm down bad best. Fuck this Giga Chat, fuck the 10k, please.
Yo, Dayfuls.
Click before reading. It's a good man.
Someone else's life.
Nice. Okay, where's Dan at? I need to read. On August 8th of 2019, I wrote this note to my friend Jan Benzel, the retired New York Times editor who recruited Times experts for the Putney student trips. Hi, Jan. Do you know that I've been hauled up before Charlotte Berendt, Chris Boehner, and the rest of the newsroom legal and human resources department for an investigation of my behavior on the Peru trip? The guild is pissed off and ready to arbitrate over this. I'm outraged. I did everything according to the contract. I delivered my 3 lectures. I joined all meals and activities. I connected with and gave feedback to students and collaborated with the leaders. Also, as required, I didn't have a drink the whole week. Why is this like... I don't know why this is like this. Top highlight. I don't know what that means. Okay. Last year, I did exactly the same, and it went quite well. One student who sat next to me at a dinner twice to talk about his parents' divorce even told me he wished I was his father. Another student wrote me several nice emails later telling me how her studies were going and asking for reading suggestions. This year, several students kept peppering me with political questions, how I felt about Medicare for All, about standardized tests, about affirmative action, about classmates' discipline for use of the N-word, about cultural appropriation, about people who pose in blackface, about colonialism. I answered every single one straightforwardly, with detail and nuance, basically saying that you have to look into the details of each allegation and understand that not everyone in the world has the same perspective on life as you do. The response has been quite incredible. Out of the blue, Charlotte told the guild that I was to appear before her for an inquiry. She refused to say about what. I actually thought I was in trouble for writing David Corcoran a goodbye note saying that he was the best editor I ever had. After learning it wasn't that, I spent a completely sleepless night wondering what the hell Charlotte was investigating and what the charges could be. She makes the Times newsroom more like North Korea every day. We sit down And she tells me that it's about Peru and says 13 students have complained about me and starts asking questions about 5 days worth of conversations I held a month earlier. Everything I had said back then was twisted up and misinterpreted. I was asked if I laughed at a shaman, if I told a joke about a Jewish mother, made leering remarks about wanting to photograph naked teenagers, said it was okay if global warming killed poor people, endorsed blackface, or ever pronounced the N-word, the real one. That one I did do when trying to figure out what a student had actually said before she was suspended. During my time in Peru, not one of these 3 counselors had said a word to me about anything being wrong. One was rather cold to me, but the other 2 were quite friendly right up to the end. Meanwhile, one of the nice counselors, a very handsome young guy, was salsa dancing with the girls after dinner every night. Nothing inappropriate, and they seemed to like it, but I thought it was pretty dicey for him to risk, but he's not a Times employee. Debbie feels I was deliberately targeted by a pack of mean girls. I don't mind them so much, they're just teenagers. What really offends me is that the Times responds not by having you or someone ask me what happened and trying to get to the bottom of it, as Bill Schmidt or Peter Malone's would have done, but by instantly declaring it an official job discipline matter and convening a star chamber. I agreed to do this trip 2 years in a row, partially as a favor to you, because we're friends. This is not what I expected. Should warn anyone you recruit that the Times will treat any crazy allegation, even one by a 15-year-old, as a possibly fireable offense. I used to love working here, now I'm so discouraged. Such a mean, spiteful, vengeful place where everyone is looking over his or her shoulder. Even Al Siegel, Mr. Critical, had a sense of humor and balance. Donald. Jan responded. Wait, yikes, what?
I'm sorry, but can there's okay, you know, let me just say this. There's been a little bit too much of assassinating school children in their classrooms and a little lacking of assassination of corrupt political leaders. I don't like Nancy Pelosi.
Dude, these people...
Do I want her dead? No comment. No, I don't want anyone dead. I'm sorry.
Imagine me getting banned, dude. I hate this garbage-ass fuck website, dude.
Boy,
Fuck me,
I've
dude.
seen some of the student feedback in question and your detailed note about the trip, and I know how much care you put into making the trip relevant and intellectually sophisticated. There's clearly need for discussion, but with full attire.
Who is this person? Are they like a popular streamer? 190 viewers? Why do you guys even watch this person? Okay, I don't care. Just...
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Keep up the great content. Also, furry isn't otherkin nor is it specifically a sex thing.
It is when I fuck your mom as a furry. Jan responded, "Hi, Donald. Oi! I've seen some of the student feedback in question and your detailed note about the trip, and I know how much care you put into making the trip relevant and intellectually sophisticated. There's clearly need for discussion, but with full attention to the points you make. If you need me to engage in the conversation, I'm of course available to speak up for you. Jan."
Steven.
I responded, "No one at Putney reached out to you first? How did this get to be a Charlotte B issue in the first place? Charlotte didn't even seem to be familiar with the program, unless she was faking unfamiliarity to get me to say something that would hurt me. She asked if my participation was known to Celia, seemed surprised that I didn't have to take time off to do it. I do think it would help if you spoke up for me. There's so much turnover at Putney and at the Times relative to this program that you may be the only person left who knows how happy the students were last year and why I was invited back. The three lectures I gave this year are the same ones I gave last year, so anything the second group of students heard and took offense at was identical to what the first group heard and enjoyed. The questions at the dinner table were, of course, completely different, but I gave the same answers I would have given a year earlier." Jan answered, "Got it. Amani, I forgot it, Marcos and Tori Hansen, her boss, at the Times, and Jeff Shumlin at Putney are all still involved and remember last year's success too. It's possible Charlotte wasn't familiar before this with the student program, but I don't know. Amani and Tori work closely with Phil Corbett on the trip offerings, and I get the okay from the newsroom supervisors before we sign any of you on. I'll let Amani know. I'll be glad to speak up for you, and I'm sure she'll pass that on. I'll wait to hear from her when the next conversation is. Keep me posted, okay?" Hold on. Jesus, what is this? Hold on. Okay. If you want to be a furry, you can be a furry. I don't give a fuck. It's whatever. As long as you're not actually fucking animals, alright? Or fuck animals. I don't actually give a fuck. Do what you want, okay? Okay. Alright. Boom, boom. Wait. No. Okay. I replied, the guild asked me for copies of my contract and the agreement addendum since Charlotte asked me about them. Just FYI, I also sent the stories below to the guild since they seem to think the biggest issues were that I used the N-word, the real N-word, and that I described an event in which girls were undressed. What happened in the first instance? A student asked me, do you think one of my classmates should have been suspended for using the N-word in a video from 2 years ago? And I said, well, wait, what exactly happened on this video? Did she actually call someone N-word? Or was she just using it in passing, like quoting the title of a book? She was in 8th grade, and she was joking with a friend of hers who was black. She said, well, you're a lazy N-word or something like that. And she was Jewish, so her friend said, well, you're a cheap Jew or something like that. And then 2 years later, someone who used to be her friend shared the video. Imagine getting suspended or fired or your life fucked for something you said in 8th grade. Oh my God, dude. I'm just like, imagine, like, dude, shit that I said in like high school even, like was ever recorded online forever, I'd just be completely dead. I would be actually Hitler, or anybody that spent like their early days on like fucking Battle.net or fucking World of Warcraft probably. I never played World of Warcraft, on Warcraft, and like anything, any Battle.net game, any MUD if you played that shit, any online game that you would have played early in those days, dude. Those chat rooms, yeah, old Call of Duty lobbies, dude, those chat rooms, the early Xbox Live shit, whew. Those are some crazy times, my friends. Oh man. It was post-apocalyptic in the past, okay? Back in CSGO when you could talk to the enemy team. Yeah, true. But it was just yelling the worst things you could with no real intent behind it in that sense. Here's what I'm trying to say, okay? Every single conversation you would have online was essentially, what's it called? Oh God, wait, oh fuck, I was gonna make a reference, I don't remember what it's called, hold on. Every single statement you were uttering was basically the aristocrats joke. That was basically what you were trying to do. Every time you were just trying to find the worst, the most degenerate, the most horrible, racist, like just unfathomably deranged shit that you could say to somebody. That was just what you did online. That was just, you just went and you amped it up harder and harder. It was just the most insane shit. If you could ever get logs of like how people would shit talk each other back then, it would blow your mind. Like I can't even try to give you an example of what it would be like, because it would actually be so unbelievably deranged. We're talking about like the corpse of your mom getting defiled by like racial slurs and anti-Semitic stuff and Nazi shit and like pedophilia. It's like every possible fucking thing that you could think of. And that was just like how everybody like went back and forth. That was just how it was. It was insane. Oh my God. Or maybe I just hung out in really edgy communities. But that seemed like it was like all of like Battle.net and shit. Like that's what you did back then. But yeah, people would sometimes try to like look up like old slurs that weren't even used anymore, and then they would call you slurs, and you would have to look them up, and you'd be like, "What the fuck? There's a racial slur from 1845. What the fuck?" People would say some crazy shit back then, dude. Not that it was good,
Dubstep.
but
The good old days.
most modern thing of this Is League of Legends like 4 years ago? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Why does everybody keep linking me this Dr. Disrespect thing? I'm scared to watch any Dr. Disrespect shit on stream. I never experienced this, and I'm over 30, so I guess it depended on the communities. Damn, where did you play games at? I'm so curious. Or what games did you play? I didn't play WoW, so maybe it wasn't WoW. I remember the RuneScape communities were crazy toxic back then. Holy shit, dude. You would like meme with friends, like figuring out like ways to scam people out of their whole fucking life savings. Like when you played RuneScape. Like the best kills that you got on RuneScape were when you managed to lure some unsuspecting dude into the wildy and you didn't know what was going on. You killed him and he had like 28 of the most random fuck items in the game. And the reason why he dropped those items is because he didn't know how to bank his shit yet. So when you killed the dude, you literally got every fucking thing he owned. Like, dude, I don't know, man. Communities were just toxic in a different way back then, okay? It was just some crazy shit. Destiny, yeah, pay for services didn't have as crazy as you would think. Kind of filtered out the most degenerates. Maybe that was the methodology behind behind like something awful. Is that if you pay for it, the community is a little better or something. Well, okay. Is Tsushima Mike from PS replying? Tsushima is a deranged loser. Okay, sorry. Well, you're a cheap Jew or something like that. And then 2 years later, someone who used to be your friend shared the video. Me. This happened when she was in 8th grade, when she was 12 years old, and she was just goofing around with her friend, and the school suspends her for it 2 years later. I think that's ridiculous. Everybody knows 12-year-olds do dumb things. They're kids. Somebody from the school should have talked to her, yes, but suspension? I think that's insane. The other one was when we were talking about AIDS. I said different countries and groups in Africa reacted differently and totally unpredictably to seeing lots of people die. Initially, most countries, including South Africa under Thabo Mbeki, went into denial, claiming that they had no cases. Uganda was a leader because Fidel Castro had told President Yoweri Museveni that 1/3 of his officers sent to train in Cuba had HIV, so Museveni instituted the ABC, abstain, be faithful, use condoms approach. The Zulu royal family in South Africa responded by reviving the reed dance, an old tradition in which virgins dance for the king and bring him new reeds for his thatched huts. To be invited, the girls had to submit to virginity tests, and the Zulu royal family said they did this because they rejected Western ideas like condoms. Also, they were fighting for political power with Buthelezi of the Zulu Nationalist Party. I described covering it and said that there was one awkward moment. I asked a dance captain if I could interview one of her girls. She said that they were mostly too shy, but there was a bold one that she would introduce me to. I started the interview, and immediately 20 topless girls cluster around wanting to talk too. My photographer sees me in the middle of this throng. I'm in deep Zulu land, miles from a paved road, but I'm wearing a coat and tie like a good timesman, and he starts to shoot a picture. The picture catches me yelling, "Don't take a picture, my wife will kill me."
The meganuke radiation has turned me into a furry. I've got a sheep here, and I'm gonna give it the woo yeah. If the nuke isn't lifted in 3, 2, 1, too late.
Good one. Apparently, some students took offense at that. Here, you know what? I don't know if I've said this before. I don't blame the students. You know what? Like, if you're a kid and you get offended by shit like this, I think that's fine. The problem, though, is the response from the adults. Right? Like, okay, a kid gets upset. Well, then you talk to them about it. Like, why did this make you upset? How do you feel about it? Well, what, is it right to respond this way? How do we process this and move on from it? The problem is people tweet People treat every offense as though it is a valid thing that demands like a reconstitution of behavior. That like it's never, the focus has changed from you're upset about something, how do you survive in the world? Now it's you're upset about something. How do we make the entire world accommodate your offendedness? It's like insane. How old were these students? I think they were high schoolers, like 15 or 16, I think. This is all part of one of my lectures. I see that in my description of denialism, I conflated two ideas. Some presidents denied that they had any AIDS cases. Mr. Mbeki denied that antiretroviral drugs worked. When I interviewed the dancers, I asked them why they joined the troops, knowing they would be subject to virginity tests and would have to dance for the king and many onlookers while wearing very little. I also CC'd Jan in a note I wrote to the union's grievance chairman. Jim, New York Times style is to use the word N-word sparingly and to make clear the context. I used it once in order to be sure I understood what was said when the young woman asked me the question. Here's Richard Pryor's obit, which uses it 4 times. 4 times. Obituary? Is that what obit is?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Jesus. I wonder if they ever go back and like retroactively like edit it out. I don't know if I can like search for it. I don't know if I can. Hold on. I hate. Oh, true. They do. They use it 4 times. Yeah.
Sell him, brother.
This op-ed discussion of the word uses it 11 times. This article about Trump from last year uses it 6 times. Also, here is my story about the Zulu reed dance for the king. As you can see, it's all about AIDS and the struggle for political power between the royal family and the leader of a Zulu nationalist party.
I am in your wall's destiny. Thank you for reading this story to me and only to me. I'm listening right next to you. Do you hear me breathing? I'm breathing right now, next to you. Continue reading the story to me.
There was a picture with it, but it's not in the archive. I think it was of a girl dancing, kicking her leg in the air. The one I talked about, the one with me in it, with something the photographer shot while I was doing my interviews and later gave to me, that's pretty common when a reporter is caught in a humorous situation. Donald. Hold on 1 second. I feel like antagonizing, having feelings is what gets people so angry in the first place. I feel like people take their emotions as a part of as their validity, so when you belittle them for having emotions, it causes them to get even more hostile. The problem is that please fix sound audio is clipping. Wait, is my audio clipping? No, okay. The vast majority of people are saying no. You guys are dumb as fuck. I think I've said this before. The problem is that people hear this phrase, your feelings are valid, okay? There are 2 things that happen when something impacts you. The first thing is you have a feeling about that thing, and then the second thing is you have a reaction to that thing. Now, the problem is that when people hear your feelings are valid, they couple these 2 things together and they assume not only is their feeling valid, but their reaction to the feeling is valid. And that is absolutely not true. And it is wildly damaging to think that. So if somebody calls you a bad word or a bad name, it doesn't have to be racial or whatever, but just somebody just calls you like a bad name or something, or somebody's mean
yes,
to you.
Daddy. Read it. Pronounce those words for Daddy, please, yes.
You can have like a bad feeling about it. It can make you feel bad, and that's valid. Your feelings are always valid. However you feel is the way that you feel. But if you reach out and punch that person, well, hold on, that's not a valid reaction. You can't have that reaction. That's not good. You should change that. But then when people hear that, they're like, wait, hold on. I can hit that guy. I was super mad. My feelings are valid. My feelings are valid. I'm allowed to hit that person. My feelings are valid. Are you trying to say that my feelings are invalid? Well, no, but we can change the way we react to things, or we respond to things, right? But, okay. Fuck, I feel like Mr. Moon is going to sleep soon, guys. God damn it. Wait. We have 1,000 petals. She was there yesterday. Is she online? Okay. We're going to keep reading. What had led up to the investigation is described above in my note to Jan. The background to this, and the reason that I wrote the North Korea remark, is this. I had just been summoned again before Charlotte Berendt, a lawyer in charge of discipline inside the newsroom, and Chris Boehner, director of labor relations. At a follow-up hearing, they were joined by Andy Gutterman, a deputy general counsel. This was not the first time since 2010 that I'd been summoned before Charlotte and or Chris on disciplinary matters. I've tried to object numerous times, both in person and in writing to Dean Backett, for this reason. Since 2010, I've been part of the Guild's contract negotiating team. During contract talks, Charlotte, Chris, and Andy are part of the Times management team sitting across the table from us. We have had many harsh disagreements over pay, over reporters' rights to privacy, and other issues. Some of the meetings have been quite hostile, but that's labor negotiations. Hold on. Some further background. From 1976 to 2010, I paid little attention to our union, the News Guild. But starting in 2002, when I came back from overseas, I began asking hard questions at company meetings about benefits cutbacks. I particularly missed the employee stock option plan, which in the 1980s helped many times employees buy homes or put their kids through college. In 2010, when I heard at a union meeting that the company was even seeking to kill our pension plan and cut our health benefits and overtime, I started an email list to try to get the journalists in the Guild to pay more attention to the coming fight. Like me, many of us in the newsroom had been indifferent to the Guild for years. My email list eventually had almost 350 journalists' names on it, became a major forum for discussion and for organizing walkouts. One of my emails was leaked to Gawker. Not by me, and I do not know by whom. It was very critical of Arthur O. Sulzberger Jr., then our publisher, saying that while negotiations had dragged on for months with anger building, we had not heard from him. My language was colorful and harsh, and a Taiwanese company even made a cartoon mocking Arthur, and in a lesser way me, and posted it on YouTube. I expected to be fired. I probably would have fired me for that. For reasons unknown to me, Arthur did not fire me. Maybe he decided, to his credit, that his employees had free speech rights. He'd always been gracious about taking tough questions at company meetings. Or maybe the company's lawyers said my remarks are protected speech under the National Labor Relations Act because they were about labor negotiations. I don't know, but I've always been grateful. Since then, however, it's felt like I'm constantly getting in trouble. From 1976 to 2010, I was never called into a formal disciplinary hearing. There were a few times when the editors called me into their offices to tell me off, usually for losing my temper at editors whom I felt were writing errors into my copy. I would eventually calm down and go to apologize. But after the 2010 to 2012 talks, every misstep I made seemed to lead to formal discipline. Oof, not good. Somebody who's got it out for you. To me, it appeared a blatant conflict of interest for the Times to let its contract negotiators also discipline the union's negotiators. It felt like an attempt to intimidate the union. I wish the union itself had fought harder over this issue, but it did not. The conflict of interest between Charlotte and myself ran even deeper. During the 2010 to 2012 negotiations, her husband, or live-in companion, Bernard Plum, a prosecutor Rose lawyer, Proskauer Rose lawyer, led the Times negotiating team. He often spoke to us dismissively, and I repeated many things he said on my email list. In the most famous instance, in return for accepting some cutbacks, we asked for a bonus plan that would kick in when and if the Times recovered from the 2008-2009 recession. Bernie replied, bonuses? Bonuses are for the people at the top who do the big thinking, not for the people who make the widgets. As soon as I reported that on my list, the newsroom exploded. Signs saying widgets made here appeared on desks. We held a walkout soon afterwards. Anger over that remark was one of the triggers.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I was quoted on Jim Romanesco's media website as saying that Bernie and Terry Hayes, the Times VP of Labor Relations, had acted like belligerent idiots. Later, I believed, although I cannot prove it, that I may have been instrumental in getting Bernie removed as the Times representative. About a year later, I walked up to Terry in the cafeteria and asked if we could eat lunch together. I said I knew that I'd been ignoring him or glaring at him when he nodded at me in a friendly way, and I felt bad about that, but I wanted to explain why I was so angry. I told him I had a friend who'd been killed in Croatia reporting for the Times. Another had lost his legs in Afghanistan. My ex-wife had dodged gunfire in Lesotho, and I'd been held at gunpoint in Somalia and Burundi. To endure that for the Times and then be called the people who make the widgets was so insulting that I'd barely contained myself at that session, I said, and it had created enormous hostility in the newsroom. Terry said he understood. In 2015,
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Terry said he understood. In 2015, when we next went into negotiations again, Bernie was not at the table. The opening session was cordial. As it ended, Terry stood up and looked directly at me. Better, he said. Yes, I said. Much better. Thank you. I cannot relate to this shit even remotely. It's like high school, but with multi-million-dollar careers. Yeah, this shit goes all the way to the top. This is corporate politics, baby. This is why friends and connections are so incredibly fucking important, too. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. When he left the Times in 2019, I sent Terry an email thanking him for listening to me complain about Mr. Plum's insults and fixing the problem. He thanked me in return and said he'd learned a lot from listening to people like me and that addressing each other's concerns is required to reach a deal. I was first formally disciplined in 2015. A Yale medical student took issue with a headline on a story of mine and gave me what I considered a condescending lecture about the difference between HIV and AIDS. My reply wasn't overtly abusive, but it was sarcastic and unnecessarily rude. I said that if he was that priggish and pedantic in medical school, I felt sorry for his patients. Thank you, Mateed, for the $5. He wrote directly to the publisher, threatening to cancel his subscription. My editor emailed me while I was reporting a big story at a medical conference and said I'd stepped over the line and asked me if I wanted to apologize. I read the student's email to the publisher. It called me unfit for human contact, referred sneeringly to my degree in rhetoric, and said he wasn't interested in an apology.
Intellectually.
I took a belligerent tone and said no, I didn't want to apologize unless he also apologized to me. The day I came back from the conference, I was summoned to a disciplinary inquiry hearing before Chris Boehner and Charlotte Berendt. I was given 4 hours notice and was told I'd be dismissed if I failed to appear. Even before the inquiry began, Chris had boasted to Grant Glickson, then president of our local, that he was going to fire me. When it started, I objected, saying Chris had a conflict of interest because of our bargaining table confrontations. I have no conflict, he replied. The hearing went on. 2 days later, I was told I'd be suspended without pay for a month, but if I gave up my right to file a grievance, I would be docked only a week's pay. This was in a year in which Dean retorted asshole to a critic on Facebook, and another colleague tweeted blow me to a female reporter. Both of those made the tabloids. My email exchange did not. An executive told me he'd once been fined $1,000 for a quoted remark that angered a former company president. That was far less than a week's pay for him. Filing a grievance would have led to arbitration, which involves legal bills. Those are normally paid by the New York Guild, but not by our local. But there was tension between Grant and the Guild president, who was reluctant to go to arbitration. Getting my own lawyer would cost far more than a week's pay. I took the deal. I later had lunch with Dean and asked if I was being set up for dismissal. He said he did not think so. I told him I thought it was a conflict of interest to have company negotiators also enforcing discipline. I repeated that in an email to him. November of 2019, after I'd been disciplined in August over the Peru trip, I again went into Dean's office to raise the same issue. Soon after, we had an exchange of emails. On November 26, 2019, I wrote, "Did you say anything to Charlotte about my accusing her of a conflict of interest in the 2 times she's come after me? I asked because the last time we passed each other in the hallway, her look went from her normal alert one to realizing it was me and getting very narrow-eyed and hard. Might just be her standard way of looking at me. We've never been palsy since I clashed with her during the 2015 negotiations, but it felt different. And if she's got a new reason to have it in for me, I'd feel better knowing." He replied, "I didn't. Got impression you didn't want me to." I replied, "Oh, so it's just her normal love for me then. I didn't ask, but I didn't ask you not to either. She's your representative, so it's up to you. Personally, I think the way she does her job is, word deleted. Compare it to how Bill Schmidt and Janet Elder used to do it. I was trying to hold Deleted's hand by email when Deleted came after her with Charlotte's help." What does word deleted mean? How can you delete words out of an email? I don't know what this means. Is it just like censoring like swear words or... And I also think it's an overt conflict of interest for someone who engages in collective bargaining with and against an employee to also be in charge of disciplining him. Never mind the Bernie Plum connection, which doubles that. I've been debating what to do about the discipline letter she put in my file. Some days I think I should put in a response to it, which would both point out the ridiculousness of the accusations against me and also say that I formally complained about her conflicts of interest. And some days I just think, oh, fuck it, forget about it. Still undecided. The question is whether her letter can come back to bite me and whether I'd be safer with a response on file, or whether responding would just wake the sleeping lion and trigger a fresh attack. As I mentioned in part 2, on January 28th, as the Daily Beast story was breaking, I wrote Dean a long note asking that, if the incident was going to trigger another round of discipline, that I not have to answer to Charlotte again. His reply ignored that issue. Back to the 2019 investigation. You said feelings are valid, but the reactions aren't, so why do you attack them for their feelings? You just established that the feelings weren't the problem, so calling someone sensitive isn't the problem is how they react because of it. It seems hypocritical. You are basically saying their feelings are invalid. Well, the problem is that, like, adults shouldn't be giving so much credence to the feelings of children. That's what I'm saying. That's where the actual big problem is, right? I mean, ideally, you wouldn't be having these, like, emotional responses either, but that requires, like, active guidance and deliberate, like, guidance from adults to eliminate those types of emotional responses, right? Wait, hold on. Back to the 2019 investigation. On August 6, 2019, I entered a Times conference room where Charlotte and Chris were at the table. Bill Baker, president of our local, Jim Luttrell, the grievance chairman, Barbara Davis, our rep from the New York Guild, and Grant Glickson, who was then the Guild's president, were with me. Charlotte opened a folder. "We're here to discuss your behavior in Peru," she said. "We've received a number of complaints from students and their parents. Our side asked if we could see the complaints and have copies. Charlotte said no. In retrospect, the Guild should probably have stopped the proceeding right there, but they didn't. Charlotte asked if I was surprised that there were complaints from students and parents. I said yes, I was. Some of the students had asked me many political questions, and a couple were clearly unhappy with my answers and had turned frosty. But most had seemed friendly enough, and the 3 lectures I gave had sparked a lot of discussion. So yes, I said. I was surprised to hear that there were complaints that had actually reached the Times. Then Charlotte began asking me a series of questions. Some I answered immediately, some left me totally baffled. What follows is my memory of the questions and how I answered them. I admit I was not taking notes in that room, so I'm recreating the conversation, but I wrote lengthy emails to Jan and the union about it soon afterwards while the details were fresh in my mind. Also, I've been a reporter for a long time, and I'm good at remembering conversations. Charlotte, did you say the word N-word on this trip? I flinched a little as she said it, mostly because of Bill, who was sitting next to me, is black. Yes, I did, I said, and I explained the context, which I've explained above. When you said it, was anyone in the room black? No, no one on the trip was black. I only remember Charlotte using the offending word once, but according to other notes taken during the meeting, which I became aware of only this past Saturday, February 27th, she used it 3 times. Did you say there's no such thing as white privilege? No, that's ridiculous. Of course, there's a such thing as white privilege. I used to live in South Africa. The whole country's all about white privilege. So you didn't say there was no such thing? No, absolutely not. That doesn't even make any sense. Despite recent published reports, I don't remember Charlotte ever asking me if I denied the existence of white supremacy. That would have been equally absurd, of course. There are white supremacists. The ideas that I denied the existence of white supremacy or that I said racism is over both seem to have been invented sometime between 2019 and the present. Charlotte, did you say there's no such thing as institutional racism? No, I didn't, but I said it varies. This was during a long discussion of white privilege, crime rates, racism, and other issues. The students blamed everything bad that befalls members of minority groups on the system or institutional racism. As I remember the conversation, I said something like, you can't blame everything on the system. Yes, institutional racism exists, but it varies by institution. Racism inside the Los Angeles Police Department is different from racism inside the U.S. Army, is different from racism inside the New York Times. You have to look at each case individually. Was it really because of institutional prejudice, or was it because somebody actually screwed up? That's why we have courts. They look at each case individually. Did you say something about picking up the white man's burden? Yes, and a student got upset. But I explained it to her. I was quoting Kipling, and I'm not sure the student had ever heard of Kipling. I'll explain this in the next section.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Did you say it was okay to wear blackface? No, I didn't. Not for white people. That came up during a long discussion of cultural appropriation. The students were very much against anyone appropriating anything from any other culture ever. They talked about a white teenager who wore a Chinese dress to her prom. I said lots of Asian brides wore white European wedding dresses. So was that wrong? I said that what they were against, I was for. That adopting of other cultures' inventions and things was how you got civilization. I said nobody ever got to say, we invented fire, so it's ours, or we invented money, so it's ours.
Is August going to make this into a video?
Nope. I talked about domestication of animals and paper and gunpowder. The Chinese invented it, but it wasn't really useful for anything but fireworks until the Ottomans invented the cannon.
Train, can you do a quick recap so
Nice,
far for
you
those
messed
that
it
have
up.
been doing stuff in the background?
Nope.
I haven't been paying attention. God damn, I'm craving werewolf cot right now. I'm up good. Down below.
Destiny, yes, but I'm saying not giving the feelings the credibility is the problem. People want their reality to reinforce their feelings. If it was the case that for the most part their feelings weren't considered invalid, people wouldn't feel the need to reinforce it by themselves by canceling people. The whole problem is that society makes them feel uncomfortable for having feelings and they try to compensate that. I disagree. I don't think so. I think we over-accommodate how the uncomfortableness of people today. I think it's definitely over-accommodated for. Destiny, can one even validate someone's feelings as an outsider with no information about the person's true feelings? Wouldn't it be more useful to tell everyone not to care about others' validation? We need validation from other humans. That's like a super basic human thing, I think. You need it. They said that those were old and irrelevant examples. I said, okay, I live in New York and I like eating Chinese food. Is that wrong? I come from San Francisco and we invented blue jeans. Does that mean you can't wear blue jeans? I said tomatoes were originally from Peru, where we were. Does that mean Italians can't use them? Or they shouldn't eat pizza? One girl got exasperated and said, well, are you saying it's okay to wear blackface? And I said, no, not normally. But what do you say to black people who wear blackface? She got disgusted and said, black people don't wear blackface. Actually, they do, I said, and I told her about the Cape Town Carnival, where mixed-race South Africans dress up in blackface as minstrels and play Dixieland jazz because of an American minstrel show that came through 100 years ago. It's got a really offensive name, the Coon Carnival. When American tourists came to South Africa and say they're offended, the locals say, buzz off, this is our culture now. You can't go around the world as white Americans. Wow, thank you, Scardor. You can't go around the world as white Americans, I said, telling other people what parts of their culture are acceptable and what parts aren't, and which aren't. Charlotte, did you say climate change didn't matter because it only killed poor people? What? Of course not. I remember that conversation. We were talking about climate change, and I said the scenarios you saw in things like Al Gore's movie were always melodramatic and alarmist. They made it look as if a third of the world was suddenly going to be underwater. I said it was going to happen more slowly, it was going to be bad, but it wasn't going to end the human race or even wipe out a third of the humanity the way the Black Death did. People would adapt, people would move. Cities like Miami and New Orleans might have to be abandoned, but other cities on higher grounds would grow. It might become impossible to farm in Southern California because of drought, but it would be possible to farm in parts of Canada and Russia that were now frozen. Overall, I said, I didn't regard climate change as the world-ending disaster that they did. When I was a teenager, I said, everyone worried about the population bomb, that the world would be starving to death in 20 years. That didn't happen because of Mao's one-child policy and the Green Revolution and a lot of other things. Later, I said, everybody worried about the hole in the ozone, that we were all going to die of cancer, but that didn't happen because CFCs were banned or whatever. So I said I did worry about climate change and it had to be addressed, but I was more worried about things like pandemics and nuclear war. Some of them didn't like my thinking, and one asked, well, don't you realize that poor people are going to suffer the most? And I said, yeah, I do, and it's sad, but it's also kind of inevitable. Poor people are the first to suffer whenever something bad happens. In places like Bangladesh, 25,000 people got swept out to sea by a tsunami because they were forced to live on mudflats in a river delta while the rich lived on high ground. Poor people die in landslides because they're forced to live on steep mountainsides. Poor people die in big fires or when chemical plants leak, like in Bhopal. It's sad, it's tragic, but I don't know what you can do about it because it's the way of the world. So I guess somebody translated all of that into climate change doesn't matter because it only kills poor people, but it's not what I said. Did you make fun of a student's hometown? I was taken aback. I don't think so. What hometown? I don't know. Do you know which student? I remember where some came from. I don't remember making fun of anyone's hometown. I don't know. Was it a town with a funny name? Like, I don't know, Keokuk, Iowa? Did you make fun of Keokuk, Iowa? No, there was nobody from Keokuk, but it's a town whose name I use sometimes when I'm talking about some place in the middle of nowhere, like Winnemucca, Nevada, or East Hoodiwadi. You don't remember making fun of anyone's hometown? No, sorry, I don't. I'll think about it, but I don't. Did you tell a joke about a doctor and a Jewish mother? A doctor and a Jewish mother? I don't think so. Do you know the joke? No. Just the punchline or anything? No. I tried to think of any jokes about doctors and Jewish mothers I knew. Was it about Mike Bloomberg being on Wait, Don't Tell Me? I don't know. What's the joke? Bloomberg is on the show and Peter Sagal asks him, is your mother ever disappointed in you? I mean, I know you're a billionaire and you were mayor of New York City, but does your mother ever say, yes, but you could have been a doctor? Charlotte didn't crack a smile. Did you tell that joke? No, it's just the only doctor Jewish mother joke I can think of. I don't think I told that one. I can't imagine why I would have. Okay, let's move on. Did you insult a shaman? No, I didn't insult anybody. Which shaman? There were two shamans. An Amazonian one and an Incan one. Do you know which one they mean? Did you insult or make fun of either of them? No, I actually really respected the Amazonian one. He knew a lot about herbs. I interviewed him afterwards, and I took notes and I took his picture and asked if I could quote him in the paper someday. He seemed very happy about it. The other one I didn't take so seriously. He seemed like kind of a rent-a-shaman for tourists. He did a ceremony for us, but he also came back to the hotel to sell souvenirs. Did you generally say disrespectful things about shamans? Well, yes and no. I thought there was too much focus on shamans and alternative medicine and herbs and stuff like that on the trip. This trip is supposed to be about rural health. That's why I'm the expert. But this year's trip was different from last year's. There was a lot of focus on shamanism and local plants and customs. Look, I'm not completely dismissive of this stuff. I've interviewed shamans and witch doctors and sangomas and nyangas, or whatever you want to call local healers. I've spent the night in a sangoma's hut talking about AIDS. They often know a lot of plant medicine, and they understand the psychology of their patients, and a lot of what they do is about treating beliefs. Many rural people in Africa and Latin America think disease is caused by curses, not germs, and witch doctors live curses. But Westerners romanticize that stuff, and these kids definitely did. Some of it's helpful, and some of it's harmless, and some of it's dangerous. For example, and I talked to them about this, it used to be the tradition in Peru that when a baby was born and you cut the umbilical cord, you could put a lump of dung on the stump. Llama dung or goat dung or whatever. Well, that kills a lot of babies from tetanus. I know a doctor from Cornell who told me that it was one of the leading causes of neonatal mortality in Peru. That's one of the reasons the Peruvian government actually fines women who don't travel to government clinics to give birth. Now, that sounds really brutal to American kids who think home birth is cool, or is this cool, wonderful thing, but it saved lives. So yeah, I did not show total respect for local traditions because some of them kill babies. And I also had a discussion on the bus in front of the students with one of the leaders who was a grad student in plant biology. He was really into ayahuasca, which is this psychedelic brew they drink in the Amazon. He wanted to do a study giving it to people, and I was going, whoa, 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 that's not how you do a clinical trial. You can't just brew up a batch of psychoactive herbs and give it to people. You're going to get people flipping out. You might get suicides. That's totally unethical. You have to figure out what the active ingredients are and give them to people under controlled circumstances and have a placebo group. So I'm sure I came across as the old fuddy-duddy defending Western medicine, so sue me, but that's how I feel. That's what I was there for, to talk about real medicine, not shamanism. Charlotte, did you sing a Boy Scout song during a shaman ceremony? What? Did I sing a Boy Scout song? No, I don't think so. What Boy Scout song? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I thought for a minute. Was it, I wear my pink pajamas in the summer when it's hot? I don't know. Did you sing that? No, I don't think I sang that. I can't think of any reason I would have sung it. Was it The Monkey He Got Drunk? I don't think I sang that one either, but those are the only two songs I can remember from Boy Scout camp. I mean, I sang them to my kids, but I didn't sing them on this trip. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Okay, sorry. I don't know either. Did you make a joke about being photographed with topless girls? Oh, okay, yes and no. I did, but the way you're asking it makes it sound much creepier than what I actually said. It wasn't creepy. It was part of one of my lectures. It was about how different African countries handled AIDS. I told the same story to the students the year before. I probably made the same joke that my photographer started photographing me, and I said, don't take my picture, my wife will kill me. I've told this story 100 times, but you're right, it was stupid. Obviously, I should have realized that teenage girls were the wrong audience to tell it in front of. The picture in question is on the Chancellor Award website. I don't know if I get... I don't know. Hold on. I don't think I can show this on a stream. Link it. Gallery. McNeil's with victims of elephantitis. Oh, and then this is a picture of him talking to New York Times science and health reporter Donald G. McNeil Jr. wins prestigious 2020 John Chancellor Award. Okay. It's not, it's just two random pictures. I don't, okay. Destiny, can you tell me how it's over accommodated for? From what I understand, people being from the older generation basically got comfortable from being uncomfortable, accepting their feelings don't have to matter. And now that people nowadays realize their feelings are important, when it isn't reinforced by their environment, they overcompensate. Finding the purpose in life wasn't a big thing until recently because before their purpose was demonstrated by living it. I can't tell if this is like schizopussy or not. To like give a big summary of like, the problem is that it seems like we're increasingly becoming incapable of living with people or alongside people that have some different beliefs than us. Like it's getting more and more that everybody has to coincide with 100% of your beliefs. And if anybody diverges in any part, they become like an outsider or an unacceptable person to be around. And it's okay to feel that way. So for instance, if you're a student, you go to school and you've got a friend that voted for Trump, it's okay if you feel threatened and scared by that person and you never want to talk to them again. Or if you've got a friend that supports police officers, or if you've got a friend that is, I don't know, like anti-abortion or whatever, that it's okay to excise these people from your life and that you can only surround yourself by people that are like 100% in accordance with things that you believe. That has become more and more acceptable over time. That's the problem.
He's gonna kill me again.
The questions went on and on. Some completely baffled me. Over the next couple of nights, as I tried to replay all the conversations in Peru in my head, I remembered that I had sung a Boy Scout-like song, I had made a joke about a student's hometown, and I had told a joke about doctors and Jewish mothers, which was actually about my mother. I asked for a second hearing so I could explain those. It took place on August 15th. I'll get to those in the next chapter when I talk about what happened in Peru. I'll also answer some questions raised since then that I don't remember Charlotte ever asking me about, such as whether I said nepotism was affirmative action for white people. After August 15th, Charlotte discussed the case with whomever she discussed it with. I don't know whom. In the end, here is my punishment. Charlotte gave me a lecture telling me that she understood the situation I was in because she was a mother and she knew firsthand how difficult it could be to deal with teenage girls. But I had nonetheless shown extremely poor judgment, she said, especially by using the racial slur, even just to ask a question, and by mentioning my reaction to the picture being taken at the reed dance. I should have shown more sense, she said. I didn't disagree. I was forbidden to go on any future Times expert trips, and my participation as an expert in an upcoming London Science Weekend for adults was cancelled, and a disciplinary letter was put in my file. The letter reads, by hand, Dear Donald, as you know, the New York Times recently received feedback regarding your participation as a Times expert on a Times student journey to Peru last June, run by Putney Student Travel. The feedback shared with the Times by Putney was provided by more than half the students who attended the trip and included a number of detailed complaints about your interactions with both the students and others during the course of the trip. We took those complaints very seriously. After conducting a thorough investigation, we concluded that you had exercised poor judgment and had a profound lack of sensitivity in a number of your interactions with the students, including a conversation in which you used the N-word explicitly, during a discussion involving the use of the word in which none of the students present used the word, and another conversation in which you made reference to topless teenage girls doing a tribal dance and your reaction to being photographed with them. In other conversations with the students, it was neither your language nor the specific subject matter that was objectionable, but rather your tone in debating the students' viewpoints, which they perceived as harsh and dismissive. You're 15. What? Who cares? Sorry. That perception left many of the students so upset and uncomfortable that they avoided interacting with you for the remainder of the trip. In addition, several students were troubled and embarrassed by what appeared to be your attitude toward the two shamans engaged on the trip, which came across as arrogant, rude, and dismissive, regardless of your actual opinions of the shamans or what you had intended to convey in your interactions with them. We accept your assertion that you intended to challenge and expand the students' thinking about a number of issues, not to dismiss or ridicule their viewpoints or deliberately make them uncomfortable. However, the manner in which you engaged them on several occasions and the judgment you exhibited in those encounters fell woefully short of what we expect of someone representing the Times and our core values. We also learned in the course of investigating the students' complaints about your conduct that Putney had decided against engaging you as an expert on future trips even before receiving the complaints from the students. The basis for their decision was the degree of difficulty and unpleasantness involved in dealing with you on pre-trip administrative and logistical matters, including the adversarial manner in which you dealt with Putney staff members regarding various details of your trip contract. As a result of all of the above, you will not represent the Times as an expert on any Times journey, student or adult, whether run by Putney or any third party to our company, or similar ventures until further notice. In addition, this letter serves as a formal warning that any future instance of poor judgment or rude, offensive behavior toward any Times vendor or customer, participant in a Times-related program, or other Times staffer will result in further discipline up to and including termination. Very truly yours, Charlotte Berendt, Assisting Managing Editor. CC Bill Baker, blah, 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 blah. Damn. Part 4. Oh, man. Jesus. Catch up on donos? I think I've been letting them run. Boom? Oh, boom. Look at all these accumulators and solar panels. Good job, guys. How far is she in her game? 10 minutes. Do you think I can finish before our game is done? Let me get a drink of water. Jesus. 1 second.
BGG, I'm once again coming to say Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Fucking dubstep.
At least playing music in the background when you do this.
I am in awe of your walls and just wanted to say your Christmas decorations look nice.
What's the name of that piano player? It's not this. This is nice music, right? We stumbled onto this thing. It's like 30 minutes or some shit. Yeah, this is good. Didn't you say feeling threatened by them isn't the problem, but how you react? If a gay kid has to associate next to someone who is a homophobe, they have the right to feel threatened but not hit them, but you are attacking them for feeling threatened. So we are back to attacking them for their feelings when they're reinforcing. What? I'm not attacking them for how they're feeling. I'm saying how they respond to things. Fix the sound. What the fuck? It's my thing in the background working. They're manufacturing. I can't just fix it. You idiot. They're working hard right now. There. All right, part 4. Jesus. As has been described elsewhere, this was a Times student journey arranged by Putney Student Travel in Vermont. They were expensive, and most of the students are from private schools. Okay. Some go to Oxford or Florence. The Peru trip's theme is rural public health and included towns in the Sacred Valley, a couple of mountain villages, a day of first aid training, visits to salt-making ponds and ancient farming terraces, and a full day of hiking in and around Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu? My job was to deliver 3 talks about global health and also make myself available to the students as much as possible, including during meals. No drinking was allowed, including by me. We slept in modest hostels, sometimes with no hot water. I was paid $300 a day. I had done the exact same trip in 2018. I was a hit, so Putney invited me back.
Destiny sucks big PP. Love you all. Zealous.
This time, I was less eager to go. Hiking at altitude in 2018 had been pretty exhausting, and I didn't need to see Machu Picchu again. Oh, it's Machu Picchu? Machu Picchu, gotcha. I'd also had a big struggle with the Putney head office in 2018. They had initially said all medical expenses were up to me and had refused to add me to the medevac insurance they carried on the students and leaders. Apparently, no other Times expert had previously questioned this in the contract, but since a medevac home from someplace like Peru can cost up to $250,000, I said I couldn't go unless they put me up on their policy. They finally relented, but then their contract language was vague and self-contradictory. I had to ask them to rewrite it twice, and I finally had to spell out exactly what it should say. It wasn't pleasant, but my advocacy meant that all other Times experts routinely got medevac insurance too. However, the arguments created some bad feelings. It's Machu Picchu, good one. Wait, Destiny banned them. Wait, is Dunebug trolling me?
The stone city of Machu Picchu is one of the
Ultimately, I went mostly as a favor to Jan Benzel, the retired Times editor and friend whose job was to recruit experts. From day one, the 2019 trip was very different from the 2018 one. The three leaders, who were with the students for a week before I joined, were different from the more apolitical adventure tourism leaders of the 2018 trip. The tone felt more like a big lesson in how to be anti-colonialist and to romanticize indigenous medicine. Almost from our first conversation, I felt some tension with leader one. The other two were quite easy to get along with. The students were nice, about 20 young women and 2 young men. Since everyone asks, most were white, none were black, one was Asian, a couple might have been Hispanic but I didn't ask, and the guy from Spain was Basque because we talked about it. Leader 3 was Colombian, 1 and 2 were a couple or former couple from Reed College. I think she was part Asian and he was part or all Hispanic. I never asked about anyone's ethnic identities because it didn't seem important. The other element that was very different was that a few students intensely wanted to talk politics. Maybe they hoped I was a Nick Kristof. I'm not. I rarely talk politics with anyone. I'm a science reporter, not an opinion columnist. My friends tell me off for describing Ebola victims at lunch. My lunch buddy John Schwartz forbids anyone asking me, what are you working on, while he's eating. My political views are eclectic and mostly private. I also don't usually try to change other people's minds. I know what I think, and I don't care if anyone agrees with me. I do make a lot of jokes, and I sometimes needle my friends about their dogmatic liberal or conservative beliefs. But if someone wants to argue with me, I usually explain my position once, and then, if they still want to argue, shrug and say, De gustibus non disputandum. What is that, some fucking Harry Potter spell? Matters of taste aren't worth disputing. And try to change the subject. My kids will tell you I said de gustibus a lot when they were little. I also don't vote or even register to vote because I don't ever want to be accused of partisanship. That's not required by Times ethical standards, it's just my own attitude. I did once break down and vote against a candidate I despised, but I regretted it and never voted again. But the Putney contract says Times experts should be available to talk to the students, including during meals. So I did. In 2018, some students and I spent hours trying to top each other's bad puns. That's literally the N-word in Latin. Okay. Some students and I spent hours trying to top each other's bad puns. On the 2019 trip, talk at the table constantly turned to politics. The heated argument described in Ben Smith's article about the trip, he said a series of heated arguments, I only remember one I'd even tentatively described as heated, was mostly between me and Leader 2, who was sitting next to me, but with several students vigorously participating. It did turn confrontational, and that they didn't like my views, but I saw it as answering everyone's questions as frankly as I could. I thought I was trying to show I feel so bad. What was I? Oh, okay. It did turn confrontational in that they didn't like my views, but I saw it as answering everyone's questions as frankly as I could. I felt I was trying to show them that the world is a more nuanced place than they assumed. It ended with Leader 2 and me sitting alone afterwards, talking in a friendly way. Even she said I'd given her a different perspective on some issues. I remember Sophie vividly. The only answer I gave Ben Smith when he sent me quotes from her asking for comment was to ask him to consider not printing her name, even if she went on the record, and even if she was legally an adult. My ouster from the Times has inflamed people across the political spectrum, and I was afraid she'd be doxxed or her social media accounts or credit scores hacked, and that she might not realize how ugly being a target can be. I have no social media presence, and I'm not young with a whole life ahead of me in which one incident can loom large. Sophie did approach me as soon as the trip started. I was flattered that she wanted to talk. She was smart and serious and clearly had a good heart. Also, she could have been the twin of my older daughter at 17. Her name is my daughter's middle name, and I had watched my daughter get married only a week before. Sentence deleted. She did ask me about guns, germs, and steel, and said she felt it presented a Eurocentric, colonialist view. But God, fuck, anytime I hear somebody say the word colonialist, like I just start, it's like the new cringe word. Like as soon as you say colonialism, I know that like everything that's about to follow is just gonna be like some cringe fucking shit. Ugh. But Destiny, Hamster Hawk, what? Can you get this guy on stream? Even if he did come on, what would be the point? Like, we're basically just gonna be like, man, aren't people really sensitive today? It's pretty ridiculous, huh? He'd be like, yeah. I can't think of like interesting questions I would ask him. He can teach you old slurs you don't know. But I remember my answer differently than she does. I said I'd suggested it for 2 reasons. Much of it is about how germs changed history, which I would be talking about, and its opening scene is set in Peru, with Pizarro capturing the Incan emperor, Atahualpa? I don't know how to pronounce this. Jared Diamond's thesis, I argued, was not a racist one, saying European culture was inherently superior. He was showing why 10,000 years of Eurasian and Pan-American history had made it possible for Pizarro to sail to Peru and capture Atahualpa, rather than Atahualpa sailing to Europe to capture the King of Spain. I think this is how this book opens. It's been so long since I went over this shit. Oh, shit, hold on. Oh, okay. You have to read the whole book on stream before moving on, yeah. Eurasians had geopolitical luck on their side, simply because their continent was oriented east-west with wider temperate zones, rather than north-south with deserts and jungles. Inventions like gunpowder could spread from China to Spain. Unlike Africa and the Americas, it had many docile, easily domesticated animals. Eurasians got diseases like proto-measles from those animals and became immune, while the Incas never did. As far as I could tell, I said, Diamond was no racist. Wait, do people really think that the Diamond guy is racist from Guns, Germs, and Steel? Is this a thing that I've missed? I even heard it from Vaush? Wait, really? I love my fatness and no one will ever take that from me. Should I quote tweet or is this bullying? Oh my god. Why? I feel like I'm just like an anti-SJW bully now. God, these people are crazy. Fuck. Okay. I said Diamond was no racist. His book was a scene in which one of the New Guinea guides on his birdwatching trip asks, why do white people have all the cargo? Diamond said the guide was just as smart as he was, but he and all of his ancestors grew up on an isolated mountainous island, so their civilization advanced more slowly. Sophie is quoted as saying she backed down, apologized, and felt terribly guilty. That's not how I remember it. I remember the conversation continuing, with her asking me how I felt about Medicare for all, charter schools, and standardized tests. I said I had just become eligible for Medicare, but had stayed on my Guild Times insurance because I liked it. I was and am very much in favor of universal health care, but not necessarily solely through the Medicare bureaucracy because I like having choices. On the second question, I said my kid had gone to local schools in South Africa and France that were the equivalent of charter schools and had gotten very good education. It all depended on how the schools were run. Panel time. Oh shit. That tweet doesn't seem like a great decision. Obesity is a disease. That's like not a controversial statement. That's just a factual statement. Like, it is true. Elaborate in a reply? I don't have to elaborate. It's just true. It's just a fact. Fuck, am I really about to jump into this? Wait, who's streaming this? Who's streaming this? What about 1,000 Petals? Fuck. Destiny, I would retract that tweet if I were you. It seems a bit in poor taste, looks more like an insult than something you were trying to educate around. Just my 2 cents. Didn't you say you were leaving the chat forever? When my boy, Jake Paul, crushed Woodley in one of the most epic KOs in the past decade of all of boxing history? Are you serious? You have the nerve to show your face in here? When Jake Paul set up one of the greatest KOs of all time? Jake Paul looked like absolute shit in that entire fight. What are you talking about? Woodley was gassed, okay, by round 2. Jake Paul was faking. He looked like he was tired, but he wasn't. He was saving it, baby. How can you be that tired in round 3 and deliver a one-shot knockout in round 6? He was hiding. He was biding his time like a warrior, okay? He was hugging him until he found the perfect opening to strike, all right? Sorry, hold on. Don't ever do that. God, that's so creepy. Okay, what am I really joining this? Panel. Do I really want to do this? Finish the article? Okay.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yes, Dad, I agree. You're so right. Plus weight plus ratio. Also donate the Bonger Brexit Relief Fund, we need help. Double also insert funny don't know voice.
Everyone's saying Jake wouldn't fight a pro fucking delusional. Seriously, Jake, like, he would be a contender, probably in the heavyweight division. I would say he's top 5 right now in terms of like current boxers. Like, who like top 5 easily? He just is. You're delusional. I'm sorry, guys.
Fucking dubstep.
Hold on, I'm getting on this panel, all right?
Happy half year, buddy.
Did you see the Keemstar and Caterino video? Oh, Jesus. Does Keemstar live in Florida?
It's really funny.
Black guy telling me that's mighty wide of me. Right? I was like, what? Okay. Okay, you got me, bro. You know what I mean? It's
Can I respond to Paradigm Shift? So I totally agree with you. Like, it doesn't have the same weight whatsoever, and we shouldn't treat it like it does have the same weight. Do you acknowledge that the precedent is important? And if we are to get to a point where we try to make things like that matter less, we need to have a precedent that is equal for everyone. And also, just let me say, I think, look, there was like a wave of banning of words. So you guys were talking about the early Xbox days when anything goes. You saw like a progression where they started to crack down on words more and more. I think like the N word was one of the first words, and that's the one everyone, like I hate hearing it. I don't like hearing it. I think everyone in society, almost everyone, they hear it and they fucking cringe. And like that was the first word that we sort of put in this box that we take super seriously. And C word is not as serious as that. It's definitely not as serious as that. But if we are to progress to a point where we are trying to treat everyone equally, and like the only alternative I see, like in the situation you laid out, is like we go to 10 or 20 or 30 years where we just like weight it in the other direction and slur white people the way things have been done in the past to try and even the score. Like, I think our only good option right now is to set that solid precedent and like maintain it and try to like everybody be chill with each other and not judge each other.
Well, that's what I think we need to do. Just do across the board. I don't give a fuck what you're saying, how you're saying it. If you're trying to be a dick to somebody, like, just stop saying it. Like, stop being a dick to everyone. And I like, especially about things that people can't change, especially their skin color, their race, ethnicity, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just stop being a dick to everyone. Like, grow the fuck up. Why are we still using these words?
I will respond, but I feel like we need to introduce them. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I just wanted to introduce More Perfect Union and Destiny. So yeah. More Perfect Union, give yourself a quick intro and your take on the topic, and same for Destiny after that. So yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a More Perfect Union. I'm a constitutional conservative. I tried to be a sort of a live and let live kind of a person, and I have a keen interest in this from just in this particular topic because I think when I hear people on the left and even some people on the right look at this particular controversy and they say that, well, it's a question of degrees, right? And I think, I'm sorry, I don't know the guy in the upper right, Red Pill. You were kind of saying like it's a degree, right? Like the N word's worse than the C word, right? But they're both, if they're both hurled as an invective, right, as a racial slur, it's racist. And to Buckoff's point, we need to just stop being dicks to each other and using words in pejorative ways that are meant to diminish or take, to dehumanize people. And it's not okay just because in your culture it's okay to say the N-word because it's a term of endearment or it's a badge of courage or honor. I don't agree with that, right? And one of the reasons why we sit back and we continue to have problems with the concept of racism is that we keep bringing race up every opportunity that we can instead of recognizing that Joe Louis, who I disagree with politically, okay, is a good sax player and he's trying to help kids with education. And I can recognize him for those things, even though we disagree on politics. And I don't have to come across and denigrate him because he is not of the same race that I am. You lose that argument when you try to connect with human beings at a human level of understanding by trying to see or state in a coercive, acidic way things that they can't change about themselves and shouldn't be made to feel bad about themselves because they are of a race or a faith or something like that. We need to stop doing this kind of invective bullshit hurling.
Damn.
Right. Destiny.
That was based. I agree with everything that guy just said.
Right. I guess let's go back in the panel.
Just to address Paradigm, like I think what I want to like articulate is like I totally get where you're coming from, and it does feel very lopsided to say like it was weighted heavily against this group for a long.
Does this guy sound almost like the Duke Nukem voice? A little bit?
See any other alternative? Like I totally understand. Like it feels lopsided, like it was, heavily weighted against us, and now it's like we're even. that seems weird as well.
So you're making the point, and I get this flavor from people where they talk about, well, you've had 400 years. There was 400 years of slavery and oppression, so we have to flip the tables. We have to flip the script so that white people are treated with 400 years of slavery or oppression before the tables are even, right? We can't move forward with that until there's literally an evening of the score.
Just to be clear, I think everyone realizes that's like a horrible option, and like we can't do that. I'm saying like our least bad option is to try and like even things right now and like move forward from it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out, when you say that, one second, when you say that you're trying to even it out, you're just saying we just recognize that both terms are bad terms and just take them out of the lexicon in that way. Yeah, okay, I totally agree with. Yeah, I totally agree with you there.
Yeah, but I'm just like, if that was the take, why'd you have to go on that like weird road to get there? You know, I was trying to follow you, and I guess like it's a better way. But yeah, like that's the take, right? I don't see.
I would be interested to hear the alternative.
He was just confused on the take, so he was trying to put it into his words and see if it was agreement.
All right.
Yeah, like you're talking about how I was approaching it, Joe?
No, Red Pill was going down some road, and like there's like,
well, so
like,
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, well, hang on. I want to acknowledge the lopsided nature of it, and like hear if you have any alternatives to address it. I guess because it's so difficult to address.
I mean, stop using slurs.
A lot was said. I see why when I watch these with you people, it takes me a second to like pause the stream and really talk with my friend about what's going on. Let me see if I can do this the way I thought I was going to do it. So to address, I think I'm gonna have to address both of y'all since y'all seem to be on the same point. Yay! Another person gets to tell me that like at this point in time, my feelings should be equated to yours regardless of the past. Because even though we together, I don't dislike any of you. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. And I think Gender Juice said this already. There are differences between like social cultural racism and structural racism. Social and cultural racism were weaponized to create the kind of country or state of living that a lot of people have been living in since like this country started. For us to be able to sit here and say together that we should just stop doing it, it's like, well, what happens to those who aren't listening to us on the stream? What happens to those of us who aren't as plugged into the social norms or the contracts that we're building as a younger generation? What happens to those people who don't give a shit? If we're not going to tolerate anything, those people are the majority opinion still. Those people are the ones who, oh, you like black people? That's cool. Well, I don't, so I'm going to hire you anyway. You're benefiting from the weakening of the possible fight against that structure at the same time as asking me to weaken my position to be as nice to you so I don't flip the table or make you feel like, oh, now you have to go through it. I don't want you to go through that. I want everybody to have healthcare. I want everybody to have student debt relief. I want everybody to live in a utopia. Yes, white and black people. I have a dream. We could play that whole thing over and over. But the scope of it is, do you have the right and ability? No, not the right. Do you have the ability to create such a discourse over this that, oh, we got to ban 2 people without first acknowledging we haven't done anything in the past prior? We haven't done any, like, nobody really cared when it was bodies on the line, but we care when, like, people's feelings on a subject get hurt because they don't like the way it was said when there is no weight to it. It's just existing in that space. Right now, this discourse is existing within this space because something happened to 2 people that like should have been more clarified by Twitch. This is a problem between us and Twitch, recognizing and respecting our struggle and what we talk about and giving us the tools to be able to fight back against social and cultural racism, and from there create little breaks in the systemic issues. For us to sit here and say, well, yeah, it was 400 years ago, get over it, you know, like they're both bad words. They're bad.
Look, hang on. You're just going on, and I think I get your political angle, okay? But the issue you say, oh yeah, we say that there was 400 years of oppression. There was changes over that 400 years. Okay. And things are a lot better than they were then. And they continue to get better incrementally because that's the nature of what our country is. I'm probably going to get, I'm probably,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No. I was saying, I thought you were looking at my face and you were like, and I was like, no, I'm just listening to you. Sorry. I do that. Sorry. I didn't know.
No, look, to the extent that we have instances of racism or that we had structural or systemic racism that existed in the past, I have no problem with making sure that we have a history class for that we understand the lessons of that, and that we apply those moving forward, right? That's what we are supposed to do. That is what the founders intended when they said they wanted to create a more perfect union, okay? But to constantly dredge up and say that this is always the situation that was, and it therefore requires that we have to upend society, we have to do all of these other things that have no bearing structurally within our Constitution in the United States, okay? And to use the construct of racism or past racial problems to say that, okay, this is one of the reasons why we have to create this utopic society. It's a bullshit argument, and it's simply using race as a coercive mechanism to try to bring about the overthrow of a capitalist society in this country. And I don't subscribe to it. And that's your whole argument is based on that.
I don't think so. Actually, I can actually respond to this in a way that's concrete. Wouldn't this just be the same argument back at me? That we're using race as a mover to create a utopian society by banning a word that offends a group of people? Wouldn't that overlay all across the board?
I think we're looking for solutions, or like what you would offer.
I'm sorry. We ended up in that conversation. For your solution, you did ask that. That is fair. A solution would be, sadly, upending society. We'd have to implement this in the educational systems immediately. A way for us to be... Yeah, there's already a thing for that. Jesus Christ.
It's hard to deconstruct the ideas of race in general, which is like, I feel like we can all understand. TOS is like only a mechanism we can use or a platform can use to just further, something that it seems like everybody on this panel seems to agree with, in which people shouldn't be judgmental or like be rude or derogatory or anything negative purely based on the content of one's skin, like word or not, it's a bad thing. It doesn't even need to be the word itself, which is the problem. It's the way that the word is used. Again,
intentionality.
You can just you can replace the C word with white boy, and basically the sentence would work the same. But like if you replace N word with like, I don't know, something else, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have that exact same effect, but in the same way it does. Well, not in the same way. In a way it does, but for the most part, we do understand there is a difference. And I feel like, again, we can all agree upon that. It's just that
this more stems back from not even school. I feel like it goes back to like your household, like how you are raised. Like your family is what like determines that. It's not like what the school teaches you, because I feel like most schools is basically like straight across the board. At least where I grew up, I don't know how it is where everyone else. I didn't have any racism in my school. Yes, I went to a primarily white school, but it was still like I still saw people of color, and I didn't think of them any differently. But growing up, like if your parents or your family members, like friends that live near you, were making comments like this, yeah, you probably picked up on them very easily. Like I know people who are judgmental towards people with autism and stuff like that because that's how they grew up. But like I grew up in a household where my mom took care of autistic kids on a day-to-day basis, and like we went to bowling for autism and stuff like that, and we think of everyone the same person. We want to give them the same life and have the joy being around them. Like I don't see a difference in that. I don't see a difference in any of you compared to me, other than your skin tone, but it doesn't change who I think of you as. Like that's not a thing. We're all here, we're all people, we're all alive, we all bleed red. Like that's a thing. Like there's no difference, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says. That's my belief, and it should be a belief across the board, but it isn't because of where you grew up and how you grew up, not what the school system teaches you.
But wouldn't the school system be a reflection of where and how you grew up? Because I teach in this system, and a lot of the kids don't know a lot of the concepts that I end up bringing up or that we end up talking about. A lot of the literature that we read, they don't have teachers who care enough to be able to bring a real world context within. Then we could talk about school funding, property taxes.
No.
It goes back to So it's,
yes and no.
that's what I mean by school, because like I don't have kids, so I
Yeah.
wouldn't put myself in a position where like the parents should teach it, because the parents could have come from an era where parenting and mental health and understanding the world wasn't great. And if they're going to stick in that position, the only people who spend more time or as equal time or near as equal time to your kids are pretty much going to be your teachers, your daycare. So like I'm on that form because like I'm giving up on
that.
I'm giving up on parents.
I'm giving up on parents as well, because we can turn it back to the sex education. Oh, well, that's for the parents to teach, and then the parents are like, oh, but that's for the school to teach, and like let's bounce it back and forth and see who catches it and hot potato, who's going to do it. Like it's never going to happen.
What kind of literature do you read with the kids?
Depends on which grade I'm teaching.
What grade
I teach all the way from 5th grade to college.
What do you do with like the high school and college students?
It's usually goddamn Common Core stuff, but I could think like Catcher in the Rye, Albert Camus, just books you probably read. Social and enigma books. Sometimes kids bring little suggestions to me, and sometimes we'll even make a whole lesson out of it. The last year I taught, we read an off book. It was called The Invisible Man. I don't know if you've ever heard it. And they all wrote their essays on that. And we ended up in the news because it was like, wow, these kids are really insightful. And it was a nice...
Have a great
Christmas. So yeah, those are the literatures. I like my students.
Okay. I don't want to get it off topic, so I'll just keep that in my back pocket for now.
Yeah, I mean, so school reform. There's a lot of things we can do. Just so we're clear, like resorting to slurring the privileged people is not one of the things that we can do to improve things, right? I mean, there's a lot of things.
Correct. Yeah, that's not an argument. Well, I think that, especially with this discourse, I think that's the main problem, and that's kind of why I like myself. I don't see it as a discourse on that side of the topic. Like, is this okay? I feel like in every part of society, there are degrees to which things can happen, and those degrees are what create the balance. And I feel like we're more closely examining those degrees now and realizing that if this were an equal playing field, this would feel as bad. And then you're going to get somebody who says this isn't an equal playing field, so you shouldn't feel as bad. And it feels like it invalidates you because you're speaking from how you feel, and you would listen to somebody else speak to how you feel. My issue with that is it's not about us, because none of us are going to roll up to one person's house and be like, fuck you say? But like people who listen to us, people who hear this, hear a binary argument. And for me to play into that binary argument makes me say, well, you've gotten this like discourse for what, 5 days and you got a ban? I've been black in America my whole life. Nobody's banning the bad things for me. Then it's going to really start layering down. Like, you have the power to make change. You clearly have the power to make change because it happened. It took what, 2 days? I'm sitting here for 28 years.
So what is the change? What is the change that you need?
Societal reform to make those things.
Don't speak in generalities.
No,
give concrete specifics.
Okay. If we're gonna have a TOS that bans words based on their usage, then effectively
we're talking about that. You are so far beyond words at this point. So what is your prescriptive remedy for society?
The entirety of society? I thought we were talking about TOS here.
Well, I mean, but you're saying, you basically said earlier that you needed to upend society, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I get that. I'm just looking for some actual concrete examples rather than just general.
Things that get talked about a lot
have
are
a
like
concentrated and dedicated effort on why minority groups in the United States are behind academically. This is something that can be done in a lot of ways. Like, one of the problems right now within education is that we know, for example, that black students are behind in math. We know that black students are behind in English. We know that black students are behind in science. And yet, when we have to have the conversation of having more more concentrated understandings of why these students are struggling, it ends up being the argument
like
of, well, this is
outpaced
too expensive, or we don't really have
Over Russell Base got no tears.
resources to do that. When
Is it as simple as funding and resources? Do you think that
well,
would?
when you have a school that doesn't have a single diversity and equity officer, and then they don't have anyone consulting with their black students, then of course you're going to have an issue where, like, if no one's concentrating on talking to these communities,
I don't think a diversity and equity officer is what these communities are missing. Oh man.
Do extensive research on communities as to why they're behind academically for free.
Okay, so when we look at schools like Philadelphia public school system and their outcomes and how they're so much worse, okay, than relatively speaking poor rural outcomes, why do you think that is? There's obviously more money in those school systems, so it's not a question of money. It's a question of approach, and it's a question of accountability. It's a look. I'll be honest. I think there's a large piece to this. There's a large chunk in what parents do to their kids. I think Buckoff might have said it, somebody else might have said it as well. When I grew up, and I grew up at the tail end of the civil rights movement before the civil rights, I was born before 1965. So, and I lived in Watts, okay? And I lived in a mixed race neighborhood. And I had a Mexican kid threaten to kill me and my brother when I was 4.5 years old. Okay? He was 12 years old. But and we moved because, it was a safety issue for us. But my parents didn't teach me not to like Mexicans, okay, because of that instance. And I think that if parents are proactive, and I get there's a lot of reasons why some parents are unable, they don't have the right tool set because maybe they had kids, they dropped out of school, or they had kids early before they were 20. Okay, the things that are most likely to result in systemic poverty for people are having kids under 20 and not having a high school education. And it is less prescriptive, no matter what the teachers on this panel are saying, that how much money a school system spends per capita student, okay, is not as dispositive as those things. And then parents being more proactive about raising their kids properly and to have respect for other people.
But
right? If we start
not going to improve test scores. Like, you're still going to have.
You know what? Have
concentrated funding in academic areas.
And I think there is a fair point.
For instance,
yeah, but if your parents are involved, they help you in school.
Areas. I don't know why people are still talking when I'm talking. But, like, the biggest thing that frustrates me is that, yes, like, we spend a lot of money as taxpayers towards school. And then the question that I keep positing is, like, why aren't we having, within the funding that we currently have, targeted spending towards the areas that we're having trouble with? Obviously, the federal government might have to create support in those areas because right now they underfund education. But targeted funding
does not the Constitution.
Targeted funding does not necessarily mean that we have to increase expenditures. Schools overfund in certain areas, much like they underfund in other areas. We can just analyze spending, but it has to be an analysis from district to district. There can't be this blanket all solution for every community because, like you said, the problems in Philadelphia are going to be totally different than the problems in Newark. They're going to be totally different than the problems in Sarasota.
Yeah, and I think at a state,
real quick, sorry to cut, but I want to throw it to K-Buckoff, and after that I want to open it to people who haven't talked a lot so far. So yeah, Gender Jews, Galactify, everyone who wants to jump in. So yeah, K-Buck, go ahead.
So I understand it's teachers' job to teach us shit, but it's not their job to baby every kid through school. It's not their job to be like, I'm going to help you through every step of the way. Yes, they're going to help you as much as they possibly can, but there's only so many hours in a school day. Once you go home, you have parents that are supposed to help you. They're supposed to be able to help you through these things. And yes, there is some parents that do underachieve in those aspects. I understand that. I had I'm 22 years old. My parents are 42 years old. My mom had me 4 days before she turned 20, went through college, her first semester, and got pregnant with me. So she dropped out. And my dad never graduated high school. So yes, there is circumstances that don't work out for everyone, but my parents still tried their hardest to fucking help us through school. And if they couldn't help us, their friends, our neighbors, other people tried to help us because yes, it does take a village to raise a child. So yes, you have other people to help you. The teacher is not responsible for every single kid in that school to make it through that grade and be able to achieve things. It is nice for them to put in the work and the effort to try to do so, but it's not feasible. That's one teacher to 30 some students in that one class, not saying they don't have several other classes.
this take is kind of ridiculous because we understand that teachers are one individual that's supposed to assist students. This is why we have guidance counselors, academic advisors, nurses, extension staff that whether that be tutors or what have you. Like, it's not exclusively on the teacher, but there are areas where some teachers are the only individual that's there for academic assistance. I think you would agree, Kay, that's a problem, no?
I would agree, but I wouldn't hold it solely on the teachers and the staff in the school. That is not, it's not feasible in most areas.
Yeah, what do you mean by
I
that?
had tutoring, I had all this other shit, but it wasn't even feasible most days in even high school, where you have a separate block for study hall. A lot of this shit isn't feasible to have for all the students in that area. There's not enough of those teachers or enough of those staffs to be able to do said things.
I think when it comes to for the education
and I was in
stuff,
a higher school. Like, I was in a school that was public school, but it was in a higher, like, middle class area. So I would say that it was funded pretty good in compared to other schools.
I think when it comes to like education stuff, I think the school and the teachers are one of the least important parts to the success of a child's education. I think that they can help, but like if you look at an individual school, you know, all the students have access more or less, depending on what we're talking about, to similar or the same resources. I think that sometimes people are mystified when they look at education and they look at some public schooling districts and they say, look at how much money is being poured in and you're not getting the same outcomes. I think that there are things that happen at home that are just so much more important than anything that can happen in a school. If you have a parent that can stay home, stay on your ass about doing homework, encourage you to do extracurriculars, and keep you out of
the whole education debate when it comes to like hatred and stuff like that is very, very silly. Because obviously I'm not American, I'm Scottish, and here, like at my school at least, there was a lot of Muslims, and I say like the P word was the main sort of slur thrown about there. That's basically the main thing. Sorry?
I don't know what the P word is.
It's a pejorative.
Well, we can't say it now.
It's a pejorative word, right? It's intended to be a slur in that country.
So Destiny, you were saying something along the lines of
yeah, I don't think teachers can. I don't think as a teacher.
It's not just used for people who are from that one country. It's used for like any sort of like Middle Eastern or Muslim person.
There might be.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a school environment. Like, I went to quite an impoverished school. You can have a school environment that's like, in theory, you know, like less educationally benefiting and things like that, and people are more, in theory, more likely to be like hateful and stuff like that. But you can still decide, you know, how you behave as a person. Like, I think it's quite silly to rely on like your environment to like teach you to be a decent human being. I don't agree with that argument.
I don't think that's what Destiny is positing, but I'd hope to.
Well, I would. I totally would posit that.
It's 1 in the morning here. Okay?
Wait, I totally would posit that. Of course, your environment is going to dictate what kind of person you become. That's absolutely true. Children are. I'm sorry. No offense. They're children. They don't know anything about being anything. That's why we teach them and educate them.
Well, no, that's really all I had to say on that.
Yeah. I mean, back to what I was saying. I think that like the home environment is absolutely paramount when it comes to the success or failure of a child's education. Like, if you take a kid that has like a super strong family and they want that kid to get educated, you can put that kid in a really good private school,
we're
and they
on
can.
A base take here. We're waiting on you to give us your words of wisdom. I have no idea. It's like.
So
Can you not hear Destiny?
Wait, she might have me muted. Does she have me muted?
Yeah. I mean. Let Destiny finish making his point.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got really so we were all just in here quiet, and she.
That's
okay.
why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't see Destiny's camera or Gender Juice's or Joe Lewis's either. I don't know why.
I think you
no
need
respect.
to refresh because
He was like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, I got a little confused for a second.
No, I can't hear him whatsoever.
So
try to leave the Discord and join back.
Yeah,
try to leave the Discord and join back.
You were saying something that I agree with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where there's only so much of the school.
I can see it. Okay, this is good.
Yeah.
There's only so much a school can do for a student.
Sorry.
For example, with COVID, right? Like, there's one thing that conservatives are kind of heralding right now, where it's like students aren't getting COVID in schools, and it's like that's true, but after school and after they leave this protected area, what's happening? Like, students are contracting COVID through other means that have nothing to do with the school system altogether. This is why, like, I'm seeing issues in Jersey with sports. So I totally agree with you that, like, yes, teachers can do a lot to help students. Extra curricular staff can do a lot to help students. But if the home situation is in a state of disarray or inconsistency, then that student's going to always have problems.
Yeah, but are you saying it becomes then the totality of society's responsibility to fix broken homes and
Well,
not
maybe
hold
there's-
parents
maybe
accountable?
there's-
What's the mechanism to fix that?
Economic.
Real quick, sorry, I'm going to let you
Moderator.
respond, Joe, but like, Gender Juice has been waiting for a long time. I want to give him a chance to speak.
All right. So my main thing is that me as an individual, I'm gonna talk just a little bit about my personal experience because I myself am Pakistani Canadian, and I've been to Pakistan and I've seen how the school system works for the upper class and the lower class, which are two radically different just experiences in general. And then schooling in Canada, which is also extremely different. From what I've seen, it seems like you need a connection to a community to just like have a healthy socialization and preferably a diverse community. That way you can actually engage with the people that are like of different races, different religions, and get more of a social understanding of like the nuances with each culture, so on and so forth. Because like in Pakistan, they have a vague idea of how it works in like the upper crust of society because they're like, all right, we understand global history, so on and so forth. But when it comes to the lower class, they have to commute about like an hour, 30 minutes from their village to a school. But then they have to walk, and then they have to bus, and then they have to take a train. I shit you not, that's what literally my dad did to get to college, and he barely passed. It's not just about, yes, it is a factor of like the conditions of the school, but it is to an extent a factor of the conditions of the home. I didn't have the support of the home life because both my parents were working hard, like they're working their ass off just so we had a house, I could eat, and I couldn't go to school. And I could only do so much because I was a kid. I didn't really understand the importance of all of this. Like I would do my homework and I would do so much, but like, again, I couldn't socialize, I couldn't make the friends, I couldn't get to the top of the class, I couldn't push myself above and beyond to the place where I started to become, I guess, an exception to like what the status quo would have been for me. Yeah, I guess that's my take on it.
Are there any policy prescriptions for like how to address like home life and to improve like maybe like parent awareness about how to best help the kids and like foster an environment that helps them grow?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, parents have to be more actively involved in their students' education. And there are parents who are in places of privilege who don't do that. Now, but there's also parents who are in a lot of positions who they're unable to do that due to economic means. As an example, like it's very difficult for a parent to go to a school board meeting if the school board meeting's at 6 p.m. and they get off work at 7. Like these are like little things. And then there's like the conversation, okay, if we want to understand about how our child's education is, we have to go to parent-teachers conferences. By and large, I have not seen a school that properly advertises parent-teacher conferences and follow-ups so that they can have teachers can have communication with the parents. And then you get the situation where like a student is failing and it's a 4th marking period and now the parent is activated. And I think that's fucking unacceptable. Like a parent should be involved from the jump, from kindergarten up to the point, even when they get to their, whatever it is, their bachelor's degree or their master's. Like parents by and large have to be more involved in their children's education. And there are barriers to that exist in the home. That could be things like work, that could be things like disability, and these are things that from a societal aspect we can address from like a political standpoint, but it can be very tricky, but it depends from one community to another.
I think it goes earlier than that.
And that's what I wanted to build on, because as a teacher who's taught like around the country, I feel like what we view as teaching doesn't involve. Sometimes you just end up being that kid's parent. Like I feel like when I say that, you're gonna want like the evidence, and I'm just gonna have to be like, just take a look around my neighborhood. Like
I can
gain.
give you an example.
Oh please! I mean, I have my own, but like, yeah, please.
I mean, like there was a student that I worked with who didn't have a ride to marching band rehearsal, and he walked to rehearsal every day. And it was a 2.5-hour walk. He had to go home to babysit his sister, so he's round trip walking 4 hours. I legally cannot infer or ask anybody to see if they can assist them. I can go to guidance and see what they can do there, but there's only so much a guidance office can do if a child doesn't have the ability to get to the thing that they enjoy. Like it can be little things like that. And then there's other examples like, okay, if you're in a community that has very poor infrastructure when it comes to plowing snow, and you're in an area like cities in New Jersey where the plowing system right now is very inconsistent. We have an understaffing problem right now with snow plowers, right? Currently going into the fall season, that's going to pose problems if there's a snow day. Granted, we have a better virtual learning ecosystem, but even then, not every student's going to be able to go virtually if the power's out due to a snowstorm.
Well, and that like there's a great opportunity. There's a great opportunity here, right? With us being in the unique position that we are as Twitch streamers, and us learning the intricacies of actually connecting with people. So why don't we start, say, putting this idea out to the school boards, right? Where they create a Discord for their school, they advertise that they're going to be having these Discord meetings. Why not?
Because the violation of FERPA.
Violation of FERPA?
Yes.
Why can't?
Where's that?
And Discord right now is not FERPA compliant. FERPA is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which makes it that only specific information about students can be disclosed, and there's certain types of privacy laws.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
You can do it over Zoom.
Absolutely, you cannot.
We're not talking about. That's not what we're talking about. You're conflating the two fucking things.
You just brought up
now,
Discord
what we're talking about is the fucking
teachers'
meetings, the parent-teacher. Like, you may not be able to do parent-teacher conference, right? That needs to be an in-person thing. But when you're talking about things that are going on at the school, the different events that are going on, getting people involved, you could definitely do something like that just to make people aware of what's going on with the community, right? That's what you want. You want more people involved. So instead of trying to throw up like the shit as the excuses as to why not, take a look at what you could use it for, so then that way you could actually get people engaged and involved.
You can advertise as much as you want, which is one of my arguments, right? I said that there should be better advertising for that. But when it comes to the certain ecosystems, like for example, Discord, we know a lot of individuals, especially a lot of students are in Discord. We can't use Discord as a means for educational communication because of the violation of FERPA.
That's a semantic argument, Joe. There are communications platforms that can be used.
Right, but there's other platforms.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of platforms that are FERPA compliant or
in such a way Zoom, that students Teams. Zoom and Teams.
So if I'm a teacher, there's only very few set amount of apps that we can use.
Wait, please. Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
I'm trying to explain the problems in digital communication, which is something you and I both agree upon is an issue. I'm trying to lay you out the barriers that currently exist. Is that something I'm allowed to do right now, or do you want to move on from that?
Well, I think that in the interest of the rest of the room, right? Like, all I'm probably
we'll move on. We'll move on. Say less.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. When it comes to how far and down we've gone into this discourse, I'm just reminded yet again, and this isn't a slight to anybody here, because I obviously respect everybody. I've told you before, I've been in some panels with you guys. I watch your content. Like, I wouldn't sit here and be like, oh, I hate you, and then like, subscribe. I feel like the disconnect is starting to become where we all grew up, because some of us have seen the issues and know that like there's just no way around it. To survive, to be in this country and be poor and to survive requires a lot more of a groundwork, a framework for how the family home unit should exist, how much parents should be in kids' lives, how much the teachers can be involved, what compliances, what rules can we break, who will care if we break them. And those rules and those barriers are heavily enforced down here, and they are not enforced up there. And when we talk...
Wait, did anybody disagree with anything that's been said so far? I feel like we're all relatively in agreement in terms of like it takes a village to raise a kid, that if you're poor and you're out of luck, like if your parents can't help you, like I think we all largely agree on this stuff. No, am I missing something?
Yeah.
There's some kind of radical change.
We're just choosing which part is the issue. So it's whether it's the teachers, whether it's your home environment. It's still all the environment, but we're critiquing every little piece of which one we actually align with.
Yeah, not everybody has Jeff Bezos' money. Okay, there are economic classes, there are economic strata that have to be countered with or contended with, and it is true that if you are on the lower end of the economic spectrum, like me, Dirt had more money than me growing up. Okay, but I had parents who taught me that work ethic mattered, respect mattered, and that you took advantage of every opportunity, no matter how slight, that you could do something with it. And for me, that meant getting out of high school, not having enough money to go to college, going into the military, saving up my money, and then going to college. Okay. Now, hang on, Joe. Let me finish my point.
Absolutely.
The idea that because people are born into circumstances of less economic means doesn't mean that we need to teach those kids to be jealous of people who have more economic means. We can look at society, and we can use our tax system in a way that is fair, more fair than what I would submit that people on the left want it to be, and want basically redistributive economics. That's not going to fix anything. We've seen that when we throw just millions and millions and billions of dollars at education, that has not had a prescriptive answer. We just see more kids with more problems, and then we say, well, the problem is, as Joe and Paradigm Shift have alluded to, or actually stated in their points, was that the reason why these kids can't succeed isn't just because of these things. It's because their parents have problems. They can't get off work. They can't go to school board meetings. We can't find some kind of technology that we've used for the last 18 months in the era of COVID, where we're teaching kids with Zoom and Teams and things and tools like that we can't co-opt those tools, or we can't get with our legislators to be able to say, you know what, let's make some exceptions, or work with the vendors to make these things compliant, so that we can do these things, that we can provide extended reach where parents don't have to get on the road at a certain point of time in order to make these things work. And then furthermore, finally, we can, as a society, as teachers, as educators, as school administrators, we can work with our parents to make sure that they are informed and that they understand the impact that they have in their kids' lives, so that they don't have their kids growing up where they get out of Philadelphia schools and 65% of the kids in Philadelphia schools can't do basic math or reading. That's not a money problem. It's an approach problem.
Well, I mean, but still, like, these things have to be paid for, right? Like,
they are paid for, Joe. This is the point I'm trying to make.
That's not necessarily the case. Like, we saw through the like, you can look at the COVID funding that was given towards schools, and overwhelming majority are going to spend that on teachers and guidance counselors. So it's very clear that districts are struggling with the cost to have extra staff to make sure students are taken care of within the buildings. Unless you don't believe that the schools should be using the funding on hiring more teachers and guidance counselors in this context.
I feel like, again, as a teacher, the discourse is missing the forest for the trees, because unless anybody's been in a classroom in the last 10 years, I can tell you right now that the identity of the resources that schools claim they have can be the same as another school's, but they're vastly different. Everybody has history textbooks. Are your history textbooks updated correctly? Who were they written by? Who wrote those curriculums? Who did those things? These are questions that parents can't ask because there's no time to ask them. You'd have to gain a coalition. A lot of parents don't have the time to build a coalition. It's just a fact of, like, life. It's just a fact of being a parent, a minority parent, a parent who's struggling with money, a parent who doesn't have the tools because they weren't taught from their parents. There's a lot of generational issues. There's a lot of, and to say that we throw a lot of money at the school system also misses the point of, as Joe just said, where that money goes. And my biggest issue with even talking about that is, like, I've seen where the money goes. And I've seen people get, sorry, I apologize.
Where the money goes in your experience. That's not, that you can't apply that globally,
I've seen where the money goes as far as teachers unions and me going around to different states and going to different districts and asking these questions. I was part of that movement to actually bring to light what these type of budgets are actually servicing. Where does every penny go? Why are teachers having to pay out of pocket when we just got $17 million in funding? Where did that go over that period of time? I can tell you, but, like, if I tell you after. Huh?
Is there some kind of corruption? Where does it go? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, is there a report from all of this stuff, right?
Take out the tinfoil hat. It's okay. There's a bunch of things to that, right? Where individual districts will have different types of funding for different types of situations, and then you have different. And again, this is going to vary from one state to another. The biggest problem that I'm noticing is that people have a very separated understanding of how your tax dollars go towards education, and then there's things that have concentrated funding. Like, for example, if you have if you see a nice, beautiful new theater that got built in a school district that probably had some level of targeted funding, and maybe there was some state tax involved in terms of like the parking lot, you might see a situation where, oh, all these teachers got a raise. Maybe that was due to a collaboration with adjusting budgeting from one fiscal year across X amount of years. Like, funding within is vastly different.
Why does it feel like people say so much without saying anything? Am I crazy? Oh my god, it drives me crazy sometimes. I'm trying so hard not to cut in.
Resources, they do well. Like right now, under the USDA, you have the option to have free grab-and-go lunches for the entire year. And this is something, and that's an amazing policy, because not every student is going to have the money to buy lunch. As sad as that, or sad or ridiculous as you might believe that to be. But then the question is, like, okay, if we can do this under COVID, if we can give free grab-and-go lunches to all 50 states, is that something that's actually sustainable outside of a COVID landscape? And then maybe we ought to look into something like that.
I think when we look at this from the left and the right, I think the problem is that we left-leaning people in general, and especially in regards to education, tend to have like these external forces that they want to use to push kids towards getting more educated. And the external push is usually like more funding or assistance on like the institutional side. So in this case, education. But the problem, I think, with conservatives, the reason the disconnect happens is because conservatives see it as more of an internal push needed. And there's some validity to that. You can take a kid in a really good family and send him to a garbage school, and that kid is going to come out pretty smart because his parents are going to be on him for it. You're not going to get a kid in a really well-adjusted family going to even the worst fucking school, coming out not knowing how to read. That's not going to happen because mom is going to be there every day making sure he's doing even bad homework, and that's going to get solved, right? So I think the issue that you have here is that when you, on one end, if you take a conservative person that has a conservative outlook on life and he knows that good families tend to produce well-educated, good children, irrespective of their educational institutions, and then you look at it from the left and you see, well, some public school districts have a ton of money thrown at them and we don't have the results that we're supposed to have. It's not happening. We're not getting the payoff for it, right? I think that you have to find a way to bridge that gap. I think that there are certain things, and you mentioned one thing, it was incredibly fucking good. It should never, ever be a question, ever. If anybody thinks different, you're just dead wrong. It should never be a question if a kid can get a good meal. It just absolutely should never be a question. So things like funding, in some school districts, they've even done breakfast or lunch for kids. That's an amazing use of money. Feeding kids, it's like you take $1, you put it into food, and it goes into a kid's mouth. That's an amazing expenditure of money, you know? But all the other money, you know, like I think there's a legitimate question there of like, well, why do we have some school districts that are so overfunded and we're not seeing the results that we would expect to see? Whereas you can go to these like poor as fuck, redneck, hick communities, and you get these really poor districts or whatever, but then you're getting kids that can read and they do math at like, as you would expect them to do, like maybe slightly below average, but they can do it, right? Where is this disparity of outcomes explained by for left-leaning people that are like, we just need to throw more and more money at it? I think that's the issue that you're running into.
I'll tell you, 80% of the high school kids in my graduating year went to college. 80%.
How many of them?
And where did you go? Sorry to cut you off.
I went to school in a rural Southwest Virginia town.
Wait. Sorry to cut. Gender Jews, go ahead, and after that, K-Buck-Off.
I'm sorry, I don't like interrupting because I actually am enjoying the conversation that's been happening so far. And from like I am of the side of actually in the middle of both of these. Oh god, I feel like a centrist. But like from the perspective of like Joe Lewis and like Paradigm, I do actually understand that because like with my school, like the high school that I went to like 2 years ago, we only had 4 what's called, I guess, resource officers for the students, and that would cover, if I'm correct, close to 300 students. Our school could only hold about 250 students. Some students couldn't even go to class and have a locker to like place their belongings. They would need to like come in and out. It was a whole mess. They didn't have the proper funding to have like enough infrastructure to even handle this amount of kids. And we also have to look at like the private schools, who obviously do get more funding because they're private institutions. But where I live, and I'm in Canada, I'm in Alberta, we also give public funding to them, and so they've got a little bit of a cherry on top situation there. But with me, from the, I guess, angle of the conservatives, I do get that. Yes, like I explained a little bit earlier about my early education. I didn't really care. My family were immigrants. They were just trying to, like, survive and make it good here. I myself, again, didn't care to begin with. But when I got into high school, I was given the choice of taking the regular course or taking IB. So I took IB. I thought, you know what? I feel like I myself am smart enough and I can put myself up to that challenge and push myself forward. But I know that doesn't apply to everyone, because out of all my friends, I was the only person that was in IB. I was the only person that decided to go from a mainstream course and challenge myself and push myself further. I tried to do this with my friends, but again, everybody's different. They were more worried about their own social life and their own, like, personal lives, because, like, they had to try and keep themselves alive. They had their own, like, personal home life issues that they had to deal with. And yeah, I get this. There are benefits of, like, making it so that the institution itself functions with the capability of handling everyone, to the point that it is now only up to the individual to push themselves even further. That is sort of like what my ideal schooling situation would be. Yeah.
I just think the bigger issue, and like everyone has touched on it, but they're jumping around it, is parents. And like the more perfect union, you said it perfectly. Like, people who are having children under the age of 20, like my mom got pregnant with me 4 days, or she gave birth to me 4 days before she turned 20. Like, that shit was hard on her. She had to struggle through life. She didn't have a good paying job. Like, my mom just now recently got a good paying job. And like, yeah, that's 20 fucking years later. That didn't help me when I was in school. The only reason I'm here and has achieved as much as I did is because my grandfather was able to stay at home because he was disabled and able to help me through everything. And I understand not everyone has those luxuries, but why don't we focus on the bigger issue of, like, teen pregnancy, having kids in lower income areas earlier in life and affecting their chances of getting out of those lower income environments. Like, if you waited, like, I love kids. I would love to have kids. I would have them now if it was feasible, but I can't because I'm in college and I would like to get my education set up so that me and my fiance have good paying jobs before I have a kid. So yes, I take birth control, use protection. You do these things during sex and make sure that you aren't having kids. And if we taught this education to people and we showed them, instead of the luxury of a teen pregnancy show on MTV, we could show them how shitty shit actually happens and what fucks up your life, maybe people would realize, hey, I probably shouldn't be having unprotected sex with 7 people in a year and go around willy-nilly, no fucks given, and have kids all the time. Like, that's not okay. I know a 16-year-old that has 4 kids. It's like, that's crazy.
But the big problem you run into is when you get people that are saying these things, right? So from the conservative approach of, like, we need to do something to strengthen the families, to do something to the families, that's absolutely true. But then conservatives are against every single thing that would do that. So for instance, you talk about teen pregnancies. It's conservatives that are pushing to get abortions banned from everywhere, right? Conservatives are the ones that push to get rid of contraception provided for teenagers. Conservatives are the ones that push to get rid of sex education in schools. Conservatives are the ones that push against most of the policies that would cause the biggest change in the amount of teen pregnancies. And then they turn around and they say, well, why are people having kids out of wedlock? Why are people... I'm absolutely right. I'm sorry. I come from a Catholic family. I know that I have a kid at 21. I absolutely know this is true. I've lived the life, and I know the rhetoric is true because I've lived in the families and the Catholic communities. I went to a Jesuit high school. I've lived my whole life in conservative areas. I know that every single part of this is true. Okay.
To be fair, that is shifting slightly. We have seen abortion has gone down progressively throughout the years since the 80s. We've seen things like contraceptive be more acceptable in the Catholic Church. The Pope has actually come around and said, like, hey, this is something we need to push for.
Yeah, but who's trying to make it illegal now?
Right, but the thing is, like, not everybody.
I'm pro-choice.
Right.
Well, no one cares if you're pro-choice. I'm saying that conservatives that focus on the family have now established a bounty hunting system in Texas to get rid of.
No, I think what they're suggesting is that people make better.
We've done a lot of talking about conservative viewpoints here, right? The one thing that you haven't brought up, Destiny, at all, right, is the fact that the reason why that they don't want the education being there is specifically because once you normalize the language, then you actively put it into the minds rather than it being something that is like, okay, here's.
I hate to tell CTV. If you think that you need an external thing to put sex into the mind of a teenager, I don't even know what to say to you.
It's already there. That's true. 100%. That's true.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the problem,
when you man, I've fucked for like 3 years.
It needs to be It needs to be normalized between the parents and the kid, and not between.
It doesn't happen. I'm telling you, as a white kid in the United States, white parents, especially Christian ones, do not.
White?
As a white kid in the United States, white
You're
parents
white?
do
Hold on,
not
that's
talk
not
to their.
what I heard.
CTV, I'm making a serious point. Okay, white parents do not talk to their children about sex. Okay, half the fucking white girls in this country have their first period. They don't even know what the fuck is happening to their bodies. Okay, the other half of the people have never had their. My parents have never talked about sex my entire fucking life, and I know that's not an uncommon experience.
I went to school, and the only thing I learned was abstinence. It was it.
Exactly. Yes. So no, I would agree with you. This is the thing that bothers me about conservatives as well. I think somebody else brought this on this panel. Conservatives will say shit like, "Oh, these conversations should happen in the home." Yeah, they should, but they don't. So it has to happen at school, or else it's only going to happen on the internet and porn forums, or amongst their friends, or with their doctor when their girlfriend is 6 months pregnant. They're trying to figure out why their belly's so big and she's missing her periods. That's the only time these conversations happen, because conservative parents don't talk to their children about these things. Because for some reason, when conservatives turn 30 years old, they forgot every fucking thing about being a kid. And I don't know, because your conservative parents, they were fucking when they were teens, because half these conservative parents have children when they're in their fucking teens. And somehow they think that they're a sweet little child at 16 who's going to spend the night at their boyfriend's house playing Super Smash Brothers all night. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I don't know what it is, but when conservatives turn 30, they forget everything about being a child, and they won't have any of these conversations in the home with their children. So it seems like it's kind of necessary to make them happen in other environments, like at school.
Yeah, but
I do want to point out.
Wait, no. I want to play to more perfect union.
As the Jesus.
Wait,
fuck.
Red Pill has had his hand up for.
More perfect union.
That's what Red Pill has, yeah.
More perfect union.
No, fuck this shit, man. I got.
No.
my point is going to be super short.
I got directly fucking addressed there, right? You know what? Fuck this.
Okay.
Go ahead, Geek. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So just a quick point there, Destiny. The whole thing with trying to overturn Roe v. Wade isn't necessarily to outlaw abortion on a national scale, it's to put it back into the hands of states. And the other part is that if kids were taught how to value themselves more appropriately, they might take better choice. They might use protection. They might choose to wait until they were in a more stable relationship, or wait till after they were out of high school or whatever before they would engage in behavior that in an unprotected way is more likely to lead to that kind of negative outcome that results in the kind of generational poverty we've seen for fucking 60 years.
But who does that? This is part of the problem, right? We're talking about how parents have to have a relationship and be able to explain to their children, or be more active in their kids' lives, in their education, in their personal, their social development, and also in their sexual development, as going from kids to like tweens to teens to adults. And the problem is that in this society, what we have done is we have allowed the federal government, or government generally, to become the nanny state, so that the government's responsibility is to do these things. That's why we try to push this bullshit down to them, down their throats, about all different kinds of sexual things, technique or whatever, in grade school and middle school, high school. That's not really the appropriate place for that to be. That's exactly what happens, Joe. But the problem is, I feel like the expectation.
Let's talk about this again.
Hold on. I just want to let me close it up to Destiny's point, right? The idea that people that want to outlaw abortion at a federal level, are not trying to outlaw a means of birth control. And matter of fact, the people who support abortion nationally say that it isn't a birth control. It's a women's health choice. So you can't have both of those things be true at the same time.
We're not talking about the semantic argument if it's a birth control or not. We're talking about not having a child out of wedlock. However you want to phrase that semantically, whether you call that...
You led your comment saying that if you wanted to prevent these things, then you're trying to outlaw things like abortion, so that you inextricably link the 2 points.
Well, does abortion prevent the birth of children out of wedlock?
The question is, from a moral perspective, is it a means of birth control, or is it a means of health?
That's a boring question. I don't care. That question is totally irrelevant. Nobody cares about the answer whether it's birth control or not. It's whether or not it restricts people from having children out of wedlock. That's the interesting question, right?
I think you're discounting the fact that the vast majority of conservatives who are opposed to it believe that abortion is currently used in the United States as primarily as a means of birth control.
That's fine that if it's used as a means of birth control. But the problem I'm having is that like conservatives are setting unrealistic expectations on their children, right? Like you'll have a conservative that, no offense, there's a lot of conservative people that got pregnant at 17 and got married, okay, and then they have kids, and then they're going to act like, you know, like, oh well, my kids aren't going to deal with sex until they've graduated with their fucking master's degree. Like that's just not realistic, you know.
I think
People
this is more towards a religious aspect of conservative, because my parents are conservative, and I would say that I am a conservative. And we were not religious, not raised religious in any way, shape, or form. My parents, yes, didn't teach me about sex, but they were very adamant about, hey, I found out you were having sex. You're going to go to the gynecologist. You're going to get put on birth control because I don't want you to be living in the same situation I did. I fucked up and didn't talk to you about sex. I'll claim that mistake. That was my bad. And then we talked about it with my younger sisters. I've even had conversations with my parents and my sisters to teach them because I am the oldest. So the mistakes happen with me, and I end up teaching my younger sisters.
Did your parents teach you about safe sex practices outside of birth control?
No, they were like, here, go to the gynecologist, and the gynecologist will figure it out. And so I understand that.
People like my parents don't, because my parents are immigrants. We're socially
I also now know
they
this.
don't teach me this kind of stuff. I have to learn it myself, either from
But
school.
I know this, that it's not okay to just do that, or like go to school and be like, hey, my friend told me X, Y, and Z, or go to Pornhub, go A, X, Y, and Z, or go to fucking whatever site you're learning shit on that teaches you. I listened to a podcast the other day about a woman who believed that if she jumped down the stairs or did jumping jacks after sex, that the sperm wouldn't travel up her vaginal canal because gravity would pull it out and she wouldn't get pregnant. This is the shit people are believing because we're not teaching it to either the parents aren't teaching it or the teachers aren't teaching it. So let's play hot potato and see which one lands and
Somebody
which one's
needs to
going to
learn,
teach it.
if I'm
Somebody's
correct,
got to
right?
do it.
Well, I mean, look, in this day and age of modern
so-
search engines, nobody has an excuse to say they can't learn.
Okay, but
Alright,
we've that.
Galaxy Fee, Dr. Red Pill, and Paradigm. Sorry. Galaxy Fee, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the whole point is that sex education at school fucking sucks. It always has. Probably will for a long time yet. I don't agree with the whole abstinence-only education. It seems to happen a lot in the US. Thankfully, that doesn't quite happen here. But sex education is still very, like, heterosexual couples pushed. And I also think, like, the whole argument about, like, children out of wedlock and stuff, like, why does that even matter? Like, why should someone need to be married to have a child?
It's a religious
Because
belief.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. But, like, outside of that, like, there's still some people who are, like, oh, no, like, you need to, like, be older and, like, have a job and, like, get married and then have kids. Like, that's just, like, a whole social thing and, like, a story which doesn't really apply to, like, our lives anymore, because marriage used to be a way for women to sort of have more importance, if that makes sense. Like, I work with a lady who's in her 50s, and then apparently just before she got married, women couldn't have, like, any access to, like, their husband's will or anything like that if they weren't married to them, like, when they died. And, like, yeah, lost my train of
That's
thought.
still like that in a lot of countries.
Yeah,
I mean,
in a lot
like
of
in
countries,
Pakistan,
that's a legal construct. It's not.
most places, women don't have rights
like
at
a
all.
social construct.
Because
Like, why are we
why
trying to
does
cap,
being
like-
married make someone a better parent? It doesn't.
Because
That's
it's
just not how it works.
because
Like,
more like two people have the ability to make more money than one by and large. Like, marriage is an economic
Yeah, but
exchange
you
more
don't-
than it is an
yeah, you don't
exchange of
keep married,
love,
though.
and a lot of countries believe that to be so.
I mean, hold on. We can't be going.
Like,
Okay, this is some
Greek is
crazy.
trying
This
to
is
pass
way
it.
too
See,
far.
we're kind of getting off track.
This is way too far to the left. You gotta be
Greek is
careful not
trying
to.
to pass it to Red Pill.
Oh, okay, sorry. Good.
Yeah,
So I
Red
was
Pill, go
wondering,
ahead.
look, I think it's so hard to reach parents, and it's like every person reaches.
The idea of saying that, like, oh, well, families are only there for economic means, that's not true. There's a lot of support that you can find in a family. That's a really crazy statement to say. People are a little bit too much on that sometimes.
So hard to break this cycle where we have access to kids and like the ability to teach them young and like, but like there's this cycle happening where their parents not doing a good job and like the parents are failing to some extent, and it's producing kids who are not prepared to be good adults who become bad parents, and that happens again. So like with Joe Lewis, I was trying to get at like what policy prescriptions we could go to like fix this, and it seems like funding is pretty much our only option. So like instead, funding schools is one way to go about it. I don't know if there's a way to reach parents and like sort of break through that ego barrier and like get them to do things better in like raising.
That's why I said there needs to be a concentrated and dedicated effort from the schools to make sure that the parents know the resources at the schools and are able to utilize those resources.
Do you think that would be effective?
Of course it would be effective. Like, if you make sure that parents know the resources at the school and know how to access the resources and utilize them, I don't know why you wouldn't think that would be an effective thing to do. Like,
well, I mean, if they're in like poverty and they're
I don't care if they're poverty status. Like, they should know the resources of the school and how to use them.
Well,
I don't
the
care if
resources
they
of
have
the
no
school-
money or all the money in the world. They should know the resources.
What about like one-on-one time at home, and if like encouraging them to read books? What if it's like you think it's possible
Yeah, and teachers can encourage that with parents, but then the buck goes to the parents at that point. Because I can
For
tell
sure.
my student as much as I want until my face is blue, hey, if you practice your saxophone or clarinet, you're going to have a much easier time in band class. I can say that until I'm blue in the face. But if a parent does not have a concentrated effort of being involved in the educational process of learning an instrument, then what are they supposed to do? And then this is constant cycle of parents saying, I don't know why my student's practicing. Well, it's like, are you involved in the process of practicing with your child? And some parents are like, well, I don't have enough time for that. It's like, well, if you don't have enough time for that, I don't know what to tell you. Because as a teacher,
That's what
I
I'm
can't
saying.
force your child to practice. And then I just turn into a babysitter, which is fine.
That's what I'm saying. And we keep seeing this failure of funding to like enact that kind of change you're talking about. It just seems like the apathy of the parents can't be overcome by like asking them to do better in a lot of cases.
It can, but it's going to require like a dedicated effort in making sure people understand what the stakes are. Like, we know that if your child does well in school, you're going to have better chances of going to college and going to the schools that you want to and have more access to opportunities of schools. Like, there's only so much I can explain to a student if they have a 3.2 GPA and the program requires a 3.7 at graduation. We can't extra credit our way up those extra points, you know?
Well, yeah, I just come back to the point that it's problematic to say that the issue for kids not being effective in education is simply that we need to throw more money at them, or we need to sort of level out that playing field. If we have, I would posit that if we have school systems that are well funded but have poor outcomes, we should enable parents in those school districts to be able to send their kids to other schools that have better outcomes. And that money that we have, one second, the money the money that's going to the bad school system should be able to follow the kid to the other school. So I'm a big fan of charter schools, public charter schools, private charter schools, and public option charter schools. Okay.
I have a very simple.
And there is at least some evidence that these kinds of approaches force more competition within the education system, which result in better outcomes for students in both types of schools.
How would you pay for the busing? Who should pay for the busing?
The busing is going to the money for the so busing is part of the local school district, right? That's not federal dollars.
Sure.
Okay.
So here's the problem.
If the school hang on, you asked me a question. Let me at least answer the question. Let me at least answer the question.
I can give you a better hypothetical so you can answer this to the best of your ability.
Okay, so we're going to drop the last hypothetical.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical about busing. I'd like for you to answer that. Is that okay?
Sure, it's a different question, but sure.
Well, I mean, it's the problem. So if I feel that my student is not succeeding in this school academically, so I want to send them to another institution, I believe that my tax dollars should go towards funding to this other school. However, there's still the issue of busing, which is done at the local level. Who is going to pay for the busing of that student? Is that burden going to go to the parents? Is that burden going to go to the school? Who's going to pay for the busing for that child to go to that school?
Okay, so at a base level, right? If a parent is going to move a kid, or going to have the option to move a kid from one school to a different school, chances are that competitive school or that other school is going to be in the same general area, and that they probably have transportation systems worked out. If they don't, and then it's not an option for the kid, right?
We see this all the time with
kid is still going to be stuck in that particular school.
We see this all the time in parochial schools with public schools. They share busing. This is a pretty common thing, at least where I'm from. I don't know about.
I'm talking about the concentrated busing of individual students from one school to another. So you're saying that
that's not usually how that works. It's
an individual student choice.
It's usually on a logistic basis based on whatever the most efficient path is, and that's how they usually do it for the parochial schools, and as well as magnet schools. We already see many examples of this.
And I understand that. But if we're saying the tax dollars are going to another institution, that would imply that that school is out of district. or even out of the county itself, of the local municipality.
So out of the district is not out. Yeah, but out of the school. Look, out of the school district means any school not part of the district taxing authority. It could be in the same geographic location. Okay, like county location. So that I really
don't think you're catching what I'm throwing here. So
no, you're trying to
Joe. I think what Joe is saying is when you get out of the bounds of like the normal districts. I think is that what you're saying, Joe? When you're getting like when you're sending people further than what would be normally attributed to like a school.
Yeah, but it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen that there is a geographic further. It just means it's a different organizing entity.
We would have to look at, and then also too, let's say if your tax dollars are going to another area and there's an over expenditure, what should happen to that additional money? Should that be a voucher that the student could use towards, like, say, luncheons and stuff like that for the school? Should it be some type of tax credit? Like, what would be your prescription for that? Because the school can be underperforming for a lot of reasons.
Sure, and I think that to the extent that those things exist, and I think that it is a problem. Like that is an issue that's been addressed with public charters, right? That there are kids that are coming in that are poor, and then they're bringing voucher dollars into it. They're bringing donations. They're able to fundraise and do things like that, so that these kids, the parents tend to be more actively involved. So they tend to do things that tend to support those charter schools more efficiently. And I can look something. I can look something up and bring it back and talk to you on your channel, but you'd have to unban me first.
You've been unbanned for about 3 months now. You can.
No, that's not true. I bet you if I go.
Do you want me to share my screen and show?
We don't need to have this. Is not. This is not relevant.
I looked at your screen a few weeks ago, and I wasn't banned.
So you dialed the question. So I'm gonna ask it again in a different scenario. School B is the school that you're currently at, and you believe that your child is not getting a sufficient education in your school. The cost per student in that school is an average of $700 for tax expenditures. This is not how funding works, but we're going to say it costs $700 towards taxes. The other school, per student, it's $400, and that's the school you want to send your child to. And both districts agree, and that's all in the books. There's an over expenditure of $300. Where should that money go?
Should you be used to? Okay, I get your hypothetical. That $300, that extra tax money should go into the school to be offered as a voucher for some kid who can't afford it, or to go to a program that facilitates the education.
So how would they determine a student who would be needy for that? Is that something that parents should apply for? Is that something from a lottery?
No, it could. You could make
like this is also.
There's all kinds of criteria that you could apply. Okay, to make something like that.
You're not allowed to know the income of parents unless they relinquish that information.
Okay, so you ask them. Do you make it available as call it a scholarship grant?
Would you be comfortable for a survey of that, of schools knowing your financial? That seems like a very easy way for implicit.
How do they handle free and reduced lunch then if they don't have
it? I have to apply for it.
Okay, so you could just make it an opt-in program.
That's not what your question is asking. The idea behind it is to say if somebody is going to a charter school and they can't afford like the component that the parent might have to bring into a charter school, and then the school has an excess of funds because of other things that they're doing, or they have good property taxes that they can apply, or whatever the funding mechanisms they have are, and then they have an excess supply, and then they want to make that available so that other kids can have a good educational outcome. Remember, education's about the kids, right? So if they can more effectively, efficiently use that money to help more kids, as opposed to keeping them trapped into an underperforming or failing school that may be funded to a better degree, may have more riches or whatever, but still have poorer outcomes, then I think we should all be celebrating the fact that these schools are trying to do right by the kids, and maybe the public school systems, which are rife with union rules and like look at what happened in COVID. All the stuff that the unions fought to keep the schools from opening up, despite the evidence in the science that said that kids were at less risk of catching or transmitting COVID, and then they forced these schools to shut down. They forced them into virtual only classes, where we now look at and studies have come forward that say the kids are 4 to 6 months behind in math, 4 to 6 months behind in reading. Okay, and then we still want to keep pumping money into public school systems where these kids have shit educational outcomes.
That's
so let
weird
these
because-
other competitive educational opportunities.
We don't
have
need to
a
get scale
chance
up
and then
and
evaluate
do
them for
man.
what they are.
Come on.
I'm confused.
All right, real
because-
quick. Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry to cut, but like, I want
And
to
with that,
break other
guys, and
people
with that,
and-
I would love to keep. I would love to keep talking, but I'm going to have to dip out. I told Danabo, so I don't know if there's anybody else waiting in the wings. Joe, I'll drop by your site and we can chat some more because I have been interested in wanting to talk to you, and I'm glad that I'm not banned. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, for sure.
All right,
Have
give
a good night,
yourself a
guys.
shout out, More Perfect Union, and yeah.
Okay, so I am the More Perfect Union. I stream occasionally at twitch.tv, the More Perfect Union. I'm also on YouTube and a couple other places, but I don't really do too much with those yet. Most of the time, you can find me yakking it up on somewhere in the conservative space or whatever, Buckeye, CTV, and some others. I am a constitutional conservative. I believe that if we want to have these different kinds of societal structures, I'm not necessarily against them. I'm just saying let's try to get them done in a constitutionally appropriate way and not keep bending or contorting things like the Commerce Clause to be able to get to them. So with that said, it's been interesting. So there's a lot of guys here, a lot of people on the panel tonight that I have not really talked with before. And grateful for that opportunity to be able to come in and talk to you guys. And hope you have a good rest of your night and a good rest of your weekend. Y'all take care. And I'll catch up with you soon.
Have a great holiday, MPU.
Yep. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to read to
All
Paradise.
right, it's a stupid fucking meme.
Okay, so that was a lot. I had some responses ready here and there, and I kind of lost them because ADHD brain. So let's try this. Kids are behind in school because we tried to adopt a college level lifestyle to a bunch of people randomly and they don't know how to really deal with it. We didn't give any emotional or mental support towards these kids. We kind of just said business as usual and expected them to carry on, even though we were invading their personal lives by being on the device that they normally use to disconnect from us. This is what I mean about saying the perspective of like somebody who lives here versus somebody who just talks about it. Like I can tell you with experience, the reason why kids are behind is because everybody's behind because there was no tools given to help us transition. We did not give kids a break off. We worked them harder because we expected them to be able to do more because they were at home more. And we thought that with them being home more, that their home life would turn into this magical oasis where it'd become a school-friendly or a learning-friendly environment. And we did not account for any of the factors outside, of which people have been talking about here all day, which are the parents. For that, and I'll keep it to that because I feel like if I were to spiral off, I could do it, but I'm not gonna. Parents. At some point,
Is there any
I
actual
have
strong
to
evidence showing that
absolve
movement towards
parents
favoring
of the
charter school
guilt of
system would
not
result
being
in better
able to prepare their kids for whatever is being taught. And the reason for that is the curriculum that is consistently changing and has been changing in a way that divorces the parent from even understanding what's going on. If you've seen the memes about Common Core math, that is not a joke. That is real. Nobody knows what the hell is going on except for the kids. Therefore, the kids end up having to explain this to the parents. The parents don't get it because they work at Starbucks from 4 to 9 and then go to their 9 to 5. And then, boom, I'm home in time to make grits and shrimp. That's a terrible joke. Nobody's going to get that. Maybe one person will. Damn. When we start talking about the home life, you are involving factors to which every single, as we've said before, the individual's experience is different. My problem is that as a black person, my experiences relate very heavily to people regardless of their background or their skin color, but based on where they live. We all share the same memes, we all got the same jokes, we all know what go on in the hood when it go on in the hood. That culture flies into schools. That culture becomes a school culture. So if it's cool to say, oh, I don't care, I'm gonna make my way one way or another, it becomes on us as teachers to reframe whatever they know into a positive light. The onus becomes on us, whether we want to or not, to become pseudo parents for them, because we are giving them the informational tools, at least at a basis level, for you to understand how to navigate being an adult in this world. You need to know math, so that way somebody doesn't shortchange you. You need to know science, so you need to understand what happens when you get a cut. I'm being facetious, but yeah. You need to know gym so you can have a healthier lifestyle. You need to know certain things, and these classes teach you those things, and that's why we have the educational system set up from the ages of about 3, 4, 5, depends on where you are, to 18, and so forth and so on. College is an opt-in program. Not everybody wants to go to college. Not everybody has the mental acuity to pay attention in college. I was one of those people. I got through college gladly, but like I had to take a semester off. I had to keep skipping semesters because I was wondering, why do I feel the innate pressure to graduate from here? Why is this work harder? Because I have more time. We didn't give that time or that understanding of the world to the children that we put inside of a Zoom class. If we had the ability to use Discord or something that they liked more, they would have frequented it more. They would have had instead of, oh, we all have to learn how to use Zoom, the children could have became the teachers. Hey, we'll teach you how to use this, and we'll teach you how to... We could have had fun with it. We could have had a different approach to education, but we took the same approach and tried to apply it down to this level here, and you're going to get the result you're going to get. People are going to fall behind. I'm tired. I don't want to stare at it. I've never stared at a screen for 8 hours. My eyes are used to a smart board 15 feet away in the classroom. I'm used to talking with my friend. We didn't provide any context for why the world was the way it was. We made it that way because we felt like if we uprooted everything, we won't know how to reach them. We won't know how to teach them. We didn't give ourselves any time to even think about a different way we could approach education. So when we have this conversation about parents, we have to have it right now in a not post, still going COVID era, where now the parents' lives have changed. I don't see my friends. I'm angry at home. I drink more. I drink with my students online. I can't be around the student's camera walking butt naked, so I'm not gonna be crossing into my room. We're changing little tiny aspects of every person's life and expecting them to be able to fall back right into the patterns of, hey, this is what you need to do to be more involved in your kid's life. We need to have incentives for that. There needs to be a system in place that gives parents a feeling like I'm going to this school board meeting and I'm going to get something out of it. I'm going to get, like, I can make a change. I hate to do it and put it all the way back to the whole voting circle, but like, you disenfranchise people from the process itself. They don't care after 5 years about a parent-teacher conference or my kid brings home the report card. If it's bad, he getting cracked and that's it. Like, if it's good, we're taking you out for ice cream at McDonald's. Like, the reward systems are different. The styles of life are different. And for us to try to equate all of what we like or all of what we live into as like, well, it could be this way, it could be that way. We skip over not only the home life in these little tiny details that affect the way people think and understand things, but then we look outside. What if, I want to have a sex ed class, but there's no Planned Parenthoods in the neighborhood? That kid got to go over to the next town. They don't have a car. I could teach you all I want. Like you said, I could scream. You want to be a good sax player? You want to be a good guitar player? Like they told me, you got to practice every day. But I go home. We can't afford a guitar. Personal responsibility when it comes to education has to be a united, and I hate it because I feel like that's your trademark and I don't want to steal it. But as Joe said, a concentrated and dedicated effort to assuage these small little tiny cracks so everyone can at least say, if my kid wants to take a music class, there's no money barrier blocking that. If my kid wants to learn about sex ed, at least they'll be able to put it in practice if something bad happens. Yeah, you know about Planned Parenthood. I'll take you there right now. But if you have a parent that doesn't believe in Planned Parenthood, it don't matter what I teach them. So that's where I agree with you. It's got to be up to the parents. But see what leaving it up to the parents does? It has to be a concerted effort. Yes, a village to raise a child, but we don't have a village. We've got cities and there's highways in the middle of them. I don't know why. Infrastructure is terrible. I hate everyone. That's pretty much it.
Based. I think that was the best rant of 2021. I think we just saw right there. We just witnessed it just now. We should all be in awe.
Flip it and ship it.
I love that. I don't know. That just had me so riveted. That was amazing. I've seen you on other panels before, Paradigm Shift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that type of just perspective. That was amazing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's talk policy. Huh?
I mean,
I don't know how you follow that up. Seriously, like how do you follow that up?
Well, let's get into specifics. I really
Like, I mean, like one thing is probably a mass expansion. Like if we're talking about the one thing about like abortion and stuff like that, like obviously an expansion of sexual education. And there's a lot of ways that you can go about that, but obviously it's very, very clear that physical education teachers are not properly equipped to do this. So we should probably also at the same time lower the certification barrier so that people in other professions can make it into the classroom at the levels that are age appropriate. I mean, is that something that anyone wants to tackle?
I mean, like, I agree with you there. I don't know what to say.
I agree that they should be age appropriate. I think like we should start off even as young as like kindergarten. You can start when you're a kid, you teach people stranger danger. Like you understand, like, hey, let's call body parts by their actual fucking names instead of making up these dumbass names like my cookie or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, let's call it a vagina and a penis. That's what it's called. Let's call it that. Like, let's teach these things and.
Yeah, I'm saying offset the burden of physical education teachers. Like, obviously, physical education teachers are the burden to teaching sexual education, and I'm arguing that this is probably something that you could have doctors to come into schools and to teach a class. Like, I don't see why a OBGYN couldn't teach a sexual education course.
So for me, my experience, at least in the school I was in, we had a health class, which was completely separate. We had a health teacher. Yes. And then we also had like when women, there was, I think it was freshman year of high school. They took all the women out of gym class for that week and sent them to the nurse's office. And the nurse taught us everything there is about a menstrual period. And this is what happens, this is how it's going to happen. But in my situation, and I don't understand why it came to only women having it and not the men as well. Men should be educated on this too. Y'all are going to experience it with your ladies or your your sisters, your daughters. Like, yeah, like at some point in your life, you're going to experience this shit. So why not teach you it? Like, it doesn't have to be completely separated like that. And your high school nurse could teach you this shit. It doesn't have to just rely on that.
They can't, though.
Why not?
Because they would have to do it in a like the teacher certification in states still exists. So in order for a nurse to teach a class long term, like sexual education, they would need a teacher certification, which is why my argument, which didn't get addressed, was that we should probably lower the barrier of certification and alternative certification so that professionals like nurses could teach something like sex education.
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Just to recenter us in reality, okay? A PE teacher, anybody should be able to teach sex ed. Nothing that you learn in sex ed should require like a fucking RN or like a doctor.
No, you shouldn't have a degree.
You should have like your PE teacher should be able to have like a unit on sexual education. These are things that everybody should know, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I wasn't saying like it should be. I'm not saying it should be exclusively taught in that capacity, but as an example, like if you don't have enough physical education teachers to teach that course, I think it's totally reasonable to like to have for a nurse to teach sexual education, or even the district to be able to have that, to have it be an option.
Yeah, but like if you don't have the funding to have like a PE teacher, I seriously doubt you get the funding to bring in like external like medical professionals to teach classes. That seems like a whole other affair.
You can do it in like a 25% funding capacity or 50% funding capacity, so you can have it so that they only are responsible for teaching that course under specific parameters. That's what I mean. The reason why I bring it up is because that's what my district does. So,
dude, PE teachers are like notoriously creepy. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if I would want my PE teacher to
pick another subject. Science teachers.
Yeah, like in all honesty, that's where it should be taught. Is science.
Sex
like it
education
should
is part of the PE certification in most
states.
Yeah,
but I think it should be in your science classes. It's what it is. It's science. It's about your body. It's about how your body functions. It's not.
Or I mean, like
technically everything is science, right?
We could just, but like we could add a health class by itself, like. To make sure people are educated on dietary health, lifestyle health, and like sex health. That way,
Did y'all not have that?
Yeah,
I had that. Well, I had it as a single unit. That was like my education, where I was only taught like sex ed and like general like not physical, but like lifestyle health in like one unit for 2 weeks, and that was it. That was like
ours was like once or twice a week every week for the entire year. And it was Like, it was about drugs. It was about, we wore drunk goggles to stimulate being drunk. And we taught you the effects of alcohol and drugs in your body and all that shit. We watched videos. We watched all that shit. But the only thing when it came to sex education was abstinence. There was no, hey, this is what a condom is. This is how you use a condom. Like, I understand we all laugh at that, but like in reality, like, nobody ever taught you that. You just kind of figured it out. And rather than just, hey, let me just figure this out, why don't we have somebody be like, hey, this is the proper way to use this? Like, I just don't understand where this was lost in translation, like why we don't do this, because sex education is a big part of our life. Like, all we do like is reproduce. So like, why not do it properly and like cut back on STDs, cut back on STIs, cut back on teen pregnancies, cut back on everything that could occur? Like, why?
I can tell you why. Hey, finally something that I know. Because that's what you wanted. That's what people wanted. They wanted it to be stopped teaching in schools. They wanted it to be a responsibility of specifically the parent, because they felt like we would be teaching them some other things. And like, so we tried to like muscle it together. And then around, I think 2012, exactly, I could give you the date actually, March 14th, 2012, we just pretty much did away with all the extracurricular funding for a lot of districts across the country. Like, we moved all the money into pushing more of a STEM technique, and that left everybody out to dry. We removed it completely because we felt like it was unnecessary. And when I say we, I mean the people who make the decisions. And we argued against it, we rallied against it, but it did nothing. And so now we're left in a society where like we don't teach that in a way that would be responsible and or leave a lasting imprint. Most kids just giggle in class, move on, and like, oh well, like, what am I going to give you as your final exam on health? Like, we got a multiple choice test on like what you've learned.
It's the penis too.
Yeah, wait, who made the decisions? Who made the decisions? Name names.
Nah, you're good.
It's a bunch of
it's a bunch of people.
It could be your governor. It could be your state legislature. It could be your local school board. It could be your local school board in collaboration with your parent teachers association, which is in collaboration with the head of curriculum or the head of funding or the funding committees within the school board. You'd have to like, and again, like, you could figure this stuff out. Like, you can ask directly. But,
well, the answer isn't even the answer. The key point here is that it's the will of the voters. Like when you say why did this happen, it's because that's what parents wanted. Parents didn't want their children being taught sex at the school, and because they're going to be taught about homosexuality, and they're going to teach them how to have sex, and our kids are all going to be sex monsters and stuff like that. That's why it didn't happen. It wasn't just one elected official that did it. It was the fact that it wasn't an official elected to do it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, this is what we're seeing with the field of study that I'm not going to waste time naming, is that like parents were galvanized and frustrated over a thing, which actually ties back into the C word conversation, where they don't want schools teaching students to hate themselves because they're white and a bunch of all these other things, and then instead of leaving it up to the school boards to decide, like, yeah, like, we don't teach these things, but like, we just don't, like, that wasn't good enough for them, so they looked at a more legislative capacity. That's why we're seeing like the banning of these principles that again aren't taught in schools in a handful of states.
And you did ask, Buck, they didn't pretty much teach it when they had the money. The same reason why home ec and driver's ed like started falling off the curve sides. Even though we had it, like, the curriculum restricted it. And especially in those curriculums, you can't bounce out of it to say, well, this book doesn't really describe it the way I would want it to. So like, maybe we could take a deeper dive. Now you're fired. Rubber room instantly. Wouldn't even be a thought. And so any teacher put in that position, like, you have to find teachers and move them from one subject to another, because nobody wanted to teach health. Nobody wanted to put themselves in that position where they slip up and make a mistake, and boom, that's like, so the fear of that on top of all these committees and people who we can't name and people who you don't know existed until like 2 years ago, all collaborated and over time eroded it to a point where now we feel like it's missing, and what can we do about it? But like, that's what we wanted, but we didn't see it. And when I say we, it's a general we, like the will of the voters, like that's what we wanted. And now we're mad at the effect of that, but that's what we wanted. And it's hard to explain how to get out of that, because you also then have to undo and you see how the conversation goes in a circle. So to relate all the way back to where we started with the C word, I feel like if it's causing you a problem and it's starting a circle, then at what point do you care about the other circles? Because if it's about you, and not you, but like if it's about you, then at what point does it become about others? Because others collectively have had the same issue for the entire, and I hate when he said this, for the entirety of this country, and only now is it getting addressed. You can't flip people's brains. We could have this panel for 17 hours and talk about the deepest, darkest parts of this country. But like until people wake up one day and say, I'm not gonna live like that anymore, then it doesn't matter about our discourse here. It matters that a certain group of people finally felt like they had something to complain about. And that's just not a world in which we can live sustainably, because if every year something new comes, I feel like I'm making a flu vaccine joke here. If every year something new comes up and we have to add a remedy to it, then why are we focusing on 2020 and like, well, yeah, the person that really didn't like me because I was black denied me an apartment and I never got the reason why, but I won't say the C word. Like, even if I said it, I can't put no power behind it. And I know how reductive that argument is, and I apologize for it. But like at the same time, I'm now not allowed to, as Gender Juice said earlier, I can't talk about saltines. Like I can't talk about export sodas. I can't talk about it. And you got that win. It took riots to get the Civil Rights Act passed. Like we're not the same. I'm built different. I'm built different. And I feel like when we have this discourse, it's trying to equate two things that aren't equal inherently, because we know for a fact that it doesn't affect us as a general population in such a negative way that it could start to spurn something even worse. Now, if it does, then I would gladly eat up my words and be like, nah, I was wrong on that. We should have banned it a long time ago. My bad. I messed up. I could own that, but it's not happening.
Wait, I don't
so
think,
what are we talking about?
When we have like conversations about like racial slurs, I don't think the conversation has to be like all slurs are the same badness. I don't think anybody's even argued that. No, like I think it's okay to say like this is
probably something like that earlier.
Well, I mean, they might argue.
They might argue rid of all of them. Stop being a dickhead.
They might argue that all of them are racial slurs, but I don't think anybody's saying that they're all the same. They're of the same level of badness, rather, right?
Mm-hmm. Nobody said that. But like the conversation was kind of like white people have a privileged position. It seems like pretty obvious in a lot of ways, and I think like them being the target and like equalizing like the playing field by
calling some of them racial slurs.
I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I am saying like we do have this persistent gap between groups, and that privilege remains. And as long as it remains, there's going to be this tendency by some people, the people who are using the slurs, to try and like reach for whatever tool they can to like level the playing field. I kind of think
yeah, but like so for people that would make that argument, can we use racial slurs against Jewish people in the United States? Because as a class, they're overrepresented in terms of wealth, they're overrepresented in terms of politics, they're overrepresented in terms of cultural representation. Like, and if not, why not?
Everybody here,
the Holocaust, and then they'll be like, "Oh, well, they went through something, and they were oppressed at one time." And so the argument is that we weren't oppressed, so we can't be.
Yeah, but like, do you understand? So firstly, that's So, and I'm not saying you're making this. So firstly, that's not true.
No.
To tell a white person that they don't have oppression in their history is assuming a lot of their ethnic background, which everybody does for some reason. It's okay to do it to white people, which is really cringe. But that's not necessarily true. And even to a black person, if they're not an African American, if you have like an immigrant from another area, they might not necessarily have slavery in their background. It really depends, right? But like largely, we can make these assumptions, and it seems like we're okay when we assume it all the way for white people. But the argument before was like, because at the end of the paradigm shift speech, you said like, okay, well, if it's starting to cause harm or if all these issues get fixed, it's okay. I would argue, and maybe some people disagree with me, but I would argue that Jewish people have done pretty well. You know, they have a country, they have really good representation in like the upper echelons of society in the United States. So why can't we use all of the arguments that were just used for why black people can call white people cracker, and you know we can't do the other way around? Why couldn't we use that to Jewish people now? The answer really feels like the answer is like, well, because that sounds bad, but then that makes the whole other prior argument bullshit. Or to be more on the nose, let's say in 50 years, let's say black people catch up in every way, and now they're even a little bit better than white people in terms of educational attainment and income and all that. Can white people call black people the N-word now because they're doing better than them?
If I can respond, a little bit earlier we did talk about this. We've acknowledged that some people that use the C word use it in a way that is pretty overtly racist. For them, they only see racism as systemic racism, in which white people are in the position of power, and so it's sort of justified to them. Which we've agreed that it's racism, yeah, and that's why it shouldn't be allowed. Although it's not to the same degree. It is racism nonetheless, and until we're at a society in which where racial ideas don't really exist, in which the color of your skin doesn't have associated negative or positive characteristics, and everybody is judged based on their merits, these words will have meaning, although to differing degrees. They still have a negative and or positive meaning and shouldn't be used until we get to a place in which everybody's okay with just speaking however they would like.
Okay,
and
but the second thing on top of this, so we talk about classes of people all the time, okay? So white people, white individuals, okay, don't necessarily have white privilege. The white class has white privilege. I think that sometimes we have a really big problem where we start identifying individuals as classes, and individuals never perceive their existence as such. So a poor white person that lives in a rural community is not going to perceive himself as having white privilege. And in some cases, he might not even really have it. He might not be in a community where he's getting an advantage for being white. Or if he is, it's in a very tangential, historical, esoteric manner that he's never going to perceive. So to tell a person like that to become a master of sociology and to understand the historical context in which his oppressive history sits over others, I think is a little bit short-sighted. Or I don't think it's possible. I don't think that most people could ever be expected to have that perspective, that you can take an individual and say, hey, listen, that guy can call you a racial slur because of here's 7 pages of reading you need to do to understand why it's okay. I don't think that's a very realistic goal to have for people.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is why this is a process that needs to happen over time, and nobody at this point it is good to just ban the word outright until people just stop using it, and just
I think more. Maybe it's more grounded in reality. I think we should try our best to stop using slurs while simultaneously understanding that we ought to look into the context of why these slurs exist, how they manifest themselves in the context, and how they're used. One of the reasons why I think the C word in part is a discourse is because there is a level of separation to the slur itself. In terms of when somebody invokes the N word, for instance, it's very clear where that word was used, how it was used, and why it was used. But I would argue for a lot of white Americans, the C word kind of feels like this dated relic of the past that only comes up in these situations, unless apparently you're a Hassan watcher. But yeah, I think we ought to not use these words, but try our best to explore the context as to why these slurs existed as they were. But that's not to say that just because we understand it that it's okay to use it not because we know the context. That would be a ridiculous thing to even posit.
But then do you understand how frustrating it is that on one end, right, two white people that are fucking wannabe gangsters, listen to a lot of rap music, if they call themselves the N-word in a camaraderie fashion, they're not trying to be racist, they just do that, all of a sudden there is no context, there is no excuse, it's horrible, it's racism, it's bad, that's the word, period. But then when it comes to people in a really aggressive, pejorative manner, it's fuck you, C word, C word, C word. Well, hold on, let's look at the context. That's insane, right? There's no way that you can make both of these okay. That two people using the soft A N-word to each other who are white is really horrible regardless of context, but aggressively calling a white person C-word, well, that's okay because of 7 books of reading. There's no way that these can both be okay at the same time.
I feel
there should be allowed.
Hold on, wait, because I'm trying to make sure I'm really conscious of my language. Did I posit the idea that I believe that, or is we just saying that kind of generally?
It feels like that's the natural extension of when you say things
Gotcha.
We need to understand the history of the words and why these are different. It feels like what you're saying is that in a perfect world, I should be accepting of somebody calling me a cracker, but I should understand that I can't, even use another slur in a recreational manner or whatever.
Oh, no. I guess my position on it is that words have utility in different contexts. So, but the thing that sucks about it, and I'm pretty sure you may have said this before, where the frustration is where there are white Americans who have the N-word in their cultural vernacular, and then once you go outside of that community, there's this like you run into sort of like weird stuff where like you see a white person who has this word in their vernacular and then they use it as they normally would, and then like, yeah, I agree with you, there are people who are like, whoa, what, you can't say that, whoa, crazy. And it's like, hang on, like, it's totally possible for white Americans to have the N-word in their vernacular. I don't know why especially left-leaning people die on that hill.
So to agree with both of you, so I don't die on this hill, I want to address Destiny because you know what? I'm an honest person. I'm just gonna be honest here. Like, come on, I've watched you. Like, it's so cool for you to be here. It's so cool for me to be here. It's like, hey, like I said the same when Critically Thinking Veteran was here. I haven't met everybody yet, so the next time we do this, I'm gonna be like, oh, it's you guys. Sorry. Anyway, I feel like that part of what we're talking. I like that analogy. I really do about the Jewish people. I like that, but I feel like this is all talking from a point of not a perfect society, but one in which we could all agree on something and then it would be socially understood. Like, the disconnect is that we could all end up on that agreement. Our viewers could end up on that agreement. How far does that culturally spread before it hits that roadblock? Like the same thing I used to talk about with my friend Jason. He's white, grew up literally down the block from me. We went to the same schools together. We went through elementary all the way to high school together. He never used the N-word though. And he explained it to me one time as, in theory, I could have the right because I grew up around y'all. Like, you know me, you know my status. The privilege thing never hooked in for me. I lived with y'all, so we ended up getting, arrested together type stuff for like random stuff. But he still never felt the need to add that into his vernacular. That is a social construct of his own that he thought of that he wasn't taught. So now I would need some type of social contract in which we can weigh these things differently until a point where socially we all agree these things are all bad when they intersect with one another. Like, if you, like the Hoff twins, thank you, Andrew. The Hoff twins, like in their neighborhood, that's their brother, that's their man's. Like, they say the word, like it don't bother them. Outside of that community, though, what is their acceptance? What is their validity? Do they get the card? Do they get the pass? If we start like basing things on people's environment as opposed to the social connectivity and contracts that we already have, where do we land on how can we agree? And I think you did say that. I'm sorry, I'm probably repeating what you just said. Where does that dichotomy exist together? And I don't think it can, because somebody's going to take it too far. And I feel like, given the license, you know who's the one who's going to take it too far. And I don't think it's the person saying the C word. I'm going to be honest with you. For right now. Again, I will gladly swallow my words if in the next 3 months I start hearing about like hunter gangs looking for C words. Like, then, my bad. I said the wrong thing.
Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily a matter of like, is it too far or whatever. Because, like, I mean, we can argue. It's obviously a racial slur. And I listen, I like a lot of edgy humor, okay? But like, if you're not willing to admit as much, I think that like, you have to do so much groundwork to explain to somebody why this racial slur used as a pejorative, which is like the worst kind of racial slur, okay, is okay. And this other racial slur, even used in a non-pejorative manner, is always bad if certain people say it. Like, that's just an argument that it's untenable for 99.99% of people. I don't even believe that argument. I don't think it's true. We treat like some slurs in this country like we're like saying Voldemort's name, and then but for other slurs we can use as a pejorative, and then there's like a defense of it, and that's insane. That's just, it's not okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I hate to cut you off, but I think I can answer that for you because I feel like a lot of us here, we could talk until our throats are raw, but at the same time, we want some answers. We want some moving forward points. The reason for that is the trauma of those words. The context of the N-word doesn't really matter unless it were to be, and I hate this idea too, the educational sense, but people still wince at the word. That would have to become something so socially acceptable that it would change where the direction of that word is going. And I feel like in this country, it's never going to. There are other countries that have the same sounding word, but it means something completely different. I wouldn't tell them to stop saying it, but they get hate. They get, you've seen the little TikToks, YouTube videos, people like, oh, I was talking in my native language and a bunch of people got mad at me. That's where I agree with you on. Like, how is it fair for us to hold both of these things true all the time? But then for the inflection of it, if I say one word out loud, the people's reaction gives me that judgment. Like Buck said earlier, words got consequence.
It was Kate.
It was Kate. Sorry.
You're good.
Words have consequences. Your actions have consequences.
Yeah, I mean, we agree with that, but like I agree with what you're saying. But the question is, when we talk about like these words cause a reaction, okay? Now you say trauma. I don't believe that's the case. I think that it's a socially reinforced thing. I think there is some trauma there, or potentially based on an individual's experience with it, but I think it's way more socially reinforced. And my evidence for that would be how many...
Just to be clear, not to cut you off, but you're talking about like socially reinforced trauma.
Yes,
right?
because
okay.
when you said, now I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but if you say the N-word, it seems like white people are more upset than black people are sometimes over it. And white people shouldn't have trauma related to the N-word, right? And I think that it's 90% white people that are arguing about it online that are getting insane. And I'll even say, as a white person...
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. White people on the left, like I have not found a white person on the right who was ever like, "Oh, you can't say that." But again, maybe that exists. But
I don't know about that. I think the vast majority of people on the right in the country, I think the vast majority of right-leaning people in the country, if they heard the N-word, they'd be like, "Whoa!" Like, there's a reason why they started saying thug and shit. Okay, they even conservatives, even a Nazi from 4chan will tell you, "Bro, N-word, that's a bad look. You need to knock that shit off, bro." Like, even Nazis will say that to each other online. Okay,
I don't exist in those holes, so I don't.
Sure,
know.
I think for the most part, people. So like, I don't think that it's necessarily a traumatic thing. I think it's just, or if it is a trauma, I think it's one that's socially created or at least heavily socially reinforced. And to be clear, I'm not arguing to change that because no amount of anybody arguing online is going to change how we culturally view the N-word. I don't even give a fuck about the argument. I'm just saying that you have to understand from an outside perspective, you sound so unhinged when you're trying to say like, white people should be okay with having racial slurs levied at them as a pejorative, and then every other type of racial slurs policed so heavily, but this one is okay, or any against white people are okay. That's just like, it's such a recipe for disaster.
So I guess the best solution would be to ban both the words. Like, nobody should be called a racial slur, and I feel like that's what we all can agree on.
Yeah, but the issue is the N-word has been used like is almost as like a bro term, and that's the issue. And it's to the point that like we can't even like,
it's been like
as a white,
colloquialized.
yeah. And so, like, I was on a show before where I had two people of color who were throwing the word around, and I had brought up a story of how I had took a person of color to prom, and he called me his N-word, like I was his bro, and then he was my bro, and he was like, "I'm yours," and I was like, "All right, cool." And I brought up the story, talking about it in context, and I had stated the word, which I guess was my fault for stating the word. It brought up a huge roar, and it was all by the white people on the show. You guys are right 100% that it's primarily white people who are throwing the argument about this. Two people of color on the show were laughing it off. They messaged me afterwards. They thought it was funny. They thought it was a great story, and in the context of where things came from. But these two people, the four other people on the show freaked out, had me removed from the show, whatever. I was like, all right, whatever. Why is that word thrown around as a bro term and allowed, but now we're banning this word in completeness, like you just said? Like, you literally can't even talk about your saltines. And I understand right now it's a hot word, so everyone's like blowing it into portions. Yeah. We don't even know if that's really how this ban is going to be enacted.
True, right?
But,
you can say
but
that.
we can't say that now, but it's just a hot take, so that's where it's going right now. But it's just, thing is, it's just completely different, and we're trying to like equate them as all racial slurs, and we're saying that you have to be an in-group to say them, and like it doesn't make sense in that aspect. Like, why are we throwing these words around if they have such deeper meaning behind them, and we're throwing them around as a bro term?
And just as a quick thing, even the in-group thing is really funny, because I remember in our Discord at one point in time, like when we talk about like trauma, right? In our Discord at one time, we were like, okay, should we ban the N-word completely? And it's like, well, we have black people on Discord. Shouldn't they be allowed to say it? So at one point we thought, okay, well, maybe you can say the N-word, but you have to send in like an ID card first to verify that you're black so that you can say it. And like, you see how like ridiculous this guy's like, well, who the fuck even knows? Like, yeah, like it's actually like so crazy.
Like on Twitch, are they going to be like, "Oh, are you a person of color? Like, let's verify this before we allow you to say this word."
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
So, okay, can I ask you a question then? Do you think that this might be a fun one? Do you think the N-word with an A and the N-word with an ER are the exact same word in terms of their application and usage?
No.
Okay. I feel like sometimes
we equate them as the same, which
not my words, but yeah, I would agree with that. And maybe there's a resistance that it's not possible for that to happen. That even when we invoke it with an A, that there's no way that we can separate it with an ER. I don't know if anybody has thoughts on that.
I do. I feel like now we're talking about communities. And when we talk about communities, we really gotta and it's so funny he said, like, don't think about the past, like, let's pay attention to the future, but you really gotta, like, see how that word became a part of Black people's vernacular at first. You really gotta dig down deep and say to yourself, like, this is, as he said before, the socially reinforced trauma. How do we measure the severity of it? Because that word exists to try to water down that trauma. And I feel like only those people who would direct that word in a negative way towards me are trying to reinforce that trauma. Then again, when I say that word back at you, like, I really am only just picking somebody said it earlier, there are all different terms for this, like, now, and they've always existed, but, like, they're just coming up now. Like, where is your reaction coming from? Is it coming from where you know it can get to, or is it coming from a place of you feel like it's equal? Because then we're talking about how we balance the effect of being a certain race in America and its history versus another race and its history. And when we start looking at the histories of everybody, we end up with very protected classes in those realms that have that ability. That is their privilege to say that word in their communities. And if it turns out that, you white and you grew up in a neighborhood, you could choose to say it or not, but it won't fly across the board. This one flies across the board. And the problem is, why are we letting it if we don't want any of the other things to fly across the board? And I'm saying it hasn't built up enough time or steam.
So I've heard this argument and I've given this argument before, but the more that I think about it, I think this is just a super ad hoc academic argument that just it's not reflective of the reality of how people think. So here's a couple examples, okay? So, like, Asian people and Hispanic people in the US can say the N-word, and it's actually chill. Nobody, like, really generally, like, stops and cares that much about it. But they don't have that same history of oppression. Africans, like actual people that live in Africa, Black Africans, can come to the United States, and they might not have any history of slavery, but they could say that word, which also doesn't make sense because they don't have that shared history. If they're, like, not an African American, they don't have that descendant of slaves. So I feel like this idea of, like, well, there's a shared history, there's an oppression there. I feel like the way that it plays out in terms of how people actually engage with the language, I don't think that academic explanation, like, maps on well to people's understanding of how these words work or where they come from. I think it's just a way more, I don't want to say, like, shallowly constructed, like, cultural phenomenon of, like, it's basically just like a word, and, like, as long as you're not white, you can use it and it's chill, and then, like, if you are white, you say any variation of it, it's, like, horrible. I think it's that simple. I think all this struggle arguments don't really stack up, they don't map on. Yeah.
There's a perceived hierarchy, and if white people are at the top in most people's minds, they're the people who are kind of like fair game for the C slur or like slurs in general. I talked about this earlier. We went through a progression where, like, the N-word in, like, Xbox back in the day was common. It sort of faded away and became more and more rare. And like,
it didn't fade away. It just
on public platforms, it definitely faded away. I think, in my personal experience, like, I haven't heard it in so long. Like, I'd be so shocked if I heard it.
White, so
yeah, I'm in a mixed environment.
Okay, wait, hold on. When we called each other the N-word back in games, it wasn't at only black people. People used to say that shit all the time in FPS.
Yeah.
Okay, it had nothing to do with there was a black person in the room, right?
Nah, because I'm going to use the T-Pain example here. The T-Pain example, like, that was 2021, and that was directed at him.
That might have been the T-Pain example 2021, but in 2013, if you hopped onto any CSGO server, or if you were in the early Xbox Live lobbies, there didn't need to be any black person in that fucking call for people to just start calling everybody the N-word. That was just like...
It could literally be all white, honestly.
I mean,
but yeah, no, I get it.
And yeah, like, but my point is, like, it still happens now. Like, it's just that.
Do you think it's getting better? Both you, just in general.
Better, like,
so in general, in general, like racism, do you feel like racism is like still moving in the right direction and like
That's a
we're
crazy
seeing less
question
of
to
it?
ask, but
It's, I
don't.
mean, it's an
As a
important
Black
question.
American, it manifests itself in different ways. Do I think that socially it's much easier for me to navigate as a Black person in America? Absolutely. I don't have the threat of getting lynched in my backyard by a neighbor who is really upset that I looked at the daughter weird. Like that reality is not in the modern zeitgeist of most if not all Black Americans. However, there are still like systemic issues that we have to deal with. I still have to deal with the fact that every time I turn on the news, there's a Black boy or girl getting blasted in the city near where I live. I still have to live with the reality that so many of my Black students are failing out of schools. So many of my Black students are having children out of wedlock. These are all still systemic issues that exist within like Black communities that I'm involved in, and other Black communities in the United States. Like,
Are you
so
optimistic?
racism isn't something that isn't like exclusively interpersonally. Like interpersonally, yes, absolutely. There's way less openly, overtly racial sentiment, but then there's still that coded stuff where you kind of where like for Black Americans, have to kind of navigate around. Like it's the reason why we won't have brain slug as an emote, for instance.
That's
It
important.
becomes
That
white
we're,
noise.
And you
we're to
asked,
the point where it's coded and like it has to be coded. I would say that's an improvement over like where we came from.
Wait, is an improvement that it has to be coded?
That is so,
That's
it's
an
like becoming so rare. Well, yeah, it's become so rare, and I would say like that effect of like social media sites censoring it. I think like it honestly shoves it out of people's mind to a huge extent, and like reinforcing it by repeating that word or that word being common in your environment, say in like rural areas of the United States. If that's becoming less common in those areas, that's a good thing.
Like we just had the situation of, God, what was that ADQ of? I mean, I don't know if I can say it here, but it's like Nika stole my bike. Like that was a whole problem, and they were just like spamming the brain slug emote. That's like something in the zeitgeist for a lot of Black Americans on Twitch.
And when we say things like having it go underground would be an improvement if, again, and I feel like I said this earlier, if we were coding these things to be eliminated over time from people wanting to have that feeling that is justified by that word. And I feel like this word does not have that same need of coding because it got banned because people were upset over it. Whereas even though it's less easily overt, it's now so heavily coded that you have to navigate the spaces in which you exist with other people in a completely different mindset than anyone else at the party.
This is an important question. So like, do you think authority structures, do you think we talk about systemic racism, like it used to be way more overt. Like, do you feel like Twitch is on your side in terms of like, if you had a legitimate grievance based on being someone being prejudiced towards you, I would ask you, like, do you feel like most social media sites, authority figures would like take your side and like be receptive? Like, because you have a power structure now that will seek to remedy your situation if you feel prejudiced against.
Also, I love you guys, but I have to sleep, okay? Stay safe, be careful. It's been fun chatting with all of you, okay?
Bye!
I love you guys.
Good night.
Okay, I need to sleep. It's 10 o'clock. I don't have to sleep, actually. I have to go to the gym, but then I have to sleep, okay? But I get really tired at night now, so if I stay awake till it, I'm fucked. Finish the article. Oh, it's gonna take me like 40 more minutes. I'm tired. We'll finish it tomorrow, okay? I set up 1,000 pedals. Oh man. Vacation made you stop. I streamed for like 9 hours today. Fuck off. I had to fix Melina's computer in the morning, okay? Wait, whose panel was I just on? Duo. Should I raid them? Hippy dippy recruitment. That last person you quoted has tweeted an average of 52 times a day for the last 9 years. Nice. Oh, minimum drone load. Interesting. Raid autistic Destiny. I've raided her so many times. I feel like I'm simping hard. Raid Penta, he's a fan of yours. Who's Penta? That's like an original name. This guy's got 9,000 viewers. This guy doesn't need my raid. Okay. Oh my god, that was crazy. Host Chud Logic.
These people, he engages with these people, he does the work to try and move things forward. And you know,
but like when Destiny debated that woman in Georgia, don't know if you remember that, he debated this like person who was just in the local community in Georgia about welfare. Don't know if you ever saw
sure.
that.
I didn't see that. Oh yeah, I did see that. That was the thing. Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Okay, well he's talking about me, so
like,
yeah.
And look, if people want to like just be online, I'm just online. You know.
Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow. Ribber, cappuccino, 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 my dude news. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace out, Ribrina.